House, huh?
Yeah, they definitely got in there. But however, they don't know how much was extracted or even technically who got in it. At this point, they have some leads. But yeah, some of the Epstein files were hacked, and the other latest news development that's going back and forth is that they I think I mentioned it the other day. They were using they used Anthropic which is another language model, which in the capture of Maduro. So that's caused to get the government, the Department of War, to label Anthropic as a supply chain risk. So that's a lot of what's in the news right now.
Huh. Interesting.
There's a, there's a me and echo going on. I don't know if that could be corrected. Is that me?
I don't hear
Oh,
it on
let me
my
see.
end.
I don't hear it either. That's interesting. That's going to stir up all kinds of issues, man, on the conspiracy side of things. A lot of guys, particularly the anti-Trumpers, man, they're going to just say this is a convenient breach, to alter the files or whatever, to so that maybe I don't know, just if he's if it's revealing, they may say if it's revealing to show Trump's involvement or whatever, reveal his involvement. The pro-Trumpers may say, "Oh, no, that's the hackers put that shit in." It opens the door for manipulation, to show that the Epstein's case is not going to be so clear cut one way or the other. So I guess I don't. I'm not really buying that if it's an actual breach. I don't know what you guys think. You think a hacker actually got into that file and manipulated it?
Oh, it's actual. I mean, it's reported in public news. And truth be told, the FBI is hacked all the time. I mean, literally by 17-year-olds. We live in a world
Right.
where technically you become a hacker by watching YouTube videos.
Oh, you
They
had my queen too. You should have took my queen, bruh. You slipping. I'm slipping. I
Yeah,
shouldn't have
that's
put it there.
yeah. I just everybody was waiting for these files to be revealed. It was so much anticipation, so much in all the social media spaces. Just when it seems right that they're going to be revealed and begin to conversations begin to show, and they were going to begin to slowly undo that to do that actually over the last few weeks that we've seen. Boom! Conveniently, the timing is revealing the files are possibly corrupted. This person X or whatever comes in and so this throws a monkey wrench in the whole thing. The Epstein conversation already had man. There was so much speculation on this case, one way or another. Now with the hackers involved, man, I can't even imagine what this is going to look like over the next year. Within the next year, what this is going to the fallout. Can't even imagine. Uh, you know, uh, it's very interesting. Um, I'm noticing that all of this together with this latest Epstein, this breach and so forth, and in the immigration thing, and it's creating a security nightmare, and there's a lot of few other things we could name, and also with the so-called crime rate really high, and all this other shit. And we mentioned something about Elon. We're going into what's called the age of verification, and so I haven't heard too much of that talked about online on any site at all. And so it's something that I've been putting together, and it's a new paradigm that would make sense to me, where they need to verify everything, which is going to complement the need for AI security measures being implemented big time, to guarantee transactions and so forth, to guarantee, in part, to ward off security, enhance existing security measures to thwart cyber attacks as well. Everything needs to be verified. You see what I'm saying? And so it's very interesting how they're going to get that off. It seems that we're trending in that direction, in my opinion. In my opinion,
yeah,
you know, uh, we got to verify
certainly
who's
coming
this.
into
You know,
2026 elections, that they were saying that about AI. I just remember hearing the echoes of trust nothing at this point, because you go from everything from deep fakes to
right, right.
object removal from
Well,
literal video,
right.
digital artifacts.
Facts.
You know,
Right.
You could just think of the additional craziness of the use cases. Just imagine
Right,
Michael.
right. It touch right. You verify it touches everything. Right. Well,
Everything.
if it's really fake, yeah, the news is fake. Talking about fake news for crying out loud.
You know what's funny about the before we pass off on the Epstein thing? I bore witness to a gentleman on YouTube that's actually inventing a piece of software that allows for the removal of the redaction from the thing. When they over highlight with the and redact documents. It's
Yeah.
such an interesting way that he's approaching it too. He basically he uploaded all of the names from the Epstein file, so he made a database of all the potential names. And when you actually look at the redactions, he made a software that allows you to zoom in, and sometimes there's like a small little artifact of like a jagged undercut of an S or a J or something on the edge of it. And so what he does is he zooms into the image. He then duplicates dates the words on the left hand side and on the right hand side that are not redacted. He uses AI to try to guess the words that are in the middle, but he doesn't randomly do it. He does it out of the database of names that are actually, in the totality of the entirety of the document, on the known victims, etc. And then when he can't guess, he looks for those little extruded portions that might be sticking out, and then it'll give a hint as like if it's like an S, it'll be like, well, it'll limit the number of names that it could be. It couldn't be any name that begins with a J, So he like basically practically can almost like redact files, which is an interesting piece of technology he's
Huh.
working on.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, that's gonna take off, man. To figure out what's the real thing, man. Shit, man. God damn, man. When they create that AI thing, man, fucking shit, bro. Do you think regarding the telemetry and so forth? Do you think they can actually capture true like every thought? I mean, yeah, you need to move your arm or whatever. You need to think how to move your arm. I mean, they could probably capture the impulse and transform, and manipulate and interpret that signal. But do you think they can actually capture out like I want to eat? I'm thinking about strawberry ice cream. I may not want to do anything physically. You think they can capture like the abstract thoughts, the non motor related thoughts? I guess
Even
with the
if they
machine.
couldn't, the thing is that if you think about what AI is, right? A lot of people articulate it as like the best next word guesser, like almost like spell check. If you could completely reduce it down to like a list of like 20 possible proximity combinations, that's doing hella more than the myriad of millions of permutations that it could have been previously. So I do think that they can get almost everything, because I do know that they've been studying neuroscience for I don't know how long, so much so that they can translate your thoughts into, like we had indicated, playing video games, chess moves, and things of that nature. So, but I just don't know neuroscience enough to speak to it intelligently. But I do suspect that they're pretty much there, pretty much
Yeah,
there.
it's same. Yeah, share a similar perspective. Yeah, and then I share. Also, have worth mentioning that they do lie. They will actually add on extra to give this thing godlike power, which some would say was the true has what contains the true mark of the beast. Given that the world of worship machine, pretty much worship and so forth, and like a digital ghost of sorts. This thing has really no face on it. It's really it has no name and all this shit. It has many names, like into a god or something. Some call it a false singularity, or artificial enlightenment, artificial intelligence. But I guess we'll see. Time will tell for sure. I definitely, yeah, I can see them trying. They've definitely. Now, what's interesting about this though too? In the movies. Now we know in the Matrix series that the humans so-called darken the sky. This is kind of get back into Tesla too. To darken the sky in the movie to so-called hamper the machines as a measure against the machine, right? Against the machine takeover, if you will, in the Matrix sequence. Now, I just will pause there. Now, and we know what happened after that. For those who are familiar with the key events in that movie, in that regard. Now in the 3D real or in real life, right? Tesla and company are also darkening the sky too. Interesting, very interesting. I would ask the guys this: what do you think? Oh, God, this from the movie sequence. This on the from the movie side when they darken in the sky. First of all, does anyone know what happened after the humans darkened the sky in the movie?
No,
Okay, I can go. I mention. So in the movies, basically humans were it was war, man against machine, and so they darkened the sky in the movie as a way, as a means to hamper the power supply for the machines. So to choke the machine, they couldn't get solar power. Blah blah blah. At least that's what they say in the movies. Now the machines in turn. And this is being studied as well in the 3D side, on the real life side of things. The machines in turn begin to power directly off the human cell itself, be it the neuron or whatever, as a direct power source from the human. And so if you notice, the humans are eventually farmed in that movie, right? As it would go. And very interesting. Now, right now, we're not that far. Some people say, "Well, we didn't get that. Well, we're not yet. We're not that." But there's some studies. We can look it up and see their studies, and they found out that they have AI powered cells, that our machinery is able to power up off human cells on a microscopic level. So this is in its infancy. My point here, not on the real life side, on right, with the darkening of the sky aspect, Tesla and company are trying to block the sun too as well.
Mhm.
Now, obviously, in my opinion, right, he's not. So he's darker than the sun. That's legit. But in terms of rationale and I'm pivoting off the movie. I'm thinking they're doing it back in real life, backwards to the movie. They typically do a lot of shit backwards. Given that we're dealing with an age of awakening on the planet, that's truly what would give rise to the humans why they would block the sun in the movie. Actually, it's backwards. They're not here. They're not doing it to fight the machines. They're actually pro machine. A Tesla and company are actually pro machine. But notice how they're blocking the sun as well, because they're pro machine technically, and the Earth is warming up. And the sun is part of that dynamic to warm up the Earth to reflect the internal condition. Everybody warming up and quick, everything's being quickened, all this other shit. Everything's changing. They're trying to slow the shit down. Now, and it also ultimately feed their technological endeavors to actually develop this technology, which we see it already in its infancy, which is AI ran as well, and they'll help power AI as they're looking to connect this thing to literally feed on human tissue.
Mm.
Dude, that is wild, bro. That's straight out of the movies. That's
Very
straight
much.
out of the Matrix. What's that?
Yeah, I agree. Very much
That
so.
shit is hideous, bro. In my opinion, I'm not speaking for myself. That shit is goddamn outrageous, dude. You know
Just really, can I ask you something?
what's that?
I don't think anyone else is getting the echo that I'm getting on my side. But can I ask you to try something for me?
What's that?
In the middle of your screen, there should be a cog. If you click that at the bottom, I noticed that under the audio settings, there's like an echo cancellation checkbox. Yours checked on?
Let me see. Okay, let me see. I'm on a phone. Let me see. This will show my. Okay, I'm looking at on my phone. It shows uh audio. Okay, audio. It says audio connected mic, iPhone microphone, and audio. And then it
Does it
shows
have any
exit.
checkboxes at the bottom?
Let me see. Actually, I'm on an iPhone. I don't see a checkbox.
Okay.
Not just at a glance, and I'm just clicking the audio sequence. I don't see any boxes or to check on my interface.
Yeah, it might just be because I'm on the desktop version.
Okay,
All right.
maybe let me see. Do you hear echo when I talk too?
I hear an echo when we both talk, and I tried muting myself to see if it was me, but
Let me mute to a C. Let me see if that. Let me see.
test 1 2, test 1 2.
I don't hear me.
Test
I don't
1
hear
2.
echo on you, bro. Yeah, I don't hear it. You sound fine to me. And I mean,
Yeah,
humble and A1. You guys sound good to me. I don't hear anything. Maybe it's. I don't know. Do I sound like I have echo now too?
it's
I don't
pretty
know.
much just you at this point. But I don't know
Really?
if there's anything you'll be able to do about it.
I may have
Because
to.
I don't hear myself echoing anymore, but I do hear you echoing.
Okay,
All
I
right,
may.
I'll do it.
Testing.
It's all
Testing.
good.
You got to
Testing.
mute out Sadiq. Let's just see if it's
Yeah,
'cause we were
A1, you're
muted.
definitely not echoing,
Yeah, we were muted the whole time, so I know it wasn't us.
right?
Uh,
Yeah, there's no echo being heard. Actually, I just heard you echo. Maybe it's me. Let me try to mute and then you guys to run a test.
Testing. Testing. Teams Titan testing. Let me see who's winning. Let me check out the game. See who's winning.
It's interesting that nobody else hears it except for me. That's crazy.
Really?
So there's someone alluding to that it's me. Let me drop and come right back. See if that helps.
Okay. Let's see who's
Humble
winning.
over here getting spanked on the board.
Yeah. I'm zooming in like, let me look at who's winning. Okay.
It is an open panel, so
He ain't lying. Listen, every time I think I got him, he pull off a move. I be like, damn, why you see that?
Shit. Let me see. Oh, who's white?
Me.
Okay. Let me zoom in and see I play chess too. Let me see. I'm not super great, but I play sometimes. Let me see. We got the queen. Okay, we got the king. Who got the? Let's see. Okay. Ooh, got that queen still on the board. Shit, that mobile power. Fuck. Let me see. We got the king. Ooh, where's his power pieces?
They all gone.
Yeah.
stripped him,
Mr.
wiped him down.
Right. I'm looking like shit. Okay. Got the rook over. We got rook on the offense on the white side. Let's see. You got yeah. He got he got a nice little defense going there. He got the key players. Got his
Check.
king back. Oh shit.
Shout out Jose.
Next.
What's up?
Peace. How you feeling? Open panel. We talking
What up, Jose?
politics and playing chess.
Yeah, man. I want to know how come all of a sudden, now that Maduro got kidnapped and put in jail, people stop transporting drugs.
Mm.
I want you guys to answer that question.
Oh wow.
That's me.
Oh, that's mate. Oh.
one more.
Oh shit. That's a check. Yeah. That might be mate. Yeah, I think that's mate. That's mate right there.
Oh, that's
Damn.
crazy work. That's crazy
Good
work.
game.
Good match. Come on, rematch.
Well, I don't
You
play
know,
chess,
white
so maybe
man.
I'll learn to.
Hey, with the fatality of this one.
That was good ones.
Yeah, it was. What was that? What's going on with the drug dealer?
No, or before Maduro got kidnapped and put in jail, drugs was all over the place, and people was transporting drugs. As soon as he got arrested, now the drugs turned to oil.
The drugs turning into oil?
Apparently, he's not talking about drugs anymore, is he?
Well, who's not talking about it? You said.
Trump was saying he was blowing up these vessels because they were transporting drugs.
Okay, from Iran. Okay.
All of a sudden now, since he captured Maduro, he wanted to be the de facto dictator of Venezuela.
Oh shit.
Venezuela. Okay.
Drugs went out the door.
Okay. Right. Okay. Well, that's
oil
what you're
and
saying.
political control. It's not about he's not sending in troops to snatch up no drug dealers now because apparently Maduro was the cartel according to him.
Right.
And Maduro was selling all kind of whoop-bops and bing bang. So, but all of a sudden,
Right. Yeah. What's your spin? I got an idea too on it. What do you think?
I think that all of us knew what Trump was going to do because he said it from the beginning. He did it the first time, and we allowed him to come back into office, so we shouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
We shouldn't be surprised he tripping because he was tripping all the time.
Yeah, I think most won't agree with that.
Crazy.
Most one not going to disagree. Definitely won't disagree. What's that?
I'm living in Trinidad and Tobago, so I have a different perspective when it comes to these things because the prime minister of this country now is under fire for making comments supporting all of that craziness, and she is over here tripping too. She bugging out, making all kind of crazy statements too.
Who is that? Who's the other person making crazy statements?
The prime minister of Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah, she's basically supporting and kissing Trump's rear end, and
Oh
she's
my
gonna have a
God,
problem
dude.
with.
Oh fuck.
And then now what she's doing is she's alienating the CARICOM, which is something this country has been a member of forever.
Right, right.
And she's making all kind of ridiculous statements. She's being ostracized. She
Now,
made a
which
statement.
okay, go
Made
ahead.
a
I'm sorry.
statement and called the country a lawless dump, and she's the prime minister. What sense
Talking
does
about
that make?
she's called her own homeland. Just a lawless.
She called the country a lawless dump.
Oh my God, dude. What did CARICOM have a response to that?
No. She made some other comments about CARICOM, and
They
it
made
was
comments
very.
about them too. Oh my God, dude.
She's they've been a member forever. And she's making comments about the offensive comments to the
Oh shit,
community,
man.
and they don't like the fact that she's kind of supporting Trump in a way, as opposed to just not saying anything. They don't
Right.
like that. So she kind of
Ooh,
tripping off a little bit.
damn.
What I need to do is I need to put together a compilation and do that
Check.
on my channel to explain exactly what it is going on.
Yeah. On the Venezuela side, we know that. Yeah, it's not about the drug. The drugs. I was talking about a noble. I was talking about how evil moves through in terms of to convince the populace. We need to come up with a noble cause, right? And Trump's, him and his motives and endeavors are not exempt from that line of reasoning. So he looks to convince you, as the masses, right? Convince us to agree with him, right? And using his military might on Venezuela as a noble cause would be to clean up the drug cartels, curb crime. Surely it's long overdue, right? And so on and so forth, right? And many of us will agree. So now we go into Venezuela. Now we find out on the backside what he's not telling us, what he's telling us. And on what he's not telling us on the backside is that Venezuela, some of us known as an oil powerhouse. Not just the oil powerhouse, they carry a specific type of oil that hardly no one else has. And what gives rise to the importance of their oil that's different from many others. It's extra thick. It's a heavy gauge oil that's hard to find anywhere else in the world. That's what
They
makes
have,
Venezuela's oil specifically so valuable. And
and they have a
so,
lot of reserves, you know.
right. Oh yeah. Obviously, if it's thick enough, it can give you all the other the thinner, finer grades on that. And I won't go. I'm gonna rehash the whole thing, but it's a lot into that. Now the U.S. have the thin. We got thin shit. Yeah, we got oil too. A few other countries got oil. It ain't, but that thick, heavy gauge shit, man. That Venezuela got that shit on lock,
That
bro.
good stuff, right?
Good stuff, real good
Yeah,
shit,
man.
right?
But let me be fair. Maduro was never fairly elected as president of Venezuela.
Yeah.
He was appointed after Hugo Chavez died. He was never elected.
Oh, I was going to ask when was her rise to power? Was it okay? It was right after Chavez. Oh shit, man.
He
Well, you
was
already
never
know.
elected.
Shit,
He was never elected.
never elected. Oh shit, there you go.
No,
Bro.
and when they wanted to have fair elections a couple years ago, he stood up in Parliament and said he's the president, and that's pretty much it. He was never elected.
Oh my God.
They never had no fair elections. So now they're trying to say. So
Yeah.
now I hear. So now I hear them trying to say he was out there just doing extrajudicial killing and tripping.
Dig that.
Now, is that true? I don't know. Was he is he
Right.
involved in drugs? I don't believe the story because
Right.
when
Me
you see people
either.
like Trump,
Right.
the sad
Yeah.
part is, you know what? They cry wolf so much when they actually tell the truth. You don't know when
Right.
to believe it. You
I don't
what
believe. I don't believe their
them.
noble causes. I don't believe little to none of their noble causes.
Well, Satan can't correct sin, right?
Right.
So you can't.
Even the
So you
religious
can't
guys
oppress.
agree with that. Right.
So
The
you
religious
can't
guys even
oppress.
agree. Right.
So
Right.
you
Right.
can't be. So you can't be an oppressor. Take things away from other people. Rob
Right.
people.
Facts.
And then one all of a sudden now be the moral authority and people that look like us is cheering behind that garbage and nonsense.
Right.
Disrespecting people who look like you who are immigrants, not realizing you're gonna be you know you can't tear the downfall of your Mexican and Latino brothers and sisters because he gonna come for you next.
Yeah.
He'll come for you next.
Damn,
That's our
man.
history, man. They are not. Those are our brothers that are being abused, and if we don't stand up for them, who's gonna stand up
So
for them when they start to come for the Africans and the other immigrants? Now, what you gonna
Now,
say
what do you
then?
think
When you
about?
was cheering-
Go ahead, brother.
When you was cheering for the life for all them Mexicans to go back, and when they started hit the Nigerians, then and all of them, what you gonna say now? You will have to be quiet. Because you
What
didn't
was that last
stand up
part you
for them.
said
Oh, yeah,
about
brother.
what did you say, Uncle, about the Nigerians and Mexicans?
No, I'm saying we as black people, some of us are cheering for the Mexicans and tell them go back home.
Right.
But this is their home. They was here before us. You can't tell them go back home where? They're indigenous. They was here before the white man. So how you gonna
Right.
tell them go back home where? And when they get put out now, and they start to go after the Nigerians and the Ghanaians now.
Right. 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 Okay. Right. Right.
We
Right.
was
Right.
sharing all the time when our Latino brothers was being abused. We did, some of us don't have a problem with it. You
Yeah,
have to know. You have to.
I support the
You
immigrants
got
to an
the
extent. It just it's a few, there's some stuff there's things in there could be discussed, but yeah, it's right, man. I agree. But on the Mexican side of things, man, yeah, I mean, they were here before the white guy. That's a hands down, yeah, I'm no Trump, man. He let this. The funny thing about the immigration thing, as it stands currently, is
checkmate.
that damn, check it. Let's see who's winning. I mean, damn. Man. Hey man, hey lethal on the board.
Hey, really quickly, Sadiq, I figured out where the echo was coming from. Apparently, you're not supposed to join both in StreamYard and through YouTube, so it was definitely on my side. My bad, guy.
Really? Okay, good to know. Let me close YouTube on my
Hey,
side.
Juan, where you bring that queen from, bro? You was cheating, bro, because I ain't see that queen.
Hey, lethal with the queen. Wait, man. Hey, excuse my language. Hey, but she got that dress. What you say? That queen got that dress up and still can't get fucked, right?
Listen, she
If you
came
can
out
get
of
you a
nowhere.
queen who can listen, you can get you a queen who can listen, man.
Right?
The king is unstoppable out here.
You gonna
know
find
that?
that dress up in the air like she trying to get fucked, but she can't get damned.
Nigga silly.
Oh shit! Damn. Yeah, they're pushing it. They're gonna have to push. What I'm seeing, I'm comparing trends and I'm taking an inventory, politically and among it in other areas. Is that they're gonna need to verify, who's actually gonna be a citizen in the states at the end of the day. And we won't be the only nation to do that. There's other things in works throughout the West right now, in that regard to verify who's a citizen, who's not, right? And then there's other steps they can do to punish, there's other things they can come up with punitive measures beyond that or whatever, if you deemed unworthy, or they may consider even denationalizing some people. There's talks about that too as well. Even if you've immigrated here legally or had kids here legally, they're looking at denaturalization and all this other shit. The Democrats, interestingly enough, between under Biden's campaign, under Biden's administration, interestingly enough, this dude let all these motherfuckers, all these motherfuckers, excuse me, all the illegal, a lot of illegals over here, right, in the states, right, wholesale millions. Some said 200,000 to 300,000 per month for
Hey,
the
you
last 3
wasn't
to 4
supposed
years.
to take him.
See, and so I think that they would show you, when you was look at the news stories at night, whatever, they show the feature, they show some of the footage on the front lines along the Mexican south border. And you see you see ICE standing there, whatever, border patrol, whatever, standing there, whatever, with their rifle. They're standing there letting the guys just walk in wholesale by hundreds with little to no resistance. I think they did that on purpose. Also to feed the dying European demographic. They're technically dying out on another level. That allowing them immigrants in here wholesale has a lot of ramifications. It help offset and create issues and offset other issues that need to be offset, like providing additional man. There's so much to get into. Additional manpower, additional genetic pool. They didn't actually contribute their genes to the white replenish the numbers. A lot of these
You know
white
what?
guys and other it's a lot, it's so much to get into. A lot of those European, a lot of I would say this one last piece. A lot of these Mexicans and others in other groups, other non-black immigrants. There's so much to say. These guys are all counted as white in the census to help bolster the numbers. I'll just stop there.
But you said something very interesting, that the European gene pool is in
Right,
danger of dying
right,
out naturally.
right,
So if we just leave them alone, nature will take care of them. We don't have to
right,
do anything
facts,
because we know the youngest population on the planet is on the continent of Africa,
right,
not Europe.
right.
Europeans are dying
No,
out. They're begging you to come in
Right.
They're
Oh, I'm
promoting
tripping.
this. They're promoting this. They're promoting this interracial thing,
Right.
and people need to understand the reasoning behind why they are promoting this.
Right. Facts, bro.
Because they've been telling you for decades, we
No,
dying out.
my
Oh
fault.
shit! What happened?
We
Oh shit!
almost gone.
That's
Hey man, get
crazy.
him again.
So that's an interesting point that you brought up, Sadiq. That's a very interesting point,
You know, yeah.
Trying to
and
bust.
it's true.
Yeah, you know, I mean, based on, I always say in my opinion, I try to say throw it away, and I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do, what to think, whatever. I'll put it out there, but then I'll leave it for examination, and I'll say throw it away if you don't agree. But based on what I see, and based on what I've noticed in the trends and so forth, I'm a few years old, I'm getting up there, right? So I've been around for a hot second, and I'm over 21, that's for sure. And I'm seeing that the writing's on the wall, family, in terms of the West living at their highest quality of life as they once knew it. Now, it's a lot of ramifications as to what that entails, but I'll say that to say this. Many of us, particularly black folks, domestic and throughout the diaspora, has wondered how we're going to turn the corner with their against their weaponry to offset, someone say white supremacy, or someone say just to offset and the planet going down into a downward spiral. And we were often kept as socially at the bottom of their world, and the world in their world is dying. And that we know that the worst place you can be is at the bottom of a dying world. So we said, how do we combat their military machine as we see it in effect right now with Iran and other nations? The Middle East is in a total quagmire. You got Israel, you got Iran bombing 10 to 15 nations right now, not just Israel. Point is, you don't have, like my brother said, Brother Unc said, you don't have to combat them directly, engage them on the battlefield. Nature has a way of taking them out. Even with all of their weaponry, you still have to have the physical bodies to hold the guns. Most people didn't know that nature will reduce your numbers where you won't even be. I don't care how many guns and weapons you have. You won't have nobody to hold a goddamn gun. A lot of people wouldn't expect that nature to work like that. You can never outthink nature. And so they're panicking right now. If we were in their position, what would you do? Would you just talk like a lot of us do? Probably not. If you had the most to lose in terms of world power. So you begin,
But you see,
you know your own people are not dating each other no more. They become so corrupt they don't even sleep with each other no more. You know, I work around all whites all the time. You know what they tell me when I ask them about, young couples, are they going to have any kids? I say, hey Amanda, so you just got married. Congratulations. Wow, you guys finally tied the knot. How many kids you gonna have? Kids? What do you mean, kid? I hate myself. You should hear this shit they tell me. They tell me this repeatedly on different jobs I've had around. I've been living in
Damn,
rural
I'm
areas.
tripping.
And so, and this is also coming from white couples that's been married for 10 plus years.
Oh
Oh,
my
we've never
goodness.
had any kids. And they be wearing different color phenotype. Point is that their own lifestyle and mentality, this is not racism, this is science. Their own mentality is their own curse. And nature has a way of working through the mentality, and mentality works along nature. I don't care what if it's up, high, low, or whatever. Low aspects is part of nature too. And so through their mental degradation, they're degenerative and brought up under a curse, a karmic curse, and a lot of things we can get into. And some even from the religious standpoint, they say their world's coming to an end. We're in the end time. Their world is ending, and they know it. And so they're panicking right now. So what do you do? Back to that. What do you do? So what do I do? Is just we're not dating anymore. I'm speaking for a white person, let's just say. I'm not dating anymore. It takes too long to fall in love. I'm not really kind of really heterosexual like that. You know, I am born that way. I tell you guys all the time when I profess my LGBT campaigns throughout. You see me do it for the decade, on TV for the past 10, 15 years. I keep telling you I'm born that way. But part of you don't understand. I look at sex as not so much as a primary modality to reproduce, but to have fun and reproduce secondary. Given my nature. So since that's come back to haunt my ass, right? And I become high, I'm dealing with an opioid epidemic, right?
Wait, so
Because I'm
you are
and so
pro
it's
LBG?
and so no, I'm speaking. I don't know if you missed that part. I'm speaking as if I'm a white person. I'm just speaking playing devil's advocate,
Okay. You
right?
made
And
me
so
you
nervous,
scared me there
brother.
for a second,
yo, you,
Sadiq. I'm not
you
gonna
missed
lie.
that. Sorry, I'm gonna say that part again. Let me mention that.
I
Man,
just
You
wanted to be
scared me. I
certain,
said,
brother.
what?
man,
I get the
hell no, I'm the
context
last
now.
person
I
that's
get the
man.
context.
Y'all
I was
know
about
I'm
to
the
say,
last
what,
mother, man.
Sadiq?
I'm the no,
You
no.
was gonna
I'm,
make
I'm
Sadiq, I swear, you almost make me start to do some heckle on you just now.
right. No, no.
I was
I'm
about to
repeat.
open
Okay,
up the book and start to do
hell
some
Oh,
no,
that's
heckle on
man.
my
you
bro,
just now,
Sadiq.
Hell no,
Swear.
no, no.
Oh nah, he ain't funny style. That's my
No,
guy.
hell no, no. Remember, let me
Swear.
throw the disclaimer out one more time. I'm gonna play devil's advocate as a white. I'm speaking for white people now. I'm gonna be like a white person. This is how I'm speaking from how they're thinking and their message to the world as I reach my decline in population and global influence in religion. The religions you worship with white faces are also in a decline in a like manner. Makes sense. My whole way of life
So
is under deathbed. My point is that, but the last sentence I want to say is that what do you do about it? Do you just sit by and talk? Hell no. I begin to
Anything to
stamp
be focused
motherfuckers out 24 hours a day on a conveyor belt. This is also one of
Sadiq,
the
all you
aspects
have to
of
do,
AI.
Sadiq,
They
all you
can
have to
exactly
do
produce
is that
motherfuckers to physically take their places physically.
you know
I'll
what's
stop there.
all
happening
you
right
have to
now as we
do.
speak, Sadiq?
What's that?
2026, right?
Yeah.
It is a moment when
Oh,
other black people are gonna be coined as coons in another
Right.
10 to 15 years, right? Because there's
Right.
many of us that are keeping our head down and just trying to progress forward while the sole focus of white supremacy isn't on us. Because this is one thing that I don't think black people in 2026 understand, right? More than they're concerned with us, they're concerned with every senator having a Z in their last name. Cortez, Vasquez, Menendez, right? So this is a very opportune time. Some people view it as a defeat. Like Dr. Claude Anderson said, if we couldn't get things done as the major minority, we'll
Right.
never get them done as the secondary minority. And he had a point. But again, man, I'm I'm a card carrying member of that boule, and that's on W.E.B. Du Bois and the Dead Homies. Like this, this is
Right.
creating a moment.
wait. What's your what? Say that again. Say it again. Say it again. That's
I
on
gotta ask you
Hey
some
yo,
questions,
WEB
Kenny, when
Boys
you get
and the
done.
Dead Homies.
I am a card
I'ma steal
carrying
Wall
member
Street.
of the boule, and that's on WEB and the Dead Homies.
I'ma steal that last part. Wall Street. I'm stealing that. That's mine now.
Now
So
I'm
anytime
gonna
you
have
hear
to
me
ask you
using
some
that,
questions when you get done,
I'ma
brother
shout
Kenny.
you out,
Man.
right, Wall Street? I'ma shout you out every time I use
Yo,
that.
I mean, it's
Kenny,
creating
bro.
a
That's my
time
bro,
where
man. Kenny, my
it's
bro.
creating a time where we could focus on us and just make
Right.
some things shake. Like
Right.
Minneapolis ain't even got nothing to do with us. Like they going after Somalis. Them ain't my people.
Right.
Why am I
Right.
even
No,
going
no,
over
no,
there to
don't say that. Don't
protest?
say that, Willie. Willie,
I
don't
think
say that.
Unc gonna cut in. Oh yeah.
I
Oh yeah.
gotta be
Well,
real.
Don't say that. Don't say that, Willie.
I
I was
gotta
with
be
you. I was
real.
pumping my
I
fist
mean,
just
yeah.
now.
I gotta agree with
I put
Ken
my kufi
at the
on.
end of the day.
So now
But
let me
nah, you can't
clarify,
do
my
that, bro. You
brother.
can't do that.
I'm
You
not
can't.
saying that Africans are my people. I'm saying them Somalis ain't my people. Them Somalis ain't even Africans on the continent people,
I gotta
right?
agree.
Right?
Yeah.
You gotta
Right.
clarify that word, Willie. You
Personally, I
can't.
agree with him. I mean,
Nah,
right.
let him expound on that because I don't see where
I
he's going with
always
that.
argue that
Okay.
I
Go
always
ahead,
argue
brother.
that there's no such thing as an African, right? Like because on the continent, you Igbo, you Hausa, you Fulani,
Right.
so none of them
Right.
are black, right? Like their ops are other black people. They only become black when they come here to America.
That's not true, Willie. That's not true at all.
I'm, I'm just saying. You know what I mean?
Willie. There's a history of African
But wait,
people calling
to qualify
themselves
my point, though, I
and
would
their
say,
kingdoms black. Huh? So
but I'll land here. To qualify my point, I would say the Hutus and the Tutsi, they was all blacker than the blackest Negro in the last 100 years
yeah,
of my family. That ain't mean nothing. They was cutting off feet and arms.
and I would agree with you because they allowed an outsider to come in and magnify something that was probably
But see,
already.
that becomes a bailout for me when I'm looking at the continent because you can't always keep blaming it on outside influence. At a certain point, we got to be honest. It was black American men that killed Malcolm. It was Africans from the continent that
Hey,
killed
yeah,
Patrice
us
Lumumba.
in a row,
Oh,
bro.
checkmate.
Oh, let me
Checkmate.
get coffee.
Oh.
At a
Yeah,
certain
man.
point, we got to be
But
real.
there's a I
Hey, this
agree.
man A1 is nice in chess, yo. This man A1 nice in chess, Brody.
Humble, fight back,
Come with
fight
that
back.
Virgo energy.
I
Listen, I'm
agree.
trying. I
I
gotta
agree
actually
with
play. I gotta actually play. All right, come on.
I agree with you, Willie, that there was what we would call tribalism. But
Fact.
initially, when we started talking about war in Africa, it wasn't
Facts.
it wasn't as it is now. Two men
Bro,
would come
look at
together.
Nigeria
But hold on. Let
2026.
me expound. Let me expound on my point before you gangster me, because I know you're gonna gangster me, right? When you look at warfare initially in Africa, right? One guy will roll up on another guy. The two leaders fight, and whoever wins gets control. And then it started to expand into more extensive warfare. The traditional warfare wasn't all that we're seeing now. It was two guys had a fight, and whoever won took over. You
But
can
I'm
look through
saying
history that that's how it was.
even if you
It
move
became
outside of
traditional.
warfare though, right? Look at Nigeria 2026. You got the Fula, you got the Igbo, you got the Hausa, all black people, all completely divided. Black don't mean nothing over there.
And guess what's probably dividing them more than those words that you use?
White folks.
Islam,
I agree.
Islam and Christianity, religious nutbaggery. Religious nutbaggery is very serious in countries like Nigeria. They are running around killing people in the name of Allah and the name of Jesus, not the name of their traditional ancestors.
Now, see, I got different opinions when
No,
it comes to
religious
that on the
nutbaggery is a real
continent.
thing. It is. That is what it is. It's religious nutbaggery. You see, I'm telling you, you're not going to see them talk about tribalism. They're going to talk about Muslims killing Christians and violating women in the name of Allah. That has nothing to do with their tradition.
But the
That's
tribalism is
religious
ingrained. Like when they're criticizing Islam, they're criticizing the Fulani. That's understood if anybody African is listening, right?
But that's not their ancestral faith. That became a tradition much later. That's a baby tradition that they allowed to have them out here running wild and acting like savages. That's not their ancestral worship. That is a very recent thing.
But see, I always call
That doesn't go
myself,
back to tribalism at all.
Mr. Today and Tomorrow, right? Because like history is great. It's beneficial. But my focus is always what's going on right now and what I could set up tomorrow, right? So when I look at most of their conflicts, it's all tribal. It's all tribal.
That's not true. That's not true. These modern conflicts deal with religion more than anything else. It has nothing to do with their ethnic group whatsoever.
But it's ingrained in the tribalism.
No. That's not necessarily true, because I told you, tribalism initially was not necessarily wholesale warfare. It could have been two leaders having a fight, and whoever won took over the territory. Now we have religion and people just running around in the name of these things that don't belong to them, killing people. That has nothing to do with what we call in their tribe or the ethnic group. That's religious fanaticism. That doesn't go back thousands of years. That's recent. Islam is what? 1,000 years?
All right.
700
So,
years on the continent?
so
It's
all
so much.
right. If I'm gonna give you that point, right? Let's bring
Oh,
it back. Let's bring it back to the U.S. shores, right? Like one thing, when I have dialogue with my brothers from the continent, I always tell them, and they get mad at me. I be like, y'all bought that goofy ass tribalism over here, right? FBA is the bastard baby of tribalism, right? Because Black Americans, we were paying everything, paying this, paying that. Everybody
Right.
come on in, right? But now, 2026, after them living in our communities for a certain amount of years and digging out their own niches, we seeing y'all don't even rock with each other. Bunch of tribalism.
I could give you that, but FBA comes specifically from Tariq Nasheed, and he was born in America.
But see, I don't give
That's
Tariq
not
Nasheed
necessarily
that credit.
That's
No,
not
it's,
necessarily
no,
true. That's not
he
necessarily
found
true.
no, he did. He founded it.
He coined
That
the
is
term, but
that
that's
is his
just the
intellectual
term.
property.
Because Dr. Claude Anderson was preaching that way
He
before his.
grifted Black American emotion.
Facts. Claude
Let's go
Anderson,
That's
right.
what he
slow.
did.
Let's go slow. Not too much on Tariq.
Right. No, Tariq Nasheed coined that term. That's a fact.
That's a
He
fact.
grifted Black American
He
emotion.
Easy with the
Tariq
grip.
Nasheed
The
owns
grip
that
has a
term.
specific
FBA.
definition.
That's
And
nothing.
and
That's not a continental term. He owns that term. He coined that foolishness.
I mean,
He coined that foolishness.
coin just means
The
make
people don't even
popular.
know that.
But wait. Let's go slow here. Did someone articulate what makes it foolishness? If I may.
So for me, right, when you're talking about everything surrounding Tariq, right, I literally go to the flag. I researched, right, on his websites and everything else. There's 3 stars on that flag. The first star is for the great Black voyagers, right, that went all over the world. The whole Ivan Van Sertima argument that's been debunked, right? The second star is for Black Americans who are indigenous to this land we call North America. The third star is the one he threw to me, right? That I believe is the factual star. That my people were transported from Africa here and we became our own people, right? I'm not indigenous to America. I know where I come from. That doesn't make me an African, right? I'm an African American.
No disrespect, but I'm still holding on to the rationale for the grafter accusation.
For the
Please
grip?
continue, but I'm just waiting to see if you're gonna allude to.
Cool. So I
Major
call
McGriff.
it a grift because to even catch your wave, everything was hidden. The hidden, what was the hidden DVDs, right?
the
The
hidden
Hidden
colors.
Color series.
So now
Mhm.
you
Hidden Colors.
talking about
Right.
Africa, you talking about Black America. You weren't making these divisions and distinctions, right? But you saw a plate, you saw a fracture. You saw Black Americans were unhappy with in 2000, it's 6 years, so I'm gonna say 19. 2019, our relations with immigrant communities. You saw that fracture happening.
Can we take that?
Capitalize
Can we take that slow for a second? So I'm not sure who said it, but preemptive to this portion of the conversation, someone had indicated that pre this we were Pan-African fundamentally.
That was me.
However, there's only but so long that you can continue a partnership until it doesn't benefit you any
I
longer.
agree.
Just the intelligent person would go, well, if we're bringing over, and I know the word coon was mentioned early, individuals who come over and seek to, eat off our backs and undermine us, at what point do you sever the tie? Do you just continue to go down with the Titanic, or do you say, you know what, this is no longer in our best interest? Because the individuals who come over from these different groups that are supposed to be pro-Black are not literally, carrying the whole, mentality of being pro-Black. They come over and seek to undermine. And so that seems like the next logical conclusion that once you understand the pattern that, they don't have our best interest in mind, how long can you ally with someone who's not acting like an ally? Seems
So
like
I was the one that brought that up, right? And I want you to understand the other side of my argument. I do agree that our Pan-African mindset, right, benefited the children of Soweto more than it benefited the children of O'Donnell Heights, Baltimore, right? I agree with that. But where it becomes a grift is where it separates from reality. And the reality is this whole FBA, most of them are just trying to crash out. They're not even, leave it up to them. I'm a tether, right?
Damn, that was a good move.
I got one.
Well, let's see, because again, that terminology has a specific definition,
right?
So I don't know. I'm going to assume that you don't refer to yourself as a tether, but nevertheless, if you were an individual who fled your own home country so that you could come to benefit off of an establishment that other people fought on the backs of, and then you sought to reap the benefits and rewards, such that weren't available in your previous thing, and yet instead of
Who's that? Is that Tariq Nasheed talking? Who's talking? Is that Tariq?
Not,
Go
Damn
well,
ahead,
sure sound
bro.
like
Don't pay
Tariq.
him no mind.
somebody stop me where I say something that's not accurate. I mean,
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Hold up, both of y'all. I'm just curious. I'm curious. Which African countries and nations that y'all referring to, and which ones have y'all visited that y'all seen this for yourselves?
Well, I don't have
I've
to
been
see
to
it
Accra.
because I live here, and I can certainly see when individuals come here and listen. You open your eyes, look at the individuals
Okay,
who
so
undermine our culture in the media.
okay,
Look at
so wait, hold up, because you wanted to clean stuff up. Let's clean some stuff up first of all, okay? Because I sat and I listened for a while, and I trying to figure out if I wanted to tap in or not. But this y'all keep saying a lot of stuff that's incorrect. And the first thing I want to correct is when you talk about the Hutus and the Tutsis. And what Jose was trying to explain to you was that when that happened because the German people came over there and caused that conflict to happen with those people. Okay, and so what
No,
thing that you're not understanding?
hold on,
Wait, hold up,
Hercules.
Let me finish.
Hold on, Hercules.
Wait, no, wait, hold up. I gotta get it in, yo, because y'all been for a minute.
They took advantage of
Yeah,
it.
now let Hercules cook, but I want to be clear. I didn't disagree with that.
Yeah, and I think we may be talking about two different things because I know I'm talking about something.
No, I just went back. Because it's some stuff that was said. But one thing that we forget. Yeah. But one thing that we forget is that the people on the continent was also miseducated, just like our people here was miseducated. So they have a mind of a colonizer, and they think just like they idolize white people, and so they think, with this Eurocentric point of view, even though they was raised on the continent. Even though they coming from an African continent, African nation, all black nation, their educational system, I know because I've lived. The reason I know it because I lived over there. Their educational system is a Eurocentric system. So when they come here, they come in here with a mentality, praising America. They like America. So, and everything they learned about black Americans, what they heard about, the same thing that we see in the media. So they going to have an attitude of like, y'all got to stay away from black Americans. You can't mess with those black Americans. That's because they've been miseducated. And so when they get here in America, they don't know any better. And when you can meet some, wait, hold up, because you would meet some brothers and sisters from over there that do understand and do have a pro-black mentality.
Correct.
And then you can meet some brothers and sisters from over there that are just ignorant and dumb as all outdoors, and they love white people. They want to imitate white people. They want to live around white people. They just dumb as shit. So to try to blanket the whole country, all the immigrants as coming over here as being, against us and don't want to unify with us is being you're not you're not being correct about the situation. You're not analyzing the whole situation. What I'm saying? So I think there's so many things we have to include into it when you're thinking about it, because you do have some of them that are positive and pro-black.
Some.
So this is the issue, right? The issue is that we should be more sophisticated about how we speak about this, because a lot of times we say these groupings and it sounds like it comes across as if we're encapsulating. That's the reason that I asked the gentleman, let's define tether, right? Because tether is not just all people that are from a particular region that come here. No, if you're there and you're a writer and you're about actually what the FBA was, with Pan African was about, then you couldn't be called a tether.
And I'm saying to you, no.
Facts.
I'm saying representatives of the FBA movement will call Marcus Garvey a tether.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Let me clear that up. Because what happens is when you identify who you are, and we and stop letting your oppressor define you, and we establish that this is who we are, what ends up happening is every representation of someone who calls himself FBA is an FBA. And that's what I found. Issa had to put me up on this because she's in these panels all the time with these people that are speaking like this. But that's not a true representation of what FBA is.
But let me pose a question to you. 3/4 of the people use the term FBA don't know where it comes from and don't know who founded the movement.
Yeah,
they are lost Negroes. You can't listen to it. They haven't read the website and they don't know that it is that is an undercover Abo movement.
Aru
It's Abo. And
they told us we celebrate Aru Tusisies when we were speaking the Tut language.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all don't know. Y'all don't celebrate Aru to see.
Oh, see, you making a mockery. But, I mean, it's not.
But you know what I'm talking about, though.
Yeah, but do you understand the rationale as to why that
Right.
was denoted that? Because after, when you have individuals trying to undermine you and suggest that it's not a culture and that you don't have language and that you don't have food and you don't have traditions, then you need to show them that we do and that they are rooted. Because a lot of people
Brother, here's where the divide comes with me. I still believe in the overall Pan-African mantra, right?
Okay.
Especially when it comes to the Caribbean, who have a close low proximity to us and we interact with them a lot. Those aren't tethers to me, right?
That's
The
fine.
FBA argument has gotten so goofy where a black man like myself, one of the arguments that I always make is FBA will talk about reparations, but I always tell them, you need to worry less about Buju Banton getting reparations and you being able to prove, right, that you qualify for reparations. Most of these niggas can't go back 3 generations.
Why couldn't they?
But
Because
they
they haven't
will
done the work.
call
Or
me
they
a
don't know what
tether.
I'm sorry?
That's a fact. No, what he's saying is a fact. A lot of us, including me, can't go back that far. I'm not
Come on, bro. That's the real problem. Let's
And
say,
why
let's
couldn't
say
they?
you got to take it back to the weekend after civil rights to qualify. Most of these Negroes can't go back that far. But because I'm honest about my lineage and I have one great-grandmother that was Bayesian, to them, now I'm a tether. Meanwhile, I know, right?
No,
I
that
can
doesn't
go.
make you a tether. See, I have to pause you for a second. You're, I could tell, like, I won't disrespect you in any way, form, or fashion, but, a typical person would be like, why are you acting butthurt? I've already articulated that everyone that comes from a different place isn't a tether. You have riders from wherever they are. And if you're
But I'm
about
answering why I'm butthurt. I get you, right?
Hey, I don't think
You
that
are
that
not the
doesn't make
voice
you a
of
tether.
Wow.
You are not the voice of FBA.
You have to do
The voice of
specific criteria to be a
FBA
tether.
is the goofy. The
Well,
voice of
hear me
FBA
out.
is good.
Intellectual to intellectual. To be a tether, you would have to meet the criteria to literally come from someplace else, represent for your culture, come to another place, see the benefits that you can reap off of, want to consume those, and yet undermine and seek to keep as a permanent underclass the people who fought for those benefits that you're here to get.
You
If
know you
don't
should
meet
stop,
that
right?
criteria, you're not a tether.
You know
So
you
I
should
can't
stop,
allow
right?
you to
Now that would make sense, but that's not what
I
your
agree with
people
Rip
stand
too.
on.
That is what.
So
that is
so
what
by that definition, hold up, by that definition, that means so by that definition, that means that all the Chinese people are tethers, all these Indian peoples are tethers, and that means all the Ukrainian people are tethers. But yet these dumb niggas who call themselves FBA, ADOs, they don't fight with them. They don't beef with them. They only beef with other black people. That's why I can't respect them niggas.
Nick Fuentes is a tether, but they'll
the gentleman was
use
just saying we should
Nick
worry about our own.
Fuentes
And now we
talking
need to
points
now
to
we need
bang
to-
on me.
Huh? I'm sorry. Listen.
I was saying Nick Fuentes, right? Like he is a 1880, I think, tether, right? That's when his people came over here and whatnot. They was all foreigners, right? But they will use Nick Fuentes, white supremacist talking points to bang on me.
Name one.
Right?
Name one.
They'll
Name one.
never bang on Nick Fuentes.
Isn't
Name
he
one.
Hispanic though?
Who will bang on Nick Fuentes? Are you serious?
Isn't Nick Fuentes
FBA,
Hispanic?
man.
Nah,
Yo,
I think
y'all
it's
was
one year- I think
celebrating
what
like
happened
it was
was
Christmas when Tucker Carlson said y'all name. You know that, bro. Y'all was acting like it was Christmas.
No. See, I'm gonna let you cook, but like that's not the case, and from my purview at all.
Do you know the story I'm
See,
talking about?
You know what the interesting thing that's
Fuentes
occurring
is
is
basically KKK.
everybody's
white
against
supremacy
being
like a mother.
generalized, but yet but everyone keeps trying to generalize FBA. You think everybody runs around calling themselves FBA, stands by FBA rules, and it's about the FBA movement? No, and a lot of
I
people
know
are
that's not the reality. But what
Yeah,
I'm
it's just-
saying is,
Mhm.
logical minds like you aren't the voice of FBA
Why not? Why would I not be?
because you're not. The overwhelming voice is.
And furthermore, imagine Tariq was the voice.
Kenny ain't taking no prison.
Hold on. Let me jump in here and say something before you go do it. what he's saying is correct because 3/4 or more of those people don't even know who the hell founded the movement. And you cannot go to the continent of Africa where their culture extends tens of thousands of years and talk to them about Black Americans being any culture because they're going to tell you, what the hell are you talking about?
Right. So keep
Been here forever. Hold on. We've been here forever. You came recently.
That's why Pan-Africanism doesn't work.
Be quiet and lay down.
You guys just laid the rubric as to why the Pan-African shit is a farce. But please continue.
But dude, you cannot tell an African about culture. You can't tell them.
How are you going to side? How are you going to side Pan-Africanly with individuals, like I said at the onset of this, that literally will come here and then seek to undermine you? At what point are you the fool? And I'm not saying all, because if you're a rider, you're about it. Then of course we want to ride.
Listen.
So like I said, how come you ain't beefing with the Chinese people?
I mean, what is it like? Oppression Olympics? Like I got a people whoever you point to. I mean, how about just like you said, Jackson,
you. How come you picking only one group of people?
How about focus on what the initiative or what the rationale for the determination of FDA is for anyway, which is our own reparation.
And you know what? That's a stupid rationale. That's a stupid rationale because hold up, guys. When I was a kid growing up, we was never confused about who was Black Americans and who was not Black American. The Black people from that were born here. It was no confusion about it. But nowadays, for some reason, you guys are all confused about who's the Black people that was born here and those who are not born here. And I think that's the stupidity on y'all part that you can't tell because we can still tell. And I mean, and then we didn't make no distinction.
Can I make the case?
I'm like, when do we become so proud to be American? We were Black.
We
were united in that.
We are all.
Yeah.
If you bring us back, we all go to Africa. That's established. But we've used several terminologies in this conversation, right? We use the word tether. Like we're gonna call a thing, right? People who do that exist. We know what the term came from, the movie. And at the end of the day, people do behave in that manner. So we're not calling a thing anymore. Next thing. You might.
What movie? Wait, what movie? I don't know what movie.
I ain't know about the movie either.
The shit that was by Jordan Peele. The shit where you use the tethers with the carbon copies of the individuals who look like you, because that's where the terminology comes from.
Nah, I think it's the other way around though.
It's called,
I don't know. I haven't seen that movie.
Right. So let me articulate it. So if you have a group of people who fundamentally can't be distinguished from you because they pretty much look like you, so much so that people will say that, a cop's not going to fucking look at you and say, oh, you from Africa or you from America, that you're just Black. So they look like you and can impersonate you. But in opportunities to have that Pan-African unism, no. They get together and they create the World Star Hip Hops. They get together and they create this. They get together and they Condoleezza Rice. They get together and they do everything that they can to wake up every day and undermine Black people as if it's the first, like before you brush your teeth. At some point in your intelligence, you have to say, we have to stop calling everybody Black because they're not acting Black. They're not acting like.
What I'm also not gonna do. What I'm also not going to do is demonize everyone, right? Because the reality is we got our own homegrown coons right
do what
here.
You need to do.
We got
we got so many coons right here with us.
But
so
I'm
glad you bring everyone
that
comes from Africa.
One thing about true foundational Black Americans is we call our own shit out, while other people don't, and I'll show you how. Because unfortunately, when other coons come amongst us, or people who seek to undermine come amongst us, it looks like it's just Black people. That's why they say, why don't y'all get together and get Black on Black crime? Or why don't y'all look how y'all impersonate yourself? But when you do the diligence and see where the majority of a lot of the shit comes from, it don't be the foundational Black Americans. But yet if it's something positive, big up to fucking Nigeria, where I'm from. Oh, big up to Trinidad, where I'm from. See the separation? Where's the Pan-Africanism when people are foundational Black American and we're Pan-African and this? No, they're saying represent where the fuck I'm from. So the delineation happens.
Can I ask you a question?
It's just reclaiming our own this time, and now people are mad.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, that's a weak argument, Joe. I ain't with that.
Hold on. Let me jump in here and ask Dula a question. I hope after this live goes off, you'll sit back and hear yourself. Because what you're saying makes no sense. If you want to separate yourself from West African, you have to rip out your DNA and throw it in the dustbin.
No, see,
you are. Hold on,
showing me that
hold
you're
on.
not
Let me
even listening
finish.
a bit.
You are West
Oh,
African. I am West
5
African.
seconds ago, each and every one of us
That's a
heard us.
fact.
I say, you go far enough back, all of our lineages go to Africa. Did you not hear that, sir?
So then
So we
be
just
quiet. What you're
strategically
saying
not
makes
include
no
that into the
sense.
conversation?
Hold on. If you can't hold on. If you can't separate yourself genetically, then you can't separate yourself. You can't throw your DNA.
No,
in the-
that's not true.
No, that's
because
not true.
if you don't separate yourself from someone seeking to undermine you, then you're a fool, and that's on you, sir. But at the end of
You're
the day,
undermining
people have my
yourself with
benefit
the
in mind, or
nonsense
they
that
don't.
you're talking.
And if you get someone coming from another nation that want to come over here that aren't necessarily in a line to get fucking reparations from the American, and yet you want to have a say in that, that's equivalent to him saying, "Why don't you go pick with the Chinese and have fun with them?" No,
But
why
again,
not?
my argument was right that even on the continent, those people are separate,
By the way,
right?
let me lower my
Igbo,
voice.
Hausa, all these different things, right? So we don't necessarily have to rely on DNA to be a part of something that we're not. For me, African American is my tribe. For me, my people delineated when we became the Negro problems, right? After the Civil War. And they was trying to send us back home. And you know what my people said? Nah, I'm no longer connected to that. I don't know what's going on over there. I'm gonna cast my lot and figure it out right here.
And there is where
For me,
and
that's
and
where
there is-
the delineation happened.
That's
right?
fact, bro.
So
And
now,
Willie, there is
even
where-
hold on, and I'm gonna lay in here. So even after that delineation, though, we ain't have no smoke for them Africans. Like
no
we
smoke.
literally fought to open the doors of immigration up more
You
for
better
our
tell 'em.
people. That was the goal.
You
You know what I
better
mean?
tell 'em.
You see, and this
So,
is where
so imagine doing that, and then you come here, and then we like, yo, come through, so that we could galvanize together, and then they get here, and then they give us their ass to kiss. Now, not all. Let me continue to double down on that. But when that starts to happen at a frequency,
Now,
that
bro,
it
here's the
becomes
problem with that
unmaintainable.
argument, though. You know we was calling them African booty scratchers, right? Like
Are you
my
serious?
bigger point to you would be,
That's so weak
what
argument. I get
African
no, I could
boot? Hold on.
I could get that out the
My
textbook,
my bigger point to you would be, what African boogeyman was
Mm-hmm.
ever in the way of anything you were trying to do as a
So I
Black
could-
American man?
I can tell that you guys don't really, you know, what ends up happening with people who have harsh criticism of Tariq Nasheed, I can tell that they don't listen to his shows. You know
But
why?
did you get my question though?
And I'm gonna answer it right now in full. I
All right.
promise you. I promise you. I can tell that they don't, not that you have to. Because if you would listen to his talk show, what you would hear is individuals calling up, literally taking every stab, calling him a grifter, calling him this, and he dismantles them almost effortlessly. That's my opinion. It doesn't have to be everyone's, right? Now, when you hear these individuals from other places literally attacking him every day, then that's literally the functional equivalent of if what you argue about, which is literally trolling or ranking or whatever the fuck we do. But at the end of the day, that's what Black people do. The reason,
yo, bro.
hold on, I'm gonna answer your question.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me jump in here, Willie. When you have someone like Tariq Nasheed always insulting African people, he looks for that. I don't feel sorry for him.
You don't have to, and we don't.
Hold
ask for
on,
your
can I
support.
finish? Can I finish?
Yes, you can.
We
My
don't
bad,
listen
bro.
to the. You know why we don't listen to Tariq Nasheed? Because we read goddamn history books. We read for ourselves. We don't listen to divisive Negroes who've never read a history book, never read an African text, never looked into ancient Kemet, don't know the African culture, and gonna come and tell me about some goddamn foolishness about listening to
That's so
Tariq.
sad for you to say that when he's
What is
literally
wrong
made
with you?
6 series of a
What is the
movie
matter with
series that literally document and articulate that. That's like if I let you say that,
you sound like, hold on. Hold on. You sound like a Clark member of the Ku Klux Klan right now, bro. You ain't making
I don't care what I sound like to you. I mean, that's your.
You sound ridiculous. You sound totally ridiculous.
What I
And you
sound
should
like
listen to yourself
don't
after
know.
you're done, because you're gonna
Actually,
realize you don't sound right.
I do want to
Not you.
apologize.
You don't listen to Tariq Nasheed. Tariq
shouldn't have
Nasheed
cut you
doesn't
off.
make any sense to sensible
Alright.
people.
Didn't feel that way.
He's
I mean,
mixing
that's your fault for
garbage
that.
in with African culture and telling me I am all of a sudden an abo. Come on, man, stop it. Don't do that. Don't insult people's intelligence. You can read books, bro.
So, Uncle,
We know what's
we
going
won't
on.
read
We're
books.
not gonna accept that.
I don't know if you think that you
You're
have
more
the
intelligent than that. Stop harassing other people
gift of reading.
and read for yourself. Read
If
for
you think
yourself.
that-
Don't let nobody lead you down the road to have you sounding ridiculous, bro.
So to be able to
We're not doing
coincide
that.
with, I apologize.
Wait,
Let me
hold
make
up,
sure.
Jose. Let him finish, Jose. Let him finish.
He's
Yeah,
Hercules.
yeah, I cut him off, so I
Hercules.
apologize.
He was
Okay.
done about. He was done from the time he started talking.
Chill,
Hey, I
bro.
know, but let him get his point out. Let him get his point out,
No,
man.
I cut you off, Uncle Jose, because I my apologies, my brother. I didn't mean to cut in on you like that. So you make a lot of accusations. None of them are factual or true from my perspective, right? You don't do a 6-part docu-series on like the true history and then say none of that information came from books. I mean, that's just foolish. I mean, and so if I allow you to just say these things which are completely false and inaccurate, a lie repeated enough times, it'll become a truth. But you know that in your heart. However, I can tell that you feel a way, and you're entitled to feel however you want, because this is not a mandate that you sign up or affiliate with. You don't consider yourself FBA, then don't. I mean,
All right, so
there's no
look, bro, when
mandate.
you making that argument though, right? What about my argument that the FBA tethers to my history, right, as an African American, right? I'm telling you, my ancestors knew who they were. They knew where they came from, and they wasn't no goddamn aboriginals. The first time they got to open churches, they named their church the African Methodist Episcopal Church, right? So now you want to give my ancestors, who I revere, this whole new title that they was aboriginals and they was here, when they're telling you in history, nah, nigga, we know where we come from, right? So at that point, for me, you become a tether to my African American history. Again, African American did not start with Jesse Jackson,
No,
as many
sir.
people like to claim. You can find it in literature in the 1800s. My people knew who we were.
I
We always
appreciate
knew
this,
who we
good
were.
reader. Yeah, and you're dropping out a lot of facts that I'm not gonna because you're clearly an intelligent brother, but I think that what you're accidentally doing personally is that you're taking the concept. When you ask yourself why was a term like foundational Black American championed and made prevalent, it was made prevalent because as literally he says out of his own mouth, Dr. Claude Anderson was talking this shit for the longest, and you know who he was. And he was suggesting that, don't try to do this. We're about to be the permanent fucking underclass. The way that they've tricked us and duped us in the past is that they've given us terminologies that's allowed to be remixed. And thus, you can't remix foundational Black American. Why? Because it gives specific notion to the ethnogenesis that we had here. You know what that's similar to? The same one that people have in the West Indies that allowed them to call themselves Jamaican. The same one that people that happened in other
Facts.
places that allowed them to call themselves
I
whatever
gotta
they are.
agree.
So when we establish that this is who we are, why? Again, to the origin of, so that we can lay our direct claim to our lineage coming from descendants of slavery, then what is the fucking problem? Are we over
Two things.
asking fucking CARICOM saying, yo, we need to talk about, and I don't think you should get that? No. You mind your own fucking business trying to get what the fuck is due. So,
Right.
So it's only two things, right? One, when do we let these aboriginals in, right? Because my big beef with FBA is they're not as smart as you, my brother. I'm going to reciprocate your compliment to me, right? FBA ain't as smart as you. If it was just about some form of identification, I could deal with that, right? But now we're infusing this whole, in my opinion, farce of these Black Americans that are indigenous to this country. So now, what does that do? One of the things that FBA says was their reason for identifying tethers and separating is the conversation of reparations. Well, guess what? If you was foundational to this land, your lot was paid a long time ago. You have nothing to do with the reparations argument. The reparations argument is about the wrongs of slavery. So now you're saying Black people ain't even from Africa. And now you letting white folks say, that's a pretty good argument. Let's say them niggas ain't from Africa. It ain't our fault. We ain't paying nobody, right? At a certain point, a bad argument can become recessive. I don't know what's the right word, but it can become problematic.
But
for the
Washington,
actual goal and argument being made.
but
I'm gonna let
Washington,
Uncle go
have
first.
you
Yeah.
have you seen the reparations case and what the judge said about reparations and why it has failed?
HR 40?
No, there was a recent case. Brother Reggie would have brought the case out, and the judge would have explained a lot of the issues with the reparations case. And one of the main issues is one, identifying your ancestors, and number two, understanding that if there was no previous estate dealing with reparations, you cannot
Now,
come now. No, they're not. This is what the judge said. You cannot
Mhm.
come now and want to deal with reparations so much later. There's a lot of legal nuances.
now,
that
peep my
do-
mindset though, bro. Peep my mindset. I think
There's a
at
lot
this
of
point,
legal stumbling blocks that we're not seeing.
I
Because
got you.
we want to
I
talk
think
about
at this point we should start the piecemeal reparations, right? And we should probably start with education. We have things documented. Plessy versus Ferguson, right? We know under the threat of death, we couldn't learn how to read a book. We have Frederick Douglass's writings on how he had to scam and scheme to learn how to read, right? So now we can take all of Fox News talking points and turn it right back around on them. Yeah, these problems come from this, that, and the third. When you point to how low we graduate, how low we do this, that, and the third when it comes to education, yeah, it's because of the shit America did to black people, right?
Facts.
So at that point, there's no need to delineate, there's no need to separate. We can all come into this for one giant benefit, some benefit through education. And when we look at how we could turn that into money, if you got a kid that's thinking about going to a school, whether it's a community college or a 4-year college, it's going to cost you some money, right? I think an education argument, right, is easily winnable. Then once we put that on the board, now we have something documented. We get a documented win. And then we piece in the other parts of the overall reparation goal
Right.
from there.
But what?
That
but
just
what
be me
happened?
talking aloud. That's just that boule talk. My fault.
I'm with you. No, I'm with you. I'm with you, Walshy Willie. That reparations should not just be money, but then
Right.
you have to understand there's a whole legal nuance behind it that we don't see. We're not understanding that you have to prove it.
Then there's a statute of limitations. Then you have to prove harm.
No, wait. Statute of limitation?
Then
Oh,
you would have
snap.
had to have. Then you would have
Do
had to
that.
have an
Do
existing
that.
case from back then, in order for you to continue now, because
think
it's
you
too late to
understand how
start
this
a
works.
new case.
I
And
don't
the
think you
judge
understand.
and hold on, and the judge in the reparation case is explaining this. And when Brother Reggie brought it out, nobody wanted to hear what he's saying. It's not as simple as I want something. No, it's a whole nuance that we're not considering. And if we're just going after money, they're going to slap it down every time and say, we can't afford to pay you. It should be about getting your land back. It should be about, it could be about education. It should be about other things other than just we want money. No, it has to be, it has to be more concerted than the land that you took, we want that back. We want the artifacts back, everything you took, we want that back. Don't just go for money, because they cannot pay you for 400 years of free labor.
So
Notwithstanding the
rebuttal?
legal
Rebuttal
nuances
just-
of statute of limitation and other things, they can't pay for 400 years of free labor. They'll never be able to do that. And once you go for money, they're going to strike it down and use that as an excuse outside of all the other legal issues. We can't pay you. We don't have that money to pay all of you Negroes for 400 years of free labor.
Listen, my brother, uncle,
They don't have it. They can't
my brother,
calculate
uncle
that.
will say, they print money, bro. Like they didn't have it when COVID hit, and then they had it. They didn't have it when it was time to fucking send money to Ukraine, but then they have it. Like, you gotta stop falling for the okie doke, though. Get out the Kool-Aid.
I ain't about the hell with trying to follow. The hell with all trying to follow their laws and asking them. You can't ask them for shit. You need to take it. We want reparations. We gotta take it back. Period.
We're gonna get there, but let me unravel this. I do want to apologize to you, Uncle Jose, because I cut you off a bunch of times. I apologize, and you're clearly an intelligent brother. But I do want to say something to you. I'm nuanced enough that I can reconcile with the fact that delineation does strike the ear a lot of people as like, you're delineating, you're separating. Why would you do that, right? I get it. I know what that rhetoric feels like, right? So I get where your premise is coming from. I just want to kind of deal with that. So I can both be an enthusiast of a lot of the talking points of the Tariq Nasheed and yet still see that it is causing bifurcation, right? So let's start there. But when you start saying things like they don't got the money because a judge says that they don't got the money, stop it, Islam, because they print
That's
money.
not what I said. You didn't listen to what I said. That's not what I said.
Please clarify.
That's not
I
what
heard
I
you say they
said.
don't have the money. You said the
You
judge said
didn't
they don't
listen
have
to what I said. I
Please
said there are other things that the judge
I know.
mentioned, such as being able to prove that your ancestors were
I
slaves,
was going to get to
not
that.
having an
You
estate.
said the money thing too. Am I wrong?
Hold on. Not having an estate that dates back from then to now in order for you to actually have a case. And then what I said was the money is something that they can use as an excuse. So we have to go past money.
No, but you see past that, and I was going to get to why that doesn't make sense. I gave you several instances where they produce the money when they need to produce the money. So that should dispel that whole argument. So you can
I
stop
never
repeating.
said it made sense. I
You
said
said that
it's
the
an
judge
excuse.
said it.
I did not say a judge said anything about money. I said they're going to use that as an excuse. The judge didn't, as far as I know, the judge didn't mention that.
Okay,
I
Jose,
said
you
that's
said
the
they go.
excuse that they're
Jose, you said they're using
using.
the excuse. Okay, we get it. You said they're using the excuse, and he's trying to say that damn the excuse because they could print the damn money anyway. That's what he's saying.
Number one. Number two, I was going to get to your secondary and tertiary points. I know that they'll say, well, we've heard all of this. Oh, how are you going to decide how you're going to distribute it? Oh, you're just going to mess it up. Oh, we need to bring in education as a thing. But the problem with that is that when other when other groups get their reparations, you don't go to them and say, oh, Japanese internment camps, well, how are you going to spend that? Oh, if it's not going to go to education, you can't have it. You see the double standard? But yet they do that with us. And guess who does that with us? Individuals who don't have a claim. Get the point? This is and hence a term like tether, like mind your business, like delineate, because it's like, listen, we'll support whatever, if wherever you're from and whatever, as far as advocating for you, we ain't saying don't get yours, but what makes you feel so prominent for a claim that you don't have to have so much of a say? When was the opinion asked for? Respectfully.
Because they was fucked up. Because they was fucked over by white people just like we were. All black people over the planet was messed over by white people just like we were, and we all owe reparations. We're all white people. I don't give a fuck. They from America, Britain, France, Spain. It don't matter. All them motherfuckers owe us. Period.
And guess what? I would be a tether if I went to another group and said, you know what? If you guys don't fix this problem, or I need to tell you how you need to spend it, that would be me tether. That would be me fucking. Somebody would be like, get this.
Ain't no what. What African people? But can you tell us the African people that coming over here to saying that? Can you name the group of them? Is there a list of them? I mean, who are you talking about when y'all say that shit?
But first of all, Hercules, he's acting as if we were not taken from Africa and brought over here.
No, that's not.
All of a sudden now, we just boom up here. And of course, we came from Africa, so they have a right. Just as much as we do.
So American reparations, sir?
Hold on. We were not
American
here.
reparations, sir.
Hold on, bro. We came from
How do you have a
Africa,
right to
West
American
Africa.
reparations?
Those are our people. If you don't know
Who do you
that,
think will
then
pay
that's
the
on you.
reparations?
If
The
you don't
US
read and
government
know that,
literally-
then you
the
then
US
you are
government
woefully
literally
unequipped to have the
functioned.
argument.
The
They are
US
not a
In
separate people.
1776, slavery was still going on. In 1778, 1798,
Correct, but they are
1718. So what are you talking about? America don't owe them. If they was going over there, stealing, kicking out people, taking people. I mean, this is the argument. Y'all, again, man, this is just a dumb argument, yo. White people owe us. Period.
But this is
And
what I'm.
why you want to separate from people who want to come into the argument and just fucking throw shit like that in the frame. Meanwhile, you wonder why we don't do it. Because what will happen is they'll hear a voice like his and say, you're right.
I'll add some of those African governments were selling black people, though. Some would say they were complicit with the white supremacists in these states.
But there was no African government. There was no African government that was selling like. It was white people.
Facts.
There was no African government at that time. Okay, you had certain societies that participated, but yet we still had more. You had more African societies fighting against the slave trade and trying to stop it. Then you had those who participated in it. and that's a part that the history that they
Do
don't
you
talk
know?
about as well.
Let me
Thank
jump
So
in
at
there,
some
Anthony.
point, we're going to have to visit those African nations who are
But
complicit for
Cookie,
reparations as well. They're not
Cookie,
off the hook. They're just, yeah, oh,
Cookie,
yeah,
do you
we can leave
know?
them off the hook. We just got to start with the home base first and
Cookie,
work our way around. Like my brother was saying
Cookie,
earlier, it's more than one thing in the U.S.
do you know?
And we
You're
will
like,
Do you
we will
know?
yeah,
visit
y'all owe us
Greece.
some money, yo.
We will visit
Hold on,
Spain.
Cookie.
Yeah, we're gonna make our way around. We're just trying to set the
Cookie,
template
do
so other
you know?
other nations from the African diaspora can follow our
There is.
template and then go for your respective reparations from wherever you're from at the end of the day.
I've even heard people say that we need to literally make a legitimate case of like a global reparations cause. So we need to all like push to get it at the same. Are you serious? People, and they say that with their full chest. And I don't think that they think of how much you're taking something that's already fucking difficult and saying let's over fucking complicate it so it'll absolutely never happen. You know how complicated that is. You know how many governmental parties need to involve themselves with that. And people introduce things like that are asinine. It's like, okay, enough, y'all. You know what? We ain't saying don't get what's owed to you and wherever you're from, but at the end of the day, let us have this conversation because you know the descendants of slavery.
Do
Period.
you
You know, I think at the end of the day,
No.
I think at the end of the day, wait, hold on. I think at the end of the day, I'm gonna just say this. I think at the end of the day, powerful people ain't got to listen to shit that powerless people got to say. They ain't got to do jack shit.
Facts.
And then the perfect example of that is Israel. You can you watch it. Look what Israel they doing whatever they want to do, and who's going to stop them?
You know
You know what I'm saying? So powerful people ain't got to do jack shit that powerless people say.
I mean,
So until we get some actual power, I mean, you know, we could you could petition all you want. They ain't gonna do shit.
I'm with you.
Matthew,
I'm
you say that, when you say that with your
Hercules.
forecasters who do it, you're shitting on the descendants that literally got us civil rights. You know, and of course, you know what had to occur to have that happen, but you know, change is made over time. You know what I'm saying? Like you know, unfortunately, I get your point though. You know, you're making a valid point. You know, power doesn't just shift hands because we're like, all right, you got us. You know, here, take this back. That's not, you know, that's not this. But you know,
You're like, oh man.
but there will be bloodshed. There will be fucking some bitter fucking toes. But at the end of the day, we got to save the courts.
They caught us. All right, white people, they caught us, y'all. Let's go ahead and pay them black people back.
So this how
yeah. I mean, we won our reparations. Yeah, I just don't see it happening late anytime soon because like you know what, if you think about it, if they actually wanted to give us reparations, they would have been done it. You know, our great grandparents would have had it. You know what I'm saying? They would have been done it.
Here's the thing: they don't want to give it to us, but they didn't want to give it to anybody. But the individuals who were sophisticated enough to realize how you had to get it, implemented the strategies that they needed to do. You know, you need only but to look into like the effects of the old. Like I love it when he did 1804 because he articulated, you know, how the Haitian Revolution, you know, was so successful. You know, it was like step one, get the fucking coons out the midst because they will seek to undermine you and be utilized by the enemy to undermine you. And this is what you hear. And again, I am bifurcating, you know, the difference between what some people who call themselves FBA and people who kind of speak like me, you know, to the point, historically accurate, and you know, without fucking just generalizing everybody. But you know, they will
Language,
use
if you gentlemen
tool.
can try not to cuss. Appreciate it.
Thank you. They will use every tool in their arsenal to undermine you, even people who look like you. And we have to be more sophisticated than that because we've seen that play out numerous times in history. My bad, A1.
Heard.
So you done beating on Humble? I'm gonna get up in here and give you some of this smoke one of these days.
You got Gideon to the panel. Any questions, comments, or thoughts on anything you've heard so far?
What's going on, A1? Shalom, everybody. All praise to the Most High.
Salute to you.
I don't know who that was speaking, but when they were speaking about how bad that is for people that's non-American, however you want to label it, African American, whatever. It's a bad look when people come here and then, you know, speak on like policies that directly affect us. You see what I'm saying? Like, I would hate to see somebody go to Jamaica talking about, you know, Edward Siaga and Dexter Manley, you know, like trying to influence policies over that. Like, I know what would happen to those people. Like, and that's not even just good ethics. You see what I'm saying? And as far as like socially speaking, I hate to say this, and you know, people who know, because I love Africa. You know, I know it's not all Africans, but the ones that come here for the most part, the ones that I've done business with, I went to school with. I'm talking about like college. You know, like those type, like yeah, they're not Pan African, you know. But I'm still, you know, like Peter Tosh said, you know, God save the African king. I'm still for my people, but you know, it is what it is, and they gotta like kind of stay out our affairs, you know, like this these reparations, like we can't pay everybody with this money, so let like stay out that, like, so yeah.
Yeah, Gideon, you better know that, man. Sharp, well chosen words, my bro. Well chosen words.
And I'd add that given white supremacy is a global phenomenon, I would say members of the diaspora, where you find yourselves afflicted with the history of manipulation along these lines, you need to pursue your respective governments that was inflicted your own unique experience of torture and slavery wherever you find in your native lands. Pursue your respective governments. I would say the FBA are going after the government that inflicted their carnage on them directly, stateside. See, and so guys maybe say, for instance, in the Caribbean, right? You know, through CARICOM, guys would probably need to go after Britain, right? Makes sense in a like manner. And so some of my brothers in the diaspora, say out in the Caribbean, for instance, right? Bless their hearts, they'll conflate their efforts, conflate their experience even as if it's the same experience, when it's not exactly the same. We could talk about that behind the scenes, but from a direct experience standpoint here, from the state's perspective, as a slave, you would be handicapped.
You're breaking up there, Sadiq. We're losing you on the audio.
Talking about. You talking about, we get a lot of backlash too. You guys just don't know what we're talking about.
You're in a bad area, or maybe try to adjust it or something.
Your Wi-Fi got
Yo, you breaking up.
Okay.
Yeah, but if I can, while to get it straight, you know, that's definitely true. What we see, you know, like it's two different ways that the African American live here and the way that the African lives here, and that's not bad because we can learn. I'm saying, like, we African Americans, we can learn from that. We can learn that solidarity. We can learn that, you know, that group economics from the African. But what the African does is they kind of like isolate themselves. And what I look at the African American, I kind of look at it almost like a Halle Berry syndrome, meaning that, and you know, like if a brother starts dating a beautiful woman, he's gonna be really into her. You know, trust me, I've been there several. Like, we've all been there. So, look, hey, I know A1. You know, I hope he's not married, but if he's married, you know, respect the married. But I know this brother. You know, he probably hitting him with a fly swatter. So what I'm saying is, when you're with a beautiful woman, you're gonna be like, it's gonna be real intense at the beginning, but after time, y'all get into arguments. You know, you do things to her, she do things to you. It's not gonna be that intense. So I look at that like our relationship with America. So when the African come here, it's like Halle Berry to him. But we've been with Halle Berry. We've been with her for like 400 years. So we're not so, you know, enthused to go work for her, you know, 12, 14, 16 hours a day. You know what I'm saying? And then we're not even economically or socially set up to do it like that. You know, we can't bring our money back home where it triples and goes tenfold. You know, like the Mexican, they go to Mexico with the money they make here, and they go buy mansions. So it's just a lot of things that, you know, we gotta, you know, kind of get it understood and don't let it divide us, but let it unite us, you know.
Yeah, I understand. I can agree with that point because that's the problem that I tell many. I try to explain to black people here is that the brothers and sisters from overseas, they didn't grow up with white people. We did. So when they come here, they get all giddy. You know what I'm saying? When they get around white people, they're in America now, and they don't know how it is until they've been here for a while. Some of them who've been here for a while, they'll tell you they hate it. They go, this is BS, and they want to go back home. And some of them do. They go back home, and so yeah, it's like they don't. Once they get here, and they see the reality of living amongst white people, and you know what I'm saying, associated with them, you know what I'm saying, it turns them off. It's like, oh my gosh, this is how it is. And yeah, it's a wake up call for some of them because for me, I've never met a black person from overseas that, well, that's not true. That's not true. I did actually last year that I couldn't stand. That I couldn't stand. But last year, first time that I met a brother from overseas, and I've always heard. Well, you always hear about you know house niggas when you meet them. You know, some of the coons. But this brother was real coonish. You know, he was speaking bad. He was from Cameroon. He was just definitely dogging black people from over there. And I was just like, God damn, man. But that's how, you know, some of them are. And they glad to be here. You know what I'm saying? And as many people have, you know, so many people, there's many black Americans who moved, you know, overseas, like to Ghana and Botswana and stuff like that, and have businesses and houses and doing things over there. And, you know, and I tell people, I say, yo, we have to look at that as well. We have to look at like building relationships with these people, brothers and sisters from over there, so we could, you know, not just have don't worry about making small business, but we need corporations. You know, we need industry and textiles and stuff, our own. You know, we need an export industry, our own export industry. In order to do that, you're going to have connections with people overseas with the resources in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Every other group of people is over there. Chinese, Japanese, you know, Latinos, the Mexicans are over there, Italians, everybody's over there getting money, doing resources, doing business. You know what I'm saying? Getting those resources and bringing it back to their countries and building up. And so even though America already have, you know, the shipping industry and already got the logistics planned out, but we shouldn't have to depend on white America for doing stuff if we trying to build up our own. And I think there's a problem is we still dependent on white America, or we still want to ride on the coattails of white America, but be proud to be black and try to be a separate thing. But yet you, because if they cut it off, what are you going to do? Is like I forgot who brought up Claude Anderson. One thing he mentioned was like, if they cut off the food supply, they should cut down the stores, shut all the grocery stores in your neighborhood. What are you going to do? Where are we going to get it from? Because so we're not looking at, we have to build relationships with the brothers and sisters overseas. You know, we got to skip past, you got to weed them out. You got to skip past the coons and get to the ones who are real about it. And then, you know what I'm saying, and then build up relationships so we can have our own shipping companies that's bringing textiles here, that's bringing minerals and stuff here. So we can make raw material and goods and stuff. And everybody that's want to start up a tech company, black people that starting tech companies, they have to depend on American shipping companies. They got to depend on the Koreans and the Chinese to get their tech stuff from. Why we have to do that when we could go to Africa and help the brothers build up an industry, a location to manufacture chips and all that stuff. We could do that as well. So, but because, you know what I'm saying, a lot of us see, I don't know, and I think we think about, you know, separation too much, you know, not trying to identify, because we think about this, you know, you have a few individuals who want to be separate, and that's causing problems amongst us and between us. We can't see the bigger picture, basically. You know, I think, yeah, we don't see the bigger picture when you definitely have, you know, when you got Indian people over there doing business, you got Chinese over there doing business. It's like, why we can't be over there doing business?
Yeah, no doubt, man.
But that's all. That's all. I mean, that's all I was saying. That, but yeah, I think definitely we definitely need reparations. Period. Our people need reparations. You know what I'm saying? I just think, we're gonna have to take it. We'll have to take it. But yeah.
Yeah,
We got
that's a
Bill.
serious issue, man. Definitely. Yeah, that's my only thing is, man. Like, but all the hate and all the slice they be throwing at the people from Africans, like that's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. But Africa do got to get their mind right. They seem like they trying to get it right, but they fighting over the colonizer scraps, man. They need to stop that.
I mean, again, yeah, they are. They are. There's a lot. I think we only see what's in the media. You know what I'm saying? We don't. It's like you have to be. You definitely. I guess you got to be tapped in with those who are over there and doing the work. Like the brother Obadele Cambone, he built an institution over that joint, and like a Pan African institution in Ghana, and he has black people coming from all across the continent every year. They just did like a film festival they had over there with all the black artists and film people who do films and stuff. They had a film festival. They do stuff and they coming through. People just coming through. So you had to, you see when you connect with people like that, and you see other groups of black people on that same level, and then you realize like, God damn, there's thousands. It's not just a few hundred. There are thousands of black people over there that's trying to get that colonizing mindset out of Africa, but it's still like almost like a drop in the bucket, compared to the millions who are still, miseducated over there, who still got the European mindset, to see Europe as their salvation and shit. So, this some of them they're doing the work. It's just going to take a minute. Hopefully, it's the momentum, like the brother, was that Burkina Faso? I think, or was it Benin? I think it's Burkina Faso, the brother over there. The leader, I forgot.
I think that's the name.
Yeah.
Abraham Toure.
Yeah, Toure, yeah. It's like, you want to see these brothers do good, and like, you want to see them, move to that next level, you know what I'm saying? Kicking out all the white people out their country and demanding, France, you pay us back, you owe us. It's like we want to see that stuff happen, but then again, will it happen? You know what I'm saying? Because we see it happen in the past, but what happens? You know what I'm saying? One of them European countries like America, somebody undermine it. CIA goes over there, kills them, or fund the opposition, but we don't realize that they getting funded by the West and stuff like that, and it just all falls apart. So yeah, we just hope that they stay focused, and the next generation will stay focused as well, and they start to build up and things.
So what does the African God? What is he telling? What is he telling y'all?
The who?
What you are evolutionist? Are you intelligent design or?
Both of them are they both the same thing. They same side of they different sides of the same coin from the African perspective. The creator thought of the universe, created the universe, and brought it into existence. So it's both sides of the same coin. So it's both intelligent design and evolution at the same time.
Okay. So you do believe a creator created the universe and everything that we see, but you believe evolution was also a part of it.
Yeah, it unfolded, on its own over time,
Oh, okay, all right. So what you think about the Bible? You think it's like it's craziness? What's your problem with the Bible?
I'm not a Christian. I don't, I just don't follow it.
That's not a problem. I don't have a problem with that. But you follow because you think it's Europeans that wrote the book.
So from my perspective, how I view it, that that Western style belief system, Christianity, Islam, Jewish stuff, all that stuff is not beneficial for us or for the world, period. Because I mean, you could look at the past 400 years and what has it done? It's just created more strife. But then we try to make the argument, well, people are just using it wrong. And I'm like,
Right.
no, they're using it the way it's meant to be used. Because, we at times you could break it down. You might want to break it down and say, well, it wasn't, wait a minute. Oh, we might want to break it down and say, it wasn't written by white people, or, it's not Europeanized. But generally, if you look at it, generally it was Europeanized. It was taken, from its original context and reshaped. When it went through Europe all those centuries, it was reshaped and put back into a different form. While the original message is still the same, they reshaped it to them, to reflect their world views. And it's I was telling somebody this the other day, it's a part of their rhetorical ethic. You have to include in their rhetorical ethic how they give you the Bible and say, hey, you have to follow these rules. But for them it's like, we ain't gotta follow it.
So right, so you kind of confusing me because you're saying a whole lot of stuff and you're making a whole lot of different accusations in one accusation. You see what I'm saying? So you said that it was reshaped by Europeans, and then you say, but it's still the original words. That's what you said?
And I said the original message is the same. The Savior coming to save, to teach a proper way of living, and coming to deliver this message. That's the message that it's the same. But they added their philosophy to it.
Right. So
their point of view to it.
Right. So so where I'm from, and and I'm quite sure it's like this pretty much a lot of places. If certain things, if a person called you a snitch, whether you agree with that or not, if a person called you a snitch, if a person called you a thief, if they call you that, they would have to produce evidence on the spot, or y'all fighting right then and there, right? So you said that the Bible, you said it was reshaped. So give me some evidence showing that it was the words and stuff was reshaped by these Europeans. Just give me one instance.
It's not the words. It's the ideology.
No, because see what you said. Hold on. This is what you just said. You said it was reshaped. So I was paraphrasing what you said. I said you said that the Europeans reshaped it, but it's still the original text. You corrected me. You said no, not the original text, but the original message. So you said that the Europeans reshaped the original message. So now you're saying that they just reshaped the message to what you saying?
So yeah, when I said that they reshaped it, the original message.
Because I'm asking you for a specific. I'm asking you for a specific example.
An example. I don't know.
Because you must have been. I mean, how long you been a comedic?
I'm not.
I'm just using that term loosely. I'm just using it loosely.
For the past
whatever you ascribe to.
20 years. For 20 years now.
Okay, so you've been saying this for a while, right? So this you should just be able to right here, bam. So what evidence? And I'm not saying you don't have none, but what evidence you have to show that?
The evidence is you asking me to say why, how did they reshape it and what has changed,
No,
right? You
I'm
said
just
what has
asking you
changed.
to prove your claim.
The claim of what? That they reshaped it?
Right.
That claim that's coming from what was produced in the King James version. It's not the original version.
What is the original version?
From what they got from the Coptics, right?
No, I'm asking you, what is the original version?
It would be what they
Because
it
for
was
you to
what
say they
was
got
written
it.
in
So
Greek.
this what I'm saying.
It would
So
be what
like,
they written in Greek
so
and what's written in Coptic is the original version. What was written in Greek and what was written in Coptic. So that's why I'm
right.
like that's the original version
So
of it, right?
that's the same translations that we have.
It's the exact same translation.
Yeah.
One
You
hundred
can go
percent.
word. You can go word for word. You can go thought for thought. However you want the translation to be, it's still translated and it's the same.
I don't think that's. I don't know.
Yeah,
That don't sound
it's
true, yo. That don't sound true,
it's
yo.
dozens of Bible versions, bro.
Yeah, there's
And
dozens
you
of
know
versions.
and you know
So
that.
the original, what's the original one? We know it's not. We
Well,
know it was all. These all was put together to make that
well,
one. That make that one book.
well, they all come from like the Vulgate, the Latin Vulgate, uh, and some of those traditions, but they all speak to the same thing, though. You're not gonna get nobody to be like, oh, the Codex, whatever, whichever, is totally different than the King James. You're not gonna see that. They're all gonna be pretty much, 99% of the time congruent. It might have slight variations, but it's not going to be to the point where it's taking away the context of the literal meaning or the prophetical meaning. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you saying that's a statement that you can't back up.
You can back up, and I think
Right.
Marine
So, all right. So,
showed it. Wait, hold up, hold up. So you said it's coming from the original statement. The original statement and original context hasn't changed, is what you're saying, right?
no, nor the words, nor the translations. It hasn't been corrupted to the point where it's changed.
I'm about to restart my computer, gentlemen. It'll leave y'all on here talking now. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
So
I
let me
think.
ask you this, man.
So wait,
So we
no,
can
wait. So I think that the change, the ideology, and I think that a good example, not example, but a good proof of this is the book Urugu, Mariba Ani. She pointed out in her book that it did went through a transformation to have a different ideology that fits the European paradigm of aggressiveness and going around the world, being this aggressive people to colonize other people. So it reshaped to fit their ideology and their behavior.
So looking at this strictly mathematical, since you're mathematics, you presented a claim. You provided no evidence. Well, you did. Your evidence for the claim was referencing a lady that wrote a book about what you claim. Of all your years of refuting the Bible, that's your first foot forward.
Because I don't refute it no more. I just don't. I don't. You
Well, no, you
you
just
call me up. I
refuted
don't
it.
refute it.
No,
No, this is my first time
literally
refuting it.
speaking,
It
when
took,
we speaking, I'm not saying you running
bro,
around refuting it, but you just refuted it with me. So I'm saying you refuted it, but like you didn't have any information to back it up when I just asked you just for one specific example. But
because
that's why I say it's
look,
not that's so when it comes to this creator, where is who is the creator? Do you do your paradigm tells you who is the creator of all things, or what does your paradigm tell you about the creator, and what is the history behind it?
the African spirituality, it does tell you about a creator. What do you mean? They
No,
all have
I'm not
creators.
saying it don't. I'm asking. Right. So it's different. It's different creators.
No, it's only one.
Okay, so which like so when like so I guess you are aware when you're saying African spirituality and all that. You know, you're talking about different gods, and one African concept may not believe the other concept because their God is not that God. You understand that, I guess.
Yeah, that's not true. But go ahead.
So okay, so that's what I'm saying. So all the African gods, that they're the true gods, that they're the true creator, because each different African, belief system have a different creator in it.
No, they all have one creator. They all have different names for it. In their dialect, but it's all the same ideology. It's all the same philosophy behind it.
Okay,
And
so
that's
all
all
right.
that's been proven already.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So why isn't the God of Abraham included in that?
That's not an African, system.
It's
Traditional
not.
system.
So what makes something an African system?
It means it originated by black people on the continent.
On the continent. So Israel isn't on a continent and it isn't black people. That's what you're saying?
It's not the original black people, no.
So Israelites, from what you gather, your 20 years of being in a conscious community, the Israelites are not black people.
They're not the original. The Israelites are a mixed group, mixed black people. They was mixed.
Mixed
They didn't
with what?
originate. They was mixed with the Arabs, with them Asians, with the Euro-Asians. The ancestors called them the Amu. They mixed with those people to create and founded, became Israelites. And the reason that we know this is because they talked about them in the text. They literally said that those people who greet you with shalom, those people who went to go found Israel, are our enemies. They are not to be
Right.
trusted. And so and that's what they said. So they were black people, but they were a mixture. They weren't just purely black, is what I'm saying. They was a mixture of those Euro-Asians who came down and mixed, and they went off together after centuries of being, in Africa. They left out and went to go found Israel.
Nah, you're totally wrong. You like 95, like 99% wrong, bro. Like
And where did they come from?
The
Where did they come from?
The Israelites were not mixed with no Eurasians or no, what was the other people you call?
Where did they come from?
They come from the Levant.
Where is that?
That's in Africa.
Where at exactly? I'm asking you. Where's the Levant? Wait, let me look it up. I'll look it up. Hold up. I'll look it up. Let me just type it in.
Right.
How you spell it? Lavent?
Levant.
EV.
Yeah.
Levant area, region. Geographic
Yeah,
in
so
Western,
that's what I'm saying, man.
Western
Like
Asia.
and again, like, when are you going to be comedic when it's just like when are you like when it just suits your paradigm? Or
Wait,
you
hold
gonna
up. hold
always-
on.
on,
You
this
said
what
they
I'm
came
saying.
from the Levant.
Let me finish.
You said they
my
came from the
thought.
Levant, though.
Let me finish my thought, man. So, like, you scream black power to be the black mathematics, scientists, and all this, but you're still going by a European paradigm. So when we look at Israel, it is to be the Levant. But when you start giving geographical place names to it, like Western Asia, that's true too. But Israel specifically is on the continent of Africa. So when you're introducing a late term like Africa, because that's a late term, You're assigning a geographical location to it. Really, is a geopolitical location. But when you want to go strictly by definition, Israel is in Africa. The people of Israel are what we would call sub-Saharan black people that did not mix with no Eurasians or none of that. If anything, who we mixed with were the Cushitic people. Those are the people that we mix with. But I can understand from how you conversate and you don't really know the history. You just going by what, propaganda been telling you. So you wrong on both points, bro.
I'm going by what the ancestors left on the walls, on the stela in Kemet, when they talked about the people who went to go found Israel. That's what I'm going by.
What they said on the walls about the people that found Israel.
I just told you. He said those people who greet you with the words of shalom, who went to go found Israel, are our enemies. That's what's left on Ramses IV. And they told you cannot trust these people. You don't trust these people. That's what it said. They should not be let back into the country. Those were the people who left out of Kemet with the Amu, who they call foreigners, who came from the Asia after living there for like 200 years, left out. So there was a mixture of people. It wasn't just purely black people. They had mixed kids, and they went to go find their lands. So you could say they was black, they could say they was mixed half breeds, but it wasn't purely, just all black people, like 100% blacks and stuff like that. There was a mixture of people.
Right. So it
was a mixed race. I should say a mixed race. I should say.
I never came across that source that says what you said. What is that again?
I'll pull it up. Hold up. Let me pull it exactly. Let me find it. Hold up. I can find it, but go ahead.
I've never heard nobody. I ain't never heard nobody bring it up neither. And you saying the source is saying that Ramses, the second?
No, it was either Ramses the fourth or it was Ramses or I think it probably was Ramses the second, but I'll put it up.
What year is you talking? What year is that?
That was after I don't know, maybe 1200 or something. I don't know. I forgot. I got to pull it up.
1200?
Yeah, after they left Kemet.
Ramses was king in the 1200 BC?
I don't know. It's 1200, 1300, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I don't think Ramses was the king in 1200. I mean, I don't know. You the African scholar, man, but I'm not familiar with that source that you're talking about. I'll be interested in seeing that.
Wait a minute, damn it.
Yeah. So you about to pull it up, huh?
Let me know if you need me to share your screen.
Yeah, wait a minute. I gotta
Yeah, he about to show us one of the Ramses was speaking about Israel, about the Exodus. Because
I think I put it right
there's been
here.
1,000 debates I heard on the Exodus. I never seen it, man. This about to be an exclusive.
I mean, I wouldn't expect everybody to know everything. Come on, man.
Exactly. That's why I said, man, I was the first to tell you. I didn't know that. I never heard of that. It's about to be some good stuff, man.
Wait a minute. I don't think this is it. I don't think I made a clip of it. That's what. I don't think I did that. I think I have to go through the whole video. Okay, wait a minute. I got it, but he said it was King Amos. I have to wait. I have to go on my. I'm on my phone. I'm gonna have to log on to the laptop real quick. Is this?
So the very
So it
first
might
thing you
so it might kick me off. It might kick me off. I'm about to log onto the laptop, A1, and
I'm here.
come through. So it should. It probably kick me off when I come in this joint.
Nope.
Yo.
Unmute your laptop.
What's up, A1? What did I miss?
Hold on. Manson. Okay. Shoot, I just got back honestly myself. I went cooked dinner, changed the laundry.
Wow, all that?
Yeah. I visited another channel, came back,
Yeah.
restarted my computer. I've been doing a lot right now. Yeah, I can hear you.
So Hercules, so what's the discussion? Fill me in. I don't want to just come in here talking crazy.
You talking about Israel, the Hebrews?
Nah, he's about to show me a source where Ramses was speaking about the Israelites.
All right. Let me see. All right, here we go. So
Share your screen, by the way, Hercules.
I'm about to.
He's about to share it, huh?
Yeah. So I think this is it. This should be it. If not, I'm gonna have to go through the whole video to find it.
Of this so-called Israel Stella, the Stella of Nesubbiti Merenptah. But the very first time Israel is mentioned in the history of the world is late, just before so-called 1200 BCE, at the time of Nesubbiti Merenptah. And it says, Israel is mentioned first, so after the Hyksos are driven out, they go on to found Jerusalem and what's now referred to as Israel, right? So you have this gap between their driving out and now them setting up shop in the land of so-called Canaan. So Israel is first mentioned in the list of enemies of black people, in the list of enemies of Kemetziyu and black people. So it says the chiefs are prostrate, saying shalom. Not one of the 9 bulls lifts his head. Chehenu is grass, Kati at peace. Canaan is captive with all woe. So these are all the enemies of Kemet and how we dealt with them. Ashkelon is conquered, Gezer is seized, Yanoam made non-existent. Israel is wasted. Here you see the Israel is wasted, bare of seed. Kor has become a widow of the beloved land, that is Kemet, land of black people. All lands together are at peace. All who roamed have been subdued. By the king of Upper and Lower Kemet, Bani Re Meramun, son of Re Merenptah, content with Ma'at, give life like Re every day. And all of these textual sources are backed up by historical record. So you can
you can't. Okay.
On the tell how.
Wait, hold up. Before you reply to that, let me ask. Hey, Jose, does that actually say Israel? Because I know you said it don't.
I think there's a controversy over whether it actually says that Israel.
But that's not even the source. That's mixed up with the Merenptah Stella and whatever he got going on over there.
What's wrong with this?
Hold on. Gideon. That is the Merenptah Stella.
He didn't say that.
Ramses' second son.
Wait, how you had that?
That's Ramses the second son. Ramses that's his son.
But that's the Merenptah Stella, right?
Yes, it is.
That's what I'm saying.
So what's wrong with that Stella?
They don't know if that's Israel.
That's not by Ramses.
That's his son.
Okay.
The same Ramses that you say was the fire of Exodus. That's his
Wait.
son.
So I got hearing that.
That's his son.
Yeah, I asked the brother where.
You're echoing back, Gideon.
inside the tomb. This is a stele. This is the Merkatah stele. This isn't made by Pharaoh Ramses.
You're echoing, Gideon.
That's not me though. Hold on.
It's probably me.
Yeah, it started when he started sharing the screen. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying, bro. Y'all need to start vetting and sourcing and vetting out these sources, man. Y'all just can't take stuff and run with it, man. So you've been running with that for 20 years?
I'm saying, but you didn't explain what was wrong with the information that he said, though.
No, I use the Merkatah stele a lot.
For what, Gideon? What is your beef with the stele?
It's none. He was using he made the argument that, you know, the Israelites are, first he was saying they weren't black people, and then he was saying that Israel is not in Africa when both of, you know, so, and then we got, that's why I say, so in the midst of us talking about that, he mentioned that. He said that inside the tomb of Ramses, he talked about the Israelites being thrown out of Kemet and all. So I'm asking him, where is that come from?
Did you say that, Hercules?
I didn't say tomb. I just said one of the Ramses. I confused with the Ramses. I said Ramses the fourth or Ramses the second. But I think my point was that the kings that the people of Kemet differ and recognize the people of Israel as enemies. That was my point. It doesn't matter which king said it. I don't think it matters which king said it, which monarch said it. I think they made it. What matters is that they made a distinction between who were their enemies, the people that they was fighting with, they had beef with. I think that's my point, is that the people who call themselves Israelites were the people that they were beefing with.
You mean Canaanites? They would have called them Canaanites.
So
Israelites, whatever.
Right. So the fact that the Egyptians were saying that the Israelites were their enemies, that makes them non-African?
No, the fact of the matter is,
Jose, stop it. Jose, stop it. See, that's what y'all gotta stop doing. You gotta let him cash the check he just wrote.
Listen.
Okay, so are you saying what he's saying then?
Wait, hold up. You said you want to say that, you know, that Israel is in Africa. When you look up the Levant, it says Western Asia. So it doesn't say nothing about Africa. But if you want to say that, you want to use that as your argument to say that they're black people to justify your view, that's fine. But I'm gonna go with what the ancestors said, that those people who call themselves Israels are enemies and they're not to be trusted. So why would I follow their belief system that they came up with? You know, it makes no sense. I'm not going to do that.
Right. So that's.
But Hercules,
go ahead.
You're missing something important. If they mention Canaan, then their other word cannot be Israel. It cannot be, because Canaan would have become Israel. The two of them cannot be mentioned in the same stele. So something is wrong with that word. That word cannot be Israel.
Nah, it's different nations. Those are people nations.
You hear what I said? I said
that's why I can.
Canaan,
so that's why I can have
Israel. Hold on. Canaan became known as Israel much later. So if they're mentioning Canaan, that other word cannot be Israel. That word Israel would be anachronistic in this particular case.
No, what you're not understanding is that these are people nations. These are nations that come from people tribe, like people groups, like tribes, families. So when this is not speaking of Canaan like a geographical place. It's speaking of them as a people. And that's why you can see Israel, because Israel is definitely being spoken of as a people, because it has the people symbol.
Right.
So that's how you know it can be the same time. But what? Hold on. What I was trying to show Mansa, in his methodology, how it was incorrect.
You can't show Mansa anything. You can't.
Hold on. I'm speaking, Jose. I'm hold on, Jose. Let's keep some type of order, man. I know they have that. I know y'all have. So this is what I was telling Mansa. He can't use that argument, because if he's using the argument that the Egyptians are calling the Israelite their enemies, then he must be saying the same thing about Cush. because Cush are one of the 9 bowls that was against the pharaohs. Like Tutankhamun had the Nubians under his sandals. So I mean, that's a bad methodology that you're using to exclude the Israelites who are geographically on the African tectonic plate and share the culture of what we see in Africa as continent wide. A lot of the ancient cultures that we see, that they share that with the Israelites. So Israel is just as much African as an Egyptian, as a Libyan, as a South African. So I was just showing him that was actually what he was doing was committing a fallacy, which is called comparative cancellation. So
Okay.
yeah, go ahead.
Can I speak now?
Wait, hold up. Jose, you could correct me on this. The Israelites don't share a culture with Kemet. They took the culture what they learned from Kemet. And when you're talking about the Nubians being enemies, there are too many incidents of the pharaohs returning from Nubia the pharaohs from Nubia to dominate Kemet, to reestablish Kemet from the foreigners. You have too many incidents of that. And do you have the instances of them beefing with people from Nubia? You don't have several different incidents over the centuries of the 4,000 years of them beefing with the Nubians, but you have them beefing with the Amu. So I mean, Jose could correct me on that if I'm wrong.
Now, Gideon does not understand Medu Neter, so he doesn't understand that putting people.
Well, I'm not a
on
student of Wallace Budge, so excuse me, I'm not.
And guess what? Neither am I. So what I'm saying is the people determinative does not mean that it's not a nation. Some of those actually have foreign land determinatives on them. So they show you that it's a foreign land, but you don't study Medu Neter, so you don't know. But what I think Mansa is
that's the white man book. If anything is the white man book,
Can I
is the
finish?
Medu
Can I
Neter.
finish? Can I
Because
finish?
he's literally getting paid off of that.
Can
The
I
Bible,
finish? Can I finish?
anybody can write a Bible, but go
Can I
ahead.
finish?
Go ahead, man.
What Mansa is pointing out is that they had a nuanced relationship with the people that we call Nubians. They had Nubians who fought with them. They had Nubians that fought against them. And if you look at those pictures of King Tutankhamun and Ramesses, you will see that he had people that were considered quote unquote Nubians behind him. And he was stomping out Nubians and Asiatics in front of him. And then they had intermediate period where the Kushites would come in and reestablish order when the people of Kemet were tripping and doing the wrong thing. So don't let people like Chief X tell you that they hated the Kushites and it was some sort of color thing. No, they had a complicated relationship with the people that you call Kushites and Nubians. They fought with them and they fought against them. So yes, there were instances where they were considered the 9 bowls, which was the traditional enemies of ancient Kemet, but they're not different people. Those are their brothers. They said it.
So
Genetics
don't believe
say, and
what the
historians agree.
scholarship tell us, that they're traditionally enemies of them, but they weren't enemies. Okay, that's called romanticism, or what my brother
Did you hear what I
Kasai was
said?
saying.
Hold on,
That's
hold on.
that's denial scholarship.
No,
That's
let
denial
me
scholarship, man.
repeat
Shout out
what
to
I
Kasai,
said.
man.
Let me repeat what I said. I said there are instances where Nubians fought with them and Nubians fought against them. It was not strictly an adversarial relationship. We see that and we know that when we read the text. And there are instances called intermediate periods where the people that we call Nubians came in to restore order. They were not foreigners. The word Nehesi, if you look it up in the TLA, goes back to a word that does not have a foreign land determinative on it. They are not really foreigners. They didn't come from anywhere
Romanticizing.
else. How would you know? You
Romanticizing.
can't read the language to even know what I just said. So what are you arguing about? You don't even know what I just said.
You don't know the language. I literally heard somebody who's teaching the conscious community say he don't know that word yet because the new edition book didn't come out. So, so your teacher is waiting on a European to figure out what that word means before he can
Who is
really
my
say what
teacher?
it means.
Who was my teacher?
I'm not gonna put nobody on blast because I'm that ain't my thing, you dig? But yeah,
So maybe
one
you
of one
should.
of the one of the foremost teachers in the Kemetic community. I heard him say that.
And
So
what's
he-
your point?
So no black person can read the Meta Nature is what you're saying.
No,
My point is,
no.
y'all say that the Bible is the white man's book, but y'all literally buying a white man's book to learn Medu Netta. Make that make sense.
You do know there are black people who teach Medu Neter, such as Raketi Amen, who was one of the foremost individuals who teach Medu Neter. There are plenty of black people who teach Medu Neter and who write books on Medu Neter, who break down Medu Neter. But when you're a Bible believer and you don't study, you're making blanket statements. I've never in my life shown a Waters Budget Dictionary. Yes, I do use Faulkner, but that is simply because none of us have taken the initiative to write a dictionary. So yes, I would have to use European scholars at some point. But yes, I could also go into my bag of tricks and pull out books and papers by people who are not Europeans explaining these things, such
All I'm
as
saying,
Pablo
Jose.
Bernacchi. And hold on, let me finish. I have done that. So do not dare get up here and tell me I only read European. You don't know what I read because you didn't ask me. You don't watch my
Well, that's
channel to know what I
that's the
read.
fountain.
So,
That's the
so no,
fountainhead of all
hold
y'all
on, I'm not finished.
translations.
Hold on.
That's
If
the
you want,
source.
hold on. If you wanted to know what I read, you could go on my channel and see what I'm reading and actually critique what I'm reading and respond to my videos. Don't assume anything. I have almost 400 videos on my channel. So you
Well,
don't have
let's
to
do it
assume nothing. Go and
real
watch it. Go
fast,
and listen.
Jose. Real fast.
Don't assume.
Who
Don't
is the
assume what you
father
don't know.
of the translation of the Medu Netta?
Listen, bro. I'm not going. Listen. I'm not
Okay,
getting
you don't
into
want
no
to answer.
argument with you.
That's all. That's all I wanted
They
to hear.
have plenty people now who look like you and I who speak
Right
Medu Neter,
now,
translate Medu
that's why I
Neter,
said,
write Medu Neter.
who is the father? Who is the father? That's what I said. I ain't
What
say
kind
the
of ridiculous
stepchildren.
question is that? What does that
I
even
ain't
mean?
say the stepchildren. I said the
What
father.
foolishness are you asking me?
Who is the father of the
You answer the
translation of
question.
the Medu Netta?
You answer
And
the
you didn't
question.
want to
That's all.
answer. You didn't want
I'm
to
not having
answer.
that
So
foolish
Who
argument.
is
why
it?
ask it again?
Who is it? Are you talking about Faulkner? Who are
I'm
you
not
talking
having
about?
that. He doesn't know who he's talking about.
Champollion, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, and guess what? We have moved on from Champollion and Budge so
Right,
long
that's why I
ago.
say y'all the stepchildren. Y'all the
We don't
stepchildren, but
use
he's the
Budge's,
father.
bro.
But
Budge's
when it comes to the
dictionary is
Bible,
outdated.
when it comes
Budge's
to the
dictionary is
Bible,
outdated.
you can go to Ethiopia and find blind men in the church guarding the
So
Bible.
what?
So that's nothing European
So
about it.
what?
So when y'all want to look at the King James and all that, yeah, we got the translation from the European, and they can't get salvation. So I'm not being no racist,
So where does
but
King James come
our
from?
text is authentic. Our text is
Where does King
authentic. It
James
goes
come
back
from?
to Africa. It's in the Horn of
Where
Africa.
does King
Your
James come from,
text
brother?
is in Barnes and Nobles, bro. It's different. It's
You
different.
know that's a
What are you
ridiculous
talking about?
argument,
The
right?
walls of the pyramids. What are you talking about? This Barnes and Noble. Come on, man. Stop it.
Listen.
Stop it, yo.
Ahis
Hercules,
the wise
Hercules,
got the walls of them
Everything your
temples.
text,
Hercules.
your
He's
So you
text
making a
is
be
a
cool
copy.
ridiculous
on that.
argument.
Your text
He's
is a
making a
copy,
ridiculous.
a watered down copy
He
from
thinks we
what
can't
Father
read.
Anthony
He
Send
thinks we
it,
can't
send an
read.
email to Ahis the wise
Come
about
on,
them
man.
temples.
Man, I'd rather send a bullet to that motherfucker than a damn email.
Because he got everything on lock over there.
Hold on.
Let the sister, this Isa Queen.
Do you know? Hold on, Hercules. Do you know that nobody with any brains who's black listens to Zahi Hawass? Do you know Zahi Hawass is a clown to
Yeah, but he a
Pan-African?
clown that's running
You know that?
Egypt, and he's disseminating all y'all information. But what I'm
That's not my.
saying is, when you
That's
go
not
to the
my
highlands
issue.
of Ethiopia, you're gonna get that
Why
Bible.
don't you stop, Gideon? He's not
Right.
disseminating
That's all I'm
nobody's
saying,
information.
bro. That's all
He's
I'm
not
saying. Y'all be
disseminating nothing I
projecting,
say.
bro. That's all I'm
Nothing I
saying.
say.
Ethiopians
Nothing
did
I
not
say
create the
agrees.
Bible. Stop
Hold
it.
on. Nothing I say agrees with Zahi Hawass and his clown ass.
You know what I'm
Please
saying?
stop it.
That's
Nothing
the
I say
fountainhead of
agrees
all
with
y'all
Zahi Hawass and his
information.
clown ass. I don't agree
That's
with him. He's a foolish. He's a
that's
fool.
that's who signed the okay on all the journals that y'all be reading.
Would you be quiet? That is foolishness. That is utter foolishness. What is wrong with you? What's the matter with you? They have plenty of journals that he doesn't sign off on. Why don't you stop that?
Digging up all them pharaohs
You
like
sound
that, man.
crazy. You sound crazy. No, he does not sign off on every journal for Egypt.
Yeah, he do, man.
That is foolishness.
He do.
Real quick.
Utter
Let me let Issa Queen jump in here. You have any questions, comments, or
Oh
thoughts
my
on
goodness.
anything you've heard so far? All right, she might be.
Oh no, I'm here. Hi,
There she
peace to the
goes.
panel. No, not
Hi, sis.
really.
How are you?
No, not really. I was just enjoying the conversation. I'm trying to wait to see where this is gonna go.
Okay,
So don't let me stop y'all.
jump in anytime you want. Back to you,
Mr.
John.
Queen, you might as well jump in now because me and him are gonna have an argument for a while. So you might as well jump in now.
Well,
Hit
I
the
really
button
don't.
then. Hit the button. That's all. It's all good.
Because he already
Yeah.
knows. Listen, he already knows who he's talking to, so he knows I'm not gonna back down and capitulate to anything that he has to say. So he
Nah, it's just about we
knows that
logically
already.
walking this through,
Knows that
man.
already.
Like that's all.
So you might as well go ahead, sister, say what you have to say because he's not gonna
Oh no,
capitulate.
I'm good. Don't worry. When I have something to say, y'all know it. I have no
Listen,
problem.
I'm gonna go back to what I said. You're showing a stele, right? Called of Marin Pittah, and they're mentioning the word Canaan. So if they're mentioning the word Canaan, then the other word cannot be Israel. Israel would have come long after. That term would have been anachronistic in that stele. So the word cannot be Israel. It definitely can't be Israel. The word would not have existed at the same time as Canaan. It came much later. So
That's interesting. Okay.
they don't know. I think that's a religious argument that word is Israel. But you can't have Israel and Canaan in the same sentence at the same time. Because we know they didn't exist in the same time period. The word Israel came way. And this is a story about him fighting people such as the Assyrians and Libyans and all of these different people. Because it says in the stele that these Libyan princes or chieftains bow down on their face, shouting shalom. Because apparently the word that he used is a loan word. It's probably not an indigenous Kemetic word. So when you see that, you understand that the term Israel would have definitely had to have been anachronistic in this particular case. It can't be Israel. It has to be some other word. That's to me, that's probably some religious people trying to give their Bible stories credence.
I mean, I wouldn't deny that that's the argument that's out there, no doubt. Yeah,
So we're
but
not doing that. We're not going to say it's Israel.
the consensus says it's Israel.
Consensus doesn't mean right. Consensus means an agreement among scholars. That doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it wrong.
I agree. I totally agree.
So we
But
can't
what
make
I'm
an
saying
argument.
is, but what I'm saying is, that's an argument what you're saying, but it's not
But it's an
heavily backed.
anachronistic argument. But it's an anachronistic argument.
It's not heavily backed. So
Because the term Canaan and Israel, we both agree, didn't exist at the same time. They were not.
Well, but the fact still remains that was never in a tomb of Ramses. And I don't know what
Nobody
Ben
said
Eden.
that.
I don't know what Ben Eden talking about. Nah, that's what he said. Like you had Ben Eden confused because Ben Eden, like I never said he never said it wasn't Ramses. I said he said it was
Definitely
Ramses.
said it was.
Ben Eden didn't say that. I said that, man. Ben Eden didn't say that.
No, it was on the stele though.
No, Ben Eden said. I was trying to see what he said. He said I said something that you didn't say, and he said you said it was Ramses, and I never said you didn't say it was Ramses.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Ben Eden tripping.
Well, if he said it was in a tomb, he might have been mistaken because it's on the stele.
He got caught up romanticizing the stone. He romanticizing. That's what all y'all do, bro.
No,
I wouldn't give you so much that, Jose, because you measure your words a little bit. You're a little bit more measured.
That's not romanticizing.
No.
Y'all get the freestyling and then y'all get the mumble rapping and stuff.
No,
So
if he made a
I
mistake,
just had to stop
it's
him.
okay to make a mistake because I've made mistakes too. So it's okay
The
if
point
he
is
made a
that
mistake.
it was said. It's not romanticizing.
It's all right. It's all right. And even if he said it was Ramses, he might have gotten confused and he might have meant Ramses' son. So I'm not gonna beat him up over that. I said some
Yeah,
things
nah,
recently
but I
that
am.
people that I'm gonna get beat up over in my
That's how
back
we gotta
catalog.
stop. We
So it's
gotta
all right.
look. We gotta stop the ADD scholarship. This is all about scholarship. Okay, so if you're building the argument, don't build it on falseness. You see what I'm saying? Whether you
He
just
made
in the
a
moment, whether you're
mistake,
in the moment or
Gideon.
not,
Don't do that. Nah,
you
we're not
gotta
doing that,
condition
Gideon.
yourself. You gotta
Gideon, we're not
condition
doing that.
yourself to always be measured. You
Gideon,
know
we're
what I'm
not doing
saying?
that. Gideon, we're not doing
And,
that.
and Il
Because
Doctrine, he kind of broke that down to me also the other day. But yeah, we kind of got to be more measured in what we saying. Like y'all be off the cuff with it, man. Y'all go to saying the white man wrote the Bible and like y'all just be with all type of foolishness. Like man, shout
no,
out to God Energy, man.
you do know, Gideon, there's a difference between the original writings and the Bible. You do know that they're not the Bible means a collection of writings. So
Right.
I'm never gonna tell you that the white man necessarily wrote all of those scrolls or papyri, whatever you call them. But King James,
No, but that's what
King James
the
did not look like
consensus.
you. So a white man did write the Bible, and a white man did print the first printed Bible was by white people. So that is not the same thing as talking about the original writing. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, the printing press was first attributed to the German. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised if they had printing in West Africa. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they destroy if they
I'm
if
just
they
making a point that Bible that you're talking about was compiled by someone who clearly did not look like you and I. So there's nothing wrong with saying that. And it's clearly been tampered with, because when you go back into the original writings, there's a lot of discrepancies. I would think, I'm not well studied, but I would think there's some discrepancies.
No, it's actually not.
I would think that they would be. If not, then if not, I don't care. I'm simply saying the book was definitely compiled by what we would consider a European.
Okay, see, you can't
or
run a stop
Caucasian.
sign. That's another sign of bad methodology.
King James didn't look
And
like you.
That's
Point blank, end of
no,
discussion.
you run it. You can't do that. You said, yeah. All right, bro. Go ahead, bro.
No, that's it. King James
Yeah.
was a white man. At the
Yeah, no,
best,
he was.
at the best, you could say he might have been mixed somewhere down the line with some black, maybe a couple generations before.
Well, he only
But you're not
offered-
gonna. But
he
you're
only
not gonna
offered
put up
interpretation.
nothing
He didn't do it himself. So
relating to African. I'm not accepting that. That's mad people thinking. I'm not
Yeah.
accepting that.
But the commission hated the Nubian man and the Cushite, rather the Cushite. Yeah, they didn't like them, bro. They didn't really like them at all.
That's not expressly true.
Nah, that's
They
true.
had beef
Nah.
with them, but those were their bigger brothers. The
Nah.
culture came from the south. These are the ones who founded the culture. Narmer was from southern, quote unquote, Kemet, Egypt, or whatever the name of the land was at the time. He was
Not
not a foreign
necessarily true
invader.
though.
He was
I've
not.
heard that it says he's a foreigner, but it doesn't specifically say the South. I would
It
have to
does
see
not
that.
say. No, historians don't
I would have
call
to see
Narmer
that.
a foreigner. They do not. They say he's from the south. They think he came from
I
the
would have to
south.
see that. They say that on a normal palette.
Historians have come to the conclusion that based on
Okay.
whatever
All
information they
right.
have,
Say that.
he
Right.
is from the south. But your boy,
Good.
I think it's KOT did a whole video calling the man a colonizer. That is foolishness. He didn't come from nowhere. Talking about he was doing all this.
Well, he did unite the lands, and he was the power over the land. So,
can't.
in a
But
sense, he did.
colonizers are foreigners. That's not the same thing. Uniting didn't make him a foreigner. Because
Well,
when he
the
came,
normal palette doesn't say as such. We can just go by
bro,
what it shows us.
the normal
And it has a lot of Eastern, Near Eastern, symbolism in it.
The normal palette has Medu Nature on it.
And
His
again,
name is Medu Nature.
and again, this is why I say that like the conscious community is like y'all give so much reverence to Kemet, but the true power is Kush. Because
They
really,
are not separate people.
when you
They
say,
are
yes, they
separate
are,
people.
yes, they are separate
No,
people.
they are
So
not.
when you say Narma, and when you say he's coming from Near East, you're
That's
really
not.
saying he's
I didn't
coming
say
from
Near East. You
Mesopotamia,
said that.
which is,
You
hold
said
on,
that.
which
I didn't say
when,
that, Gideon.
and when you
I
say
said he
that,
came
you
from
see
southern Egypt.
he's coming from Sumer, which
You
is a
said that. I
Cushitic
never said that.
kingdom.
I didn't
So
say that. You
you
said that.
guys be fixated on Egypt, but the true African king is Cush. So Cush was in Babylon, he was in Sumer, he
No,
was in
brother.
Turkey, so he was in all those places.
No. If you look it up, they would tell you that Kush, they think Kush was Sudan. And Sudan is right, and Sudan is literally south of Egypt. They don't take that nowhere near Sumer. I think Kush is Ethiopia, but when I looked it up, it said Sudan. Sudan is right under. That's what they mean when they're talking about Kush. Academically, I would think.
Sumer was
Sumer
ruled
is
by a line of Cushitic kings, my brother.
no.
That's not
no,
true.
No. They have a word called Kish that they confuse with Kush. But as I said, if you look it up, it will tell you Kush is modern Sudan, which is south of modern Egypt. And when you look at the Namur palette, when he came in to unite, there's Medu-Neter on it, and he came with 4 people standing in front of him. 2 were the Horu Falcon. 1 was either Set or Anpu, and the last one was a placenta. All of that is what we would call ancient Kemetic imagery. Those are not
Kush,
foreign symbols.
Kush
Those are not.
was more allied with Semitics than they were with Egyptians. Looking at the whole history, yes,
Stop the foolishness.
definitely.
That's garbage. That's nonsense. That's nonsense.
When the Kushites were giving that work to Amos and Kamos, it was the Hikakasu that was their allies, or one of the people groups. One of the people groups in the Hikakasu were their allies.
Yes, when you read the
is-
autobiography of Amos, son of Ibana, it says yes, they use the word Nubians. Yes, it says that.
Yeah.
But you didn't hear what I said. They are traditional enemies, but they also have they also were allies as well. But genetically, when they do
That's
genetic
the now
testing,
scholarship, bro.
they are not
That's the
genetically.
now scholarship.
You know what? You need to. You're giving me a headache. You're giving
It
me a
is,
headache.
bro. Because you're
No, it's
saying
not.
what's good for it's good for Egypt and Kush, but when Israel and Egypt have it, Israel is the damn devil. Like it's crazy.
No. I didn't
Like
say that, bro.
that's
I
like
didn't say
that's
that. I didn't say that.
scholarly, like juvenile. Like that's what
I
you're
didn't
saying.
say that.
You said
If you
you
no,
specifically sat here and
I
said
did not say that.
Egypt is you said Israel is a traditional enemy of
You never heard me say that.
of
I didn't say
Kemet
that.
based
I
on the
didn't say that.
Mercantile Stella,
I didn't say
but
that.
you did,
I didn't
man.
say that. That's not what I
You,
said. I didn't say that. I said the quote unquote Nubians did fight with the
go ahead, you
Amu.
got the last word. I'm gonna fall
I
back
did say
and just
that. I did say that. But they also fought with the people of Kemet. Those were their bigger brothers. Anytime they got in trouble, they ran to the south to get the to get the Kushites to help them. If you read primary text, you'll know that. If you read primary text, you'll know that they said the Amu
help them
were
against who? Give me a specific instance.
They said the Amu were untrustworthy people. They did not respect them. They did not like them.
Right.
If you read the Camo Stele, they are talking about how much he couldn't stand them, and how much he wanted to destroy them for destroying his homeland of Kemet. They murdered
Right.
his father, and they have the remains to prove that his father was murdered by the Heka Kasu or the
Right.
Amu. They were considered scumbags who the Kemetic people did not trust. They hated them, they hated their guts, and they said that they did not view the Kushites with that with that high level of contempt in that
You
way.
won't you won't you
They
won't
did
find
not.
that you won't find that in the archaeological record, that hate for the Cushites, but you'll find it for the Nubian,
The Kushites
right?
are considered Nubians. They are
Yeah,
considered
they
Nubians.
are, but I'm saying specifically as far as what we find in the archaeological record. Like
I'm telling you, you're not listening
they
to me.
call them vile, like verbatim. They call the Nubian vile.
And
That's like
guess
the
what?
worst. That's the worst
And
thing you can call a person.
okay, and I am okay, and I am with you. But you know, when you look into the text corpus, they call the Asiatics vile a lot more.
But see, now that's denial scholarship. Now you're going somewhere
No, no, it's
else
not the nice
to
scholarship. I went
point
into
it
the
out,
text.
but
We
I'm
went into the
presenting
text
it to
corpus and we
you.
actually counted that they call
I'm
the Asiatics vile more in the text corpus.
okay,
I
yeah,
did that.
right. I wouldn't disagree with that. But let's deal with them calling the Nubian vile.
They did.
So we continue to see a record
It's in the
of the
text.
of the Egyptians once they formed their ethnogenesis, or once they had their ethnogenesis, they totally disliked the Nubian and the Kushite. We see
That's
this.
foolishness. That's not true.
So
There
so
was
when
not
y'all
a
make
total
those
dislike.
accusations
There
against the
was not a
Bible,
total dislike.
hold
Let me
on. So
second
when
that.
y'all make the accusation against the Bible and try to put the Bible outside of the realm of being African based on that argument, when you grown about it, you see that the Egyptians did the same thing to the Cushites and the Nubian
Where do you
Mind
see that
and
at?
the Libyan.
Where do
So
you
I
see?
mean, what are y'all saying?
I'm gonna
And the
say,
Egyptians
can I tell you what I'm saying?
were the most intermingled and the most
That's foolishness.
most cosmopolitan
That's
place in
foolishness.
Africa. They
Where
had
That's
the
do you?
most
foolishness.
Europeans in it out of anybody.
But where do you see
No,
So
that
that's
at?
man,
not
y'all
true.
crazy, bro.
Where
Y'all
you?
really don't
Where you getting that from?
understand, bro.
Where you getting the information from?
I get my
The Bible,
information
because you
from
never read the
Ptolemy
Primary
coming
Texas
up in
language.
there and bringing all them Greeks up in there. That's where I get my information from. I get my information from how the Egyptians was the cultural uh New York of its time. And
Can
that's
I ask
all
you
you
a
see in
question,
New
Gideon?
York is other
Hold
than
on.
different
Hold
nationalities.
on. Let me ask him a question. How many actual primary texts have you read from ancient Kemet?
Okay, I
Direct.
read the one about them eating lettuce with all that other stuff on it. I seen the one about Geb
Where
doing
did
the
you read
biggest
it from?
smalls.
Where did you get it from?
I read the one about
Where did
Sekhmet
you get
about
it
to kill
from?
the world.
Where did you
You
get it from?
know,
Where did you get it from?
huh? It's just different places I grabbed it from.
Where? Right. So now let me ask you a question. Have you looked at the Medu Netter on those, or are you just straight English translation?
What profit would it have me to know the Medu? Like for real, I'm just asking. I'm not trying to be facetious or anything.
Okay, then you know what? Then you know what, Gideon? You should probably stop talking because you cannot tell anyone who studies and listens to people who read the Medu Netter what the text say because you don't really know. You can't read it for yourself. So you're going by other
To
people's
me,
opinion.
bro, to me,
And you're doing, no,
and
hold on,
this is
hold on,
just
hold on,
me.
hold on. I'm gonna let you rap, but let me land my plane. You're doing the same thing you accuse other people of. You're reading European translations and rocking with Europeans as opposed to trying to learn the language yourself because you see no value. And if you're doing that, then you shouldn't be talking to me or anyone else who actually makes an attempt to learn the language and read the text and doesn't have a biased view of their own ancestors. So
See, bro, to be for real,
you can't talk to me about
if I
anything about the
really
text
wanted to
because you
learn the
can't read it and you
Medu and be
don't
for
know.
real, I would have to read the Rosetta Stone, bro, because I can't put that much faith in Champollion, bro. You know, his launching point is dubious. So I mean, but hey, man, if y'all like it, bro, I love it, bro. Y'all can
But
continue
you're
to
not.
read that. I'm
But you
quite
have to
sure he
realize.
makes a
You have to
revision every
realize something.
year that y'all
In
buy. You
Gideon,
know,
every
so
day,
hey man, more power
Gideon,
to
every
them.
day on here, you talk to people who read the Medu Neter, who took courses and took time to learn the Medu Neter. And then you're going to disrespect and discount people's work and time because you have never done it. You are
Nah,
Hebrew,
bro,
so you're
bruh,
supposed to be able to translate Hebrew. If you
bruh.
can't
They
translate
got,
Medu Neter, then you don't know what they're saying. So
bruh,
stop arguing with people
bruh,
until you learn the Medu Neter.
bruh.
Don't know
They
what you're
got people,
talking
bro,
about.
who are fans of Star Trek and they know Klingon, bro, word for word, bro. Like that's an
See, now you're making
undertaking, bro.
asinine child. You see, now you're
No,
making
I'm saying
asinine.
that's an undertaking,
Now
bro.
you're making
Like
asinine. Right,
no,
right.
that's like nothing.
Just
That's
say no,
nothing
no, no,
light.
no,
So
no.
I'm not
Just
going.
say
I'm not going like like them dudes put time into learning what Faulkner and Budge taught them. Like they put time into that. You know
then
what I'm
guess
saying?
what?
So
You can say, but hold on, get it. You can say what you want to say, but if you're not going to take the time to learn the language, don't quote text to me or people who are trying to take the time to learn the language because you insulted people's intelligence and you're insulting people's effort to actually learn from their ancestors. You can't
bro,
win.
all I'm saying
Stick
the
to the
same way.
Bible and quote the
But
Bible. Stick to the Hebrew that you know. Stick to your ancestors and do not make an attempt ever to come and talk about something that you don't value. Throw it if you're gonna throw it in the garbage, throw it in the garbage. Don't have any conversations about it because you don't value it. You're trying to use it conveniently and cherry pick things that make no sense in history. And I am
so
not
what
gonna
you?
like to come on here and insult me with your
But
halfway cherry
I did
pick
not
ideology.
disrespect you, Jose. I would never, bro.
You just did because you're
What
trying
by
to quote
saying the
something to me that you
European is the
don't know.
father of your translation and your interpretation, for
I
that
did
matter?
no,
That's
brother. I can
disrespectful.
no, brother. There are people who look like you and I, who are considered respected in the Egyptological community, who
Bro,
write
I'm not
books,
talking
who
about
write
okay.
papers, and you don't know that because you don't read and look into the community to know what I'm talking about.
Look, okay, bro.
You're gonna read the same European that you told me not to read, and then quote him to
Listen,
me.
listen. Hold on,
You've
Jose.
never read a black author in your life, clearly.
I'm
You've
not
never done
talking
that.
about I'm not talking about the Africans who do work on the middle meta. Okay, so I'm speaking as
You
far as
don't
like
know what I'm
I'm
talking
speaking
about. You don't know
lineage
who are
wise. When I
genuine.
say the father, I'm talking about he's the one who started it. So are you saying we and us and white people are the same? And like I
I'm
said, I'm not a
saying,
racist.
I'm
Are we the
saying,
same? No, I'm
can I
asking Jose,
answer?
are we
Can
the
I answer what
same?
I'm saying? Let me answer what
I'm
I'm saying.
asking, are we the same? That's a yes or no, because I'm talking.
Hold on.
So
I'm considered.
obviously we're
In
not.
what
Are you gonna
context?
let me
Are we
talk? Are
We're
you
talking in
gonna let
what
me
different.
talk?
context?
Are you
In
gonna
what
let me talk?
So
context are we
Are
saying
you gonna let me
that?
talk?
if Wallace Budge and Champollion is the father, that means our African brothers and sisters who are also disseminating the Medunetta and they got it from him. Since we are not the same, they would be stepchildren.
Now, can I answer what you just said?
So yeah, we got plenty of
Can I
stepchildren
answer
who
what you
are
just
telling
said?
us about the Medunetta.
Okay, let
But
me
the
answer.
fact is the father is Champollion.
Can
He's
I
the
answer?
champion of the
Let me
Medunetta for y'all. Go
let
ahead.
me answer you. Do you know that Burge's work is considered outdated and incorrect and no one uses his translations? Every time they quote Burge, they correct Burge. Do you know that? No, you don't. Do you know that the major authority on these things is not Burge anymore? No. Burge's work was outdated a long time ago.
So he
Yes,
started, and I think it's his brother-in-law who finished it, right? But that is the basis of the Medunetta. That's where it comes from.
no, 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 no. No, what it
As
does
Walk
is
Crazy,
no, 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 no.
and peace
He
to the
was the
brother, he
one.
did not break down the Rosetta Stone for himself. It's no African scholar that got the Rosetta Stone
You're not
because
hearing what I said.
it's under the care of
Gideon,
Europeans. Nobody
Gideon,
got it and broke it down. So
Gideon,
y'all relying on the
Gideon. You're
European.
not
I'm just stating
listening. You're
facts,
not
bro. I'm
listening
just
to me.
stating
You're not
facts. But go
listening to
ahead.
me. You're not listening to me. I
Go
said
ahead, bro. Finish with
yes,
romantic.
that was initial, but those things are considered outdated. We have moved on, and there are plenty of black scholars and black people who have conventions with only black people and break these things down
Right.
and are
All right.
respected in
Right.
Egyptological community with degrees and qualifications. But when you don't study and you just want to white
Hold on,
everything,
Jose, because that's
you
not the
cannot
point
talk
we
to
was
me.
talking about. Because that's not the point. The only point I was saying was because
I
I
said
agree with all.
I
I agree with
addressed
all
your
that.
point.
What I'm
I
saying is
addressed
the
your point.
father of the
I addressed
Medunetus
your point.
is
I said
Champollion in them. That's
we
all
no
I'm saying,
longer
bro. Now
send
we can move on and
Champollion.
talk about the
Hey,
great
Bud,
stepchildren of the
did you hear what I
Medunetus.
said?
That's go ahead.
You still hear what I said? I said we have moved past that, and they are
Right,
no longer
exactly.
considered
Go
authorities.
ahead. Right.
So stop. So don't repeat it a 15 times. I told you
Man, I'm
we
talking
have moved past
scientifically,
that.
according to the data, bro. I'm speaking not emotion
No
and
one
we
is
taking
disagreeing
moral
with you.
victories and all
We're
that.
moving
That's we
on
can't
from that.
quantify that, bro.
No one is
Come on,
disagreeing with
bro.
you. I'm moving on from that to tell you that now in 2026 they have a lot of people who are making inroads into Egyptology and getting degrees, and who are actually in charge of these same people who you are talking about, and actually put together these exhibits. That's what they do. People like Solange Ashby are a member of the Nile Valley Collective. She's in charge of putting together these things. She's a high level. She's high level in Egyptology. But you don't know that because you don't study. You don't know that. These are the ones who put together exhibits and deal
Right.
with these curators. You don't know that because you don't listen.
Somebody got an
Right.
echo.
And I gotta add, and I want to add, hold up, I gotta add that when you say it's the same argument you hear that these FBA people be making about black people, the black history people, scholars and stuff, got their knowledge from white people, as if that as if we don't understand the reason why white people have all this
I'm
knowledge
not
and
saying
information.
that, man, sir.
The reason
I'm saying
why,
the Medunetus
but
translation
hold up, I know, but
specifically.
hold up,
Says specifically.
but the same thing that Budge, whatever they did, we know why they was able to do that, why they had the opportunity to do that, and why black people didn't have the opportunity to do the study and research that we could have done. Now that we do have the opportunity to do it, we are correcting the BS that they've been putting out there. And we've been doing that for the past 40, 60 years. They've been out here correcting the misinformation that they've been giving us. And y'all still want to down them for correcting it. It's like, come on, man, we got to stop that.
I didn't
They
down
coming out
them,
here.
bro. I just said
We got a lot of black
offensive?
scholars. We got a lot of black scholars that's no longer dependent on the translations that white people have made. There's no need to depend on them no more because we have black people that can read the language, that can speak the language, that live over there, that's talking to the people, that's doing the research, and coming back and saying that, hey, this means this and this, not this. So we don't have to listen to what white people are saying anymore.
I got you, bro. Yeah. But yeah, that's all I was saying, man. That's dependent on something. And that's what I like about the Bible, man. It's independent, independent. But what's that on your what's that avatar, Jose? What is that saying? Like, who is that?
Jose, did you hear?
Repeat what he said. I was doing something just now. What he said?
No, I was asking you, who is that on your avatar? What is that? Meduneto or something? Or that's a symbol? Or
Yes, that's King
what is?
Tutankhamun. King Tutankhamun.
Oh, you got a picture of his sandals?
Yes, it has Meduneto on it.
Yeah,
Of course it
it got ninjas on it too.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it do.
Why don't
See,
you be
that's what I'm
quiet?
saying, bro. Y'all gotta stop, bro. That's that denial scholarship, man. Shout
You
out
see
to
any
Kasai,
ninjas on
man.
that? You see ninjas on that? Are you crazy?
On his sandals. You heard what I said, his sandals.
Bro.
On his sandals,
If
he
you
got
read,
Nubian on
you
his
would
sandals,
you would
man.
know that he
Come
had
on, bro. Knock it
also,
off, bro.
bro, he also had a cane with an Amu on one end, a Nubian on the other end,
Yes, we
He
understand that.
also had a 5-pound gold helmet, bro, but we not talking about that, bro. I'm talking about the sandals, bro. I mean, like, bro, the
So
Now
what?
scholarship, bro. That's crazy,
We
bro. Like,
know that.
damn.
There is no. I have no issue. I have no issue
You
with
should have
saying
just
he
said,
had
yeah,
beef.
bro, he did. You should have just said, yeah, bro, he do, bro.
No, no,
All
no, no,
right, bro.
no. You didn't listen to
Well,
what I
y'all just
said.
make
You're
it seem
talking
worse
and I'm
when you
listening.
deny it, bro.
I never, Gideon, I never said they didn't have beef with the Nubians. I said, yes, he had beef with the Nubians traditionally.
We not talking about that. I was talking about the
But hold on, let
sandals.
me finish.
Now you're going
But
back
they
to other
also,
stuff.
I never denied that. I said, but they also had friendly relationships with them and the relationship with Noah. It wasn't just beef all the time. Because when they had to fight, they went to get their big brothers from the South. That's a
Bruh,
fact.
we talk,
You're not gonna get
bruh.
past that.
I was trying to change the subject because we talked about that for too long. So you went to talking. I asked you about the
Right,
thing. You said it was two.
and if
You
you
said it was
listened, you
King
would not have
Tut.
brought up the Nubian on the sandals because you would
So
have
I
understood
asked
what I
you.
said.
I asked you, do you got the picture of the ninjas on his sandal? And you was like, he don't have that. You went to talking about a
No,
sticky
I
guy.
didn't say.
To me, like, bruh.
In this particular
All right,
case,
bro. I'm just gonna let y'all say anything,
hold
bro.
on. In this
That's
particular
my fault.
case,
Proceed, bro. Go
I
ahead,
don't
man.
think
So
this would
y'all
be the
say
one.
anything, man.
I don't think this would be the one. This wouldn't be the one because he's not wearing any sandals in the picture. So that's
Oh, okay.
that's not it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But they also, but they also show you they had that same imagery for the Amu as well, of them being
Right.
bound on a cane,
Right.
of actual floor paintings with all of them and
Right.
him walking all over them. So there's
I
no
ask you where you're going.
disagreement.
You tell me where you've
There's
been,
no
right?
disagreement with that,
Okay.
bro. I'm not gonna disagree with that. But
Okay.
they did not see the Nubians the same as the Amu. Those were their bigger brothers. They were not
Right.
foreigners. The Amus were Asiatics.
Bro, you know you've been saying that like those 4 or 5 words verbatim, like 3 times. That's indoctrination, bro.
Because you trying to make it seem like they was warring with each other. And, you know what I'm saying? They
Because
hated
I
each
am
other.
correct. I am correct. I read the text to know that. They didn't always have beef. They ran to the south to get their bigger brothers, and their bigger brothers ran.
No, they ran to the south to get slaves.
And they were acting crazy.
They ran to the south to get slaves.
Now that's completely
Now
incorrect.
during
They did not
Hatshepsut
practice.
time,
They did not practice any type of slavery in ancient Kemet. Now you gotta show
Hatshepsut
me. You gotta
time.
show me that.
Oh yeah, they ran. Say, bro, listen, bro. They ran the Nubians so far down south. The ones that couldn't keep up, they slaved them. And then y'all say it was only when they went to war, but they went to war just to go get slaves.
No, they did not, man.
So damn if you do, damn if you don't. Like,
you gotta
Hold
show
on,
me that. Where you
Hercules.
get that from? Yeah.
Hold on, Hercules. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna challenge you to put together a presentation, or you can get anyone in your group, the New Torah movement, to put together a presentation on slavery using primary sources, and bring it on this platform, or do it on whatever platform you want to do it on, and show me what you said in the primary text. And then when you do that,
what did I say? I said a lot of stuff.
listen, anything that you said, whether it's be slavery, whether it be they hated the Nubians, put together a presentation on one or all of those things, bring it to this platform,
What I said
my
specifically about
Jesus Christ
okay.
platform, whatever platform, and put your information out there to be critiqued. And when you do that now, once you get critiqued, you cannot complain anymore because you put together a proper presentation and people looked at it and either agreed or said it's garbage. So let's do that. And
Well, that's no problem at all.
So we can critique your scholarship and say that is garbage.
And you can be the first one up to critique it. How about
So this
we
way
can do it
now,
like that?
So this way now, when we do that, you can't say I'm talking out of my backside. I'm hating on you.
I can show you how.
I can respond to what you said, and I can bring up some other sources to combat what you said if I think that you're wrong. So once we do that, the argument is done.
I can show you how Egypt withheld salvation or the afterlife from the regular man. It was only for the Pharaoh at first. Then they afforded it to the everyday man. I could show you that too.
No, there's no primary text that says anything about salvation only being for people.
Well, it's more known in Egyptian spirituality as the afterlife.
Right,
as
but
in the Duat.
there's nothing.
Only the Pharaoh was allowed in the Duat in the
there's
beginning.
Nothing, Gideon. There's nothing in ancient Kemet in their spiritual system that mentions anything about anyone's status as far as them having an afterlife, or because I'm poor I can't have an afterlife. It doesn't say that anywhere. What it does say is that
And I can show you how the Pharaohs was killing all his servants to serve him there.
What it does say is that when you look at what you call in the Pharaoh or the Nasut, he was not held to the same standard of necessarily being judged, because he was already considered a living incarnation of a nature. So he was not the same. He didn't have to be judged. He held a higher spiritual and political position in the country. He was actually considered the highest of high priest.
Well, he was the representation of Heru. He was actually God on earth.
He didn't have to be judged. He was considered
He
was an incarnation of all of them. He was compared to several of them, not just Heru. He was compared to Heru. He was compared to Asar. He was compared to Anpu. He was compared to several of them.
And Jose, what's crazy is y'all purport the laws of Ma'at to be some type of constitution like the Torah, which is not. In all actuality, in reality, what it is if you had enough money to buy the spells and you can maneuver in a duat. If you didn't have no money to buy them, if you didn't have money to buy those spells, that's in the Book of the Dead, because that's what it's referring to, dead people. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't have the money to buy that, you was just, you know what I'm saying, you just was stuck.
Gideon.
If you didn't have a spell to get around snakes and through all type of you was done.
Gideon, you're being ridiculous.
Come on, bro. Like generally, that's what it is, right? Come on, bro. Don't have me bring it out, bro. Stop.
Yeah, you need to bring that out.
Stop the denial scholarship, bro.
What is no Gideon?
You making up scholarship.
He is because what it says in the text is, when you go into the hall of Ma'ati and your heart is weighed, if your heart is lighter than the feather, you get to go into the afterlife and become
right. But you got a whole path to go before you even get there, and that's what the spells are for.
Bro, they didn't pay for the spells.
And then when you get in front of that lizard, alligator, lion, all that mixed into one, then that's when you profess the law of Ma'at, if I'm not mistaken.
Listen,
and if your heart is lighter than the feather, you don't get ate by the Nile crocodile. So
Gideon, you are conflating so much and you are so confused. What you're talking about is, yes, when people died, they did have something called the Pert Emheru and Gear, which is what they call the Book of the Dead. But yes, they did have that. But when you're talking about other texts such as the coffin texts, which are written on coffins, or the pyramid texts, which are written in pyramids, if you go into some of these tombs, from floor to ceiling, all you see is these texts. So all of these texts, you didn't have to buy books to get the text. They were taught these things from children. It is their culture. Yes,
those are spells on there, though. Those are spells on the walls in the tombs. So to get those spells, you would have to have the priest put that there. You had to pay for that.
No, that's foolish.
You had to have a certain elite. It was a social stratification in Egypt that would afford you to get that.
You show me in any primary spiritual text where they said you had to have any social stratification or classification. It does not say that. It says if your heart was light in the feather, you'd be able to get in. And yes, there was a process to get there. But it says, if your soul was found wanting, you would be eaten by Ahmed, which is the creature you're talking about. There's no social status involved in any primary text.
And
People
then if you're
assume
a
that
servant,
no.
if you're a
God
servant of the Pharaoh,
does
when
no
he
no no.
died, you gotta die because you gotta serve him in the afterlife.
Listen, yes, they would say that they think that there was a such thing as retainer sacrifice, and people were killed to follow the Pharaoh into the afterlife. Yes, they. I actually read a paper about that. So all right, there's some whatever to that. But if that happened, that only happened during the first dynasty. There's nothing out that practice was not prominent after the first dynasty. It was not prominent. Even if you saw it, it was not prominent.
And don't get it twisted, Jose. I'm not being nuanced. I'm just speaking in like real, like in generalities.
Yeah, but
You
you
know what I'm
need to
saying? But
you
for the
need to
most part,
read
what I'm saying is yeah, I'm just being real general, like,
and
cause
that's not good. We don't do generalities.
but it's still true though. It's all still true though.
No. What happened was initially when they found these texts, they only found elite texts and important people's texts. Those were the texts that they initially found. So they made an assumption. Then later on, they started finding common texts and other texts. And they made that up because there's nothing in any of the Kemetic system that says you have to have money to get into an afterlife. It says if you're not balanced, your soul will be eaten. If you are balanced, you can become a Sar. There's nothing in there about anybody's social status. The only one who is exempt would have been the Sud Bidi, or what you call it, the Pharaoh, because he was already divine and above everyone else as far as his divinity and his status. So he never had to be judged. Anyone else would have had to have been judged and found wanting or whatever the situation might be. So you cannot compare the leader of ancient Kemet to anyone else because he was considered divine already. He was one who acted out what you call the myths and the iconography of the deities. And if you see that, you know all of those accoutrements that he had were things that appeared in the text and in what we call the mythology long before. He adopted those things. The Heka, all of those things come from their spiritual tradition. It didn't appear out of nowhere. When you look at pharaohs like Unas was described as consuming the nature and becoming more powerful in the afterlife. Those are descriptions that you don't get with regular people who are not rulers. So that's where you're getting it wrong. He had a different status in this life and the next life. He wasn't like you and I. That's where you're getting it wrong. And they have no evidence to prove that to prove that the afterlife was restricted because of people's social status.
Y'all romanticizing the culture, man.
That's intellectual dishonesty. There's no primary source for that.
Y'all romanticizing the culture, bro. Like real talk, man. I can understand if y'all like Tahuti. I can like I said, I always go back to Tahuti because he speaks on it as it originally was, at least the best of his knowledge. Tahuti who be having the spiders and all that on them and stuff. Like
how do you know that?
Stuff.
How do you know that?
You know what?
How do you know he has the original understanding? How do you know that?
Because I know the original Egyptians looked at the Netters as real individuals.
No, you don't know that.
Yes, I do.
Know that. You don't know that.
I definitely know that.
No, you gotta prove that, man. That is not true. You keep making stuff up. Or you getting misinformation, man. You getting misinformation.
Right. See, that's the romanticism, and that gives y'all license to form in abstract and you know, like that's crazy, man.
If you say so.
That's real crazy.
We know that it was symbolism because of the way they put it. We know that.
Yeah.
If you don't know that, that's on you.
You would have to say it's symbolism to look at it in any type of credible way. If they look at it as real. That's why I say shout out to Unc, man. He know all that. And I'm just using these terms like because this is how we know him. Like he messed up with faith, man.
Listen,
it wasn't real, bro. We got to be real with ourselves, bro. We too grown, bro. We the first man, bro.
Same
We
thing
know
you
all
say
this
about the
stuff.
Bible. A lot of that shit is fake, and you can't prove.
Nah, that's real, but
Where's
that
the
was
body? Where's the bodies of Noah? Where's Noah body at? Where's Abraham body? Where's Jacob? Where their tombs at?
See, you looking for the wrong thing, and I guess that's why
No. Well, you said they
fascinated
real.
with Egypt.
You said they real. We could prove our ancestors Kemet were real people. We got the tombs. We got their bodies. How come you ain't got no bodies of some of the people in the Bible? I don't understand that.
That's what I'm saying, but you're fascinated with materialistic things.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
ain't gonna
bro.
find it.
Exactly.
Egypt got a lot of that, bro.
You can't answer that, Joy.
No, I just answered it.
Oh
You
man,
ain't gonna find a lot of stuff.
You right. You ain't gonna find it, but yet we could find bodies for other people for 4,000, 7,000 years ago. But the people, who they wasn't even around. Y'all stories just came around. What 600 BC? I mean, come on, man.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Look. Watch. The Avengers coming in, Bakwash coming to help you.
He said the Avengers.
Bakwash. I'm going to
Shalom.
call Bakwash the Hebrew Avenger, yes?
Shalom to everybody on the panel.
Peace,
Shalom.
brother. How you feeling?
What's up, Elder Bakwash, the Hebrew Avenger? He
I got
coming to help you.
I got a
Coming to
question,
help
though.
you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Elder, we listening to you. Help your brother out because he
I got a question.
got jumped in the alley.
If you don't mind me asking a question.
Yes, brother. Yes, Elder.
I heard the brother mention about Kemet this and associating us or black people as Kemet. How do you substantiate proof that you're Kemet as far as the majority of us in this country or wherever? How do you establish fact and proof that your lineage stem from Kemet and that you should be practicing any form of Kemet customs and ways?
That your lineage don't come from Kemet. And my lineage come from Africa. It comes from the continent on West Africa. That's where my lineage come from. And the thing is that people you do hear brothers ask this question about why we reverence Kemet and all this stuff. It's the same with every people. The white people, their foundation is Greece. And they always study in Greece, and they build up off the knowledge that they have. That's where they have this world from. It's from the knowledge of Greece. And so we should be studying our ancestors as well. And the zenith of African civilization was Kemet. The Chinese do it. The Indian people, they do it as well. Everybody do it. But except for when we start to do it and we recognize the zenith of African civilization, we have black people who don't understand this, want to push back and say, yo, why y'all trying to relate to Kemet? We don't come from Kemet. You can't prove you to Kemet. It's not about proving. It's about having a foundation. And every group of people have a foundation. Western foundation is Greece. And we all know that. And we know, and you could go to the average white person on the street and they won't know, or the white person who has a degree in philosophy, they can't prove their lineage back to Greece or Rome. But you damn sure will. They gonna stand on Plato. They gonna stand on Aristotle. They gonna stand on that. So why we can't stand on our ancestors and their philosophy?
But let's hit him with this. Ask him how much of what we know in the West comes from ancient Kemet. Ask him how much of what the Greeks know come from ancient Kemet. And when you answer that question, then you're gonna stop asking me why do I respect ancient Kemet? Because the same people you're talking about respected ancient Kemet. The Greeks did. The same individuals you say are your ancestors started in ancient Kemet. Everything of value that you have historically comes from ancient Kemet. So maybe you should think about that before you ask me that question. Because if ancient Kemet didn't exist, a lot of things that are validated right now about who you call your people wouldn't be here. A lot of first references to people that you say your ancestors come from ancient Kemet. So be thankful that ancient Kemet wrote down some things, or else you would have nothing to talk about right now.
Well, I don't doubt that ancient Kemet contributed a lot of things to the world. I'm not saying that. And most white people don't look toward Greece when they're searching out their ancestry. They don't. Most white people don't even. 90% of white people don't even do that, I would say. But you say that you come from Africa, but how do you substantiate us as the majority of us in America, black people in America? What part of Africa do we come from? Are we Ethiopians? Are we Kemet? Are we South Africans? What?
West Africa.
West Africa.
Okay,
The
but West
majority of
Africa.
the majority of the black people, not just in America, but the majority of black people on the West, in the Western Hemisphere, North and South Central America, come from West Africa. We know this.
What tribe? What nation?
I don't think that's important.
You
Just
don't
like
think
you
that's
said,
important?
wait, hold up, because I never said that white people would search out their lineage. That's not what I said.
No,
I said they stand on Plato and they stand on their Greek philosophy. They don't try to trace their lineage back to that because they don't care. Their foundation of their worldview comes from out of Greek.
That's Christianity.
What percentage? I'm sorry. What percentage of white people actually even quote Plato or Socrates? What? Very few. That's the point I was making. And secondly, if the majority of us come from West Africa, you said it's not important, but to know your culture and your foundation and your origin and what your forefathers really worship and what God they worship, you have to have some source of where they came from and who they are. And what I'm saying is, or what I believe is, the majority of black people in America who come from West Africa, like you said, they don't know this. They just go, they run right to Kemet rather than West Africa. So I'm just saying, if you are
That's the beautiful thing about being a black American. That's the beautiful thing. We are a mixture. You ain't got to know which one. You could just go to one. I've been to Ghana. I've been around the Akan. I've been around the Airway and Hausa people. I've been around all of them. And I hung out with them. I ain't got to like, man, which one of y'all my family, man? I need to know which one of my. You learn the culture from all of them. And you can adapt their culture and learn their philosophy, because once you realize that the African culture is basically one culture, and it's been proven that no matter if it's west, south, north, east, or west, it's all one culture. They just have different languages, different words, but fundamentally it's all one culture, because they see them, they know that they're all one people. Just like we talk about Western culture. Nobody says, "Hey man, which Western culture you talking about? You talk about the French, the Slavics, you talk about the British, you talk about the." I mean, nobody says that.
So are you saying that the South African culture is the same as the Ethiopian culture, and the Ethiopian culture is the same as the Egyptian culture? Is that what you're saying? Because you're saying all African culture is the same. And if the answer is yes, how do you have some proof to substantiate that?
They all
You gotta fill out one of the screens, but you reverted.
That's not me. That's somebody.
No, I ain't said you was quiet. I said that was Manson.
You talking about the reverb and the echo?
Yeah, that's Manson.
Everybody's echoing right now. Everybody's echoing right now.
No, they not. Not no more.
Right.
Okay.
But did you hear my question?
Yes.
How do you substantiate that all the cultures are the same? The Ethiopian culture is the same as the Egyptian culture?
Because they are.
What proof do you have of that?
All of them venerate their ancestors in one way or another.
What proof do you have that they all the same culture, like you said earlier? Whoever that was.
I just said they all venerate their ancestors.
No,
hold up. What the proof is? There's several books. Scholars have already done their history on this, and they've proven it and shown it. That's the proof. We got people like Jahi Johns. You have Dr. Fukuyao, you have Obinga. Cheikh Diop did a whole book on cultural unity in Africa. You got Dr. Kamalu. You have people there's so many people that's already talked about this and shown it in their work. So if you actually really want to know about it, you would actually look it up and try to read about it and study it and know about it. You know what I'm saying? So the proof is there if you want it. So I gave you my references of who is saying it. Now, do you want me to actually pull up the books to show you it? Because I could do that right now.
You can quote how, for example, the Egyptians, if they follow the sun god Ra, is it a possibility that the South Africans or the Ethiopians followed the sun god Ra or Horus?
Yes.
Really?
They have shown you in West Africa
Who's that?
where they have scholars have shown you in West Africa where yes, they have Amun when they're talking about the female rulers of Nubia. A lot of their names have Amun in it. Amani-Uranus. So yes, they show you that a lot of these cultures do deal with Amun that you consider outside of Egypt. Yes, they do. They have images. People who have gone to the country have seen images. They have a story in Ghana about a Kemetic priest running from Kemet after the fall of Kemet and leaving tablets and knowledge within Ghana. So yes, they do. They do. They have a connection. If you read the scholars, black, white, green, and yellow, they will tell you there's a connection. They will tell you that they have found artifacts in West Africa, I think even as far as South Africa, in terms of making these connections. They found certain artifacts within the Kemetic tombs that they say come from West Africa. You go to West Africa, the West Africans tell you that they come from Kemet, they acknowledge Kemet. So yes, the culture and the people do say that they are one and the same.
Who says that?
Scholars do say that they are one and the same.
Who says that? Can you give me?
He
a
just
scholar?
named, my brother just named several scholars.
Okay, no, I didn't hear. That's why I'm asking. Who says that?
Yes, he named about 4 or 5 scholars that
Okay,
did
so
say it. He
that,
did
that
that.
says, that says what?
He did name 4 or 5 scholars.
That says what?
That
That
says
makes the
it's the
connection
culture.
between West Africa and ancient Kemet.
Okay, so what's the example that the scholars give that links West African traditions to?
You have to ask the brother who made the statement. I didn't make
All right,
the statement.
that's what I'm asking. 'Cause it
I'm not gonna
sounds
speak.
wild.
They gave the example, like he said, they gave the example of the spiritual beliefs, the cultural beliefs, and family beliefs. Everything from West to East Africa is basically the same culture, is one culture. And the person I said was Jahiz Johns in his book Muntu. He said it. The brother Dr. Kamalu in his book Personal Divinity in Nature. He said it. Cheikh Diop in his book Cultural Unity of Africa. He said it. Theophilo Benga in his book African, Ancient Egypt and Black Africa. He said it. So yeah, we have people who done the work, and like I said, if you want to do if you really wanted to know, you would just look the stuff up and read the books that they write, or even the articles. There's people who's written articles on this as well. What's this guy name? Hold up. There's an article. What's this guy name? Dr. Ada Agada. 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 His brother, this Nigerian, he's a philosopher up in Nigeria. He has an article. I ain't got it in front of me right now. I gotta look it up. He said the same thing. But if you want to be detailed, we put this up right now.
Yeah.
And I'll read it to you. And he says, what page is this? 115. No, philosophy, religion and philosophy.
Are you sharing the screen, Master?
No, I'm just reading it from the book. I'm looking for where he was talking about voodoo, and he was explaining how no matter if it was in Haiti, Benin, whether it was in Kenya, the Congo, all the cultural practices in because that's what he did. He was counting 5 different places, 5 different cultures, different societies, and he was showing you that they were all the same. And that's why they say there's only one African culture, because from the fundamental, they have different words and different language for the creator. They have, you know what I'm saying? But fundamentally, all of it at the bottom, there's only one creator. You have the ancestors, you know what I'm saying? And you have the Orishas, you have the Netters. and that's all over there. That's all of it. And like I said, it's northwest, east, and south. It's all black people over there. That's how they viewed it, and so that's why they say it's all the same.
Is that what it said in the article you was about to pull up? Because you started with voodoo. You started to expound on that, and that could just be something that they picked up from another group of people or a nation of people. So was that in the article you was about to read, and are you going to still read what you're talking about?
And why do they have to pick up anything? You know, cultures evolve similarly.
Yeah, but if I have a culture, and
why y'all do this, like trying to connect each culture?
No, listen, that's what the point I'm making. If I have a culture and you pick up my culture, initially it wasn't your culture. His statement earlier was that we all, well, I'm not gonna say we, but in Africa, everybody had the same culture. You understand? That was the statement, but that, you know, how do we know what was picked up from other people, as you know, from or attaching yourself to another culture? That wouldn't be the origin of you as a people and your culture. For example, in Rome, a lot of deities and things that people worship in Rome, a lot of people picked up because it was attractive and Rome was a superpower in its time. So I'm saying, how do you know what you're about to read, if he reads it, is not contributed to that understanding, that it's just an adaptation from another culture? And initially we weren't all one and had the same culture and had the same ways.
Can I answer that, Bakash?
Yeah, I'm waiting. If he's, I didn't want to cut him off from reading his article as well.
That's not true. That's not true. But go ahead, Jose.
Number one, we understand that when we talk about culture, the oldest culture, the oldest people on the planet are Africans. So we didn't get nothing from no European, no Chinese, none of them. They were not around when we started out on the planet. So we didn't get nothing from none of them. If it's similar, we got it from ourselves. Simple as that. History tells us that. You can't put a square peg in a round hole. If it's similar, Africa is the oldest. Africans are the oldest people on the planet. So if between an African and someone else, the Africans are the ones who would have to take precedent because they are the older ones. They are the parents.
It's fine, but similar does not mean same. So
what are the two?
Well, let me use the.
Whoever said they have the same culture.
Well, let me clarify, Ben.
Grossly mistaken.
I'm going to use the word same. It's the same thing throughout Africa, just expressed in different languages. Let me use that word to make you feel better.
No,
it's the same thing.
You're making me feel better.
I'm going to use that word.
It's still a wild accusation. So it's fine.
It's not an accusation. Well, prove me wrong then. What's your basis?
All right, because you're saying culture and you're saying the same, and no culture is the same. And especially throughout Africa, and these people do not even identify themselves as the same. Their culture.
Who told you that?
Their culture developed like all culture around the world. If they are around other people, there may be shared cultural similarities, but these people are developing their own culture out. It's not the same. They may be similar, but it's not the same, and it's not coming from or taken from. It doesn't have to be like that, and I feel like y'all get stuck on that point.
Do you know, for the longest time, the only human, quote unquote, on the planet were Africans?
That's fine.
We are the example of modern humanity. So there was no one else around.
Say that again. Could you repeat that again? I'm sorry. Say that again.
I said Africans were the only people on the planet for a long. People that we call Africans were the only people on the planet for a long time. And then other people that developed and came out of Africans.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that. What proof do you have to?
It's not a belief.
What proof? I don't. What proof do you have to substantiate that? And how far back are you going? And what nation existed during this time to substantiate that?
What I'm saying is, people that we call Africans now are the originators of what we are now calling Homo sapien.
I don't believe that either. What
Right,
proof do
because
you
when
have
you
of
talk
that?
about Neanderthals are Homo neanderthal. It's not the same species of human.
Are all black people the same? Because
Except
that
I
would
speak.
that would that would you would have to that would be
Real quick.
all black people would have to be the same if that
All
was true.
Africans share some genetic affinities, yes.
But all
There
so
are
all,
black people. There are black people in the world who are not quote unquote African, such as East Indians. They are not quote unquote African, but they are black. But we understand in 2026, when you say black, black has become synonymous with African. Because everybody you talk to, the minute you say black, they go to Africa. So we have made black our word now. So yes, according to modern terminology,
Hey,
when
watch
you
share my
say
screen.
black is now synonymous with African. Yes, it is. In
well,
2026.
that goes
Yes.
to my original question.
Hold on,
man.
I think I'm about to checkmate him.
Hey, bro.
My bad.
You got the floor,
I'll
brother.
share your screen in 1 second.
Nah, y'all gonna keep. You gonna keep talking. I'm
Right.
The brother that was just speaking. I think you said you were from Ghana. You from Ghana?
Who, me?
No, the one before you that was talking about we all one and there's one black race. It seemed like he was trying to say. Is he from Ghana?
No.
Where you
Black
from?
American.
Nah.
Oh, you black American?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
He's one of us. He's one of us, man. He one of us. He come from.
You speaking right? You speaking now? You're black American?
Yes.
Oh,
I just
really?
don't live in
Okay.
America.
I hear a slight accent. That's why.
No, because I got married and I've been living in Trinidad for about 21 years now.
So you as a Trinidadian, Trini boy.
I'm not a Trinidadian. My birth certificate comes from America. I'm not a Trinidadian.
You're from
I
South
wasn't
America.
Born here. I wasn't born here. No, I was born in Brooklyn.
So I hear such a heavy accent. You don't sound
Because
like
I've
you're
been here for 20 years.
You sound like you're from right up Nostrand Avenue. I hear an accent.
Because
like
I've been here for 20 years. My accent has changed. Clearly.
I've been here all my life. I was born in the Bronx and raised in Flatbush. You don't hear an accent like that on me. Well, I guess it's like your philosophy. You adopt.
Because I've been around.
I'm just playing with you, man.
I'm
just messing with you. I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just messing with you.
Right. So my accent, I realize when I hear myself speaking on tape, my accent is definitely different. And it would sound different to people like you. But I can't really hear it unless I hear it on a recording. I have to record it and play it back. Otherwise, I can't really hear the difference.
Well, I'm from Brooklyn and I can hear it.
Oh, you from Brooklyn?
Yeah, I'm from Brooklyn.
Right.
That's why I say Trini. So let me ask you. So if a Trinidadian and a Jamaican are standing next to each other, I'm speaking in spirit now, and an African from South Africa approaches them, do they have the same energy and the same spirit?
I would say so. I would think so.
Really?
I would think so.
Okay.
Because remember, no matter where you come from, all black people seem to identify with each other.
But all black people the same?
I explained that in actuality, they have black people who are not Africans. Yes.
No, not East Indians. I'm talking about on the continent of Africa versus Black Americans. All Africans all throughout the continent of Africa, as well as America, are we all the same?
On a basic genetic level, yes. But it is a fact that if we're talking about the Yoruba people and other quote unquote tribes, they can definitely see that in their genetics as well. Yes. African Ancestry does these tests and they can point out those particular ethnic groups within genetics. So yes, there is a genetic proof of those particular groups other than just speaking. So there is, yes. But Africans are Africans. That's why they call Africans, because there's a certain phenotype to people who are African. Right? So that's what it gets into because it's really a racial identity. It is. We don't want to say that, but it's really a racial identity. It has become a racial identity, as well as a continental identity. It's not just a continental identity; it's a racial identity as well. And this is where the confusion comes in, that people don't recognize that.
Well,
because Negroid is not Africoid, which means that African has now become a racial identity as well as a continental identity. And sometimes we have to separate the two to understand.
Well, what's the difference? What's the difference of a Negro, with a so-called Negro, and an African?
The difference is Negroid was considered insulting, so they changed it to Africoid.
So in all reality, Africans can be called Negroes.
If you want to be insulting, yes.
Okay. I got a lot of questions. I don't want to eat up your time and be disrespectful, so I'll let other people.
You do notice, you do notice, since you're older than me, I did not treat you the same way that I treated Gideon. So just remember, I'm respecting your age.
You talking to me?
In case you didn't recognize that, because I presume you're in your 50s, right?
I'm in my 60s.
Right then, so you are definitely. So I could be your son. I'm 40 years old, so I could be your son. So no, I didn't treat you the same way I treated Gideon. I'm showing you that respect.
You had an argument prior or something? I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I was a little harsh with him, but no, my African culture teaches me I cannot talk to you the same way I spoke to him because you are my elder.
Well, I'm kind of familiar with Gideon from seeing him in different pages, and I don't identify as an African. I identify as a Jew.
No. I'm with you, but I'm pointing out to you, due to my African culture, I will not treat you the same way and speak to you the same way I spoke to him because of your status.
That's good. I respect
that. So I just want you to know, African culture has taught me something. And that comes from African culture, not to disrespect your elders no matter what. So I'm just pointing that out to you. Since we're on the African culture tip right now.
Well,
I can't talk to you that way.
Our culture tells us the same thing. We believe in the Bible, and our culture tells us the same thing. But it's kind of ironic. What's that?
But that's African. that is an African culture. It is.
If it's an African culture, then why? What are the two main dominant religions in Africa current?
Wait, hold up. Let me play this real quick.
No, you're asking a dangerous question.
Different authors from different motives have presented. Can you hear it? Yeah, I think it's Kamalu. They all show that the African understanding of spirituality from East, West, and North and South is the same. All right. And then once he says,
but when the brother just mentioned that Christianity is one of the largest religions in Africa, then are you saying that Christianity is looked at through a African lens?
Exactly. It's either Christianity or Islam, and at the beginning of his tape, it mentions.
No, we heard it. It's
spirituality. You heard it, right?
Hey, A1, real quick. I just added you on that little chess.com thing, so when you want to get it in, let me know.
I saw you.
Okay, for sure.
I accepted it. I'm about to request you that.
And he was talking about I believe Haiti, the Bantu, and I think I forgot. I think it was a South African one, and I want to say Europe. I forgot, but he named them. He was talking about them. I should have wrote them down, but he was showing you, the systems they far apart from each other, but they had the same stuff in it. They was basically the same. And Dr. Kamalu, he says Africa, all right. And from the Grandmaster teacher, like Marima Ani, she tells us.
I said that their work was not using the African worldview. And they said, what do you mean, what African worldview? Which African worldview? And what that was implying was that, you got all these different languages, all these different groups and so forth, so that we couldn't talk in terms of an African worldview. My work has all been to show that I don't care if you are practicing the Khan, if you are practicing, Efe, Afa, whatever. or what language you speak or what part of Africa you come from, is that there are certain consistent principles in terms of how we conceive of reality. And that is basic to African culture. So what was happening was, if we go back to colonialism, now we got neo-colonialism, is that the Europeans were coming in and studying African culture. They were defining it in terms of.
So I just wanted to share that because that's what I was talking about. There's fundamental underlying principles in African culture is is why we say that it's one consistent culture and that they're the same. No matter what part of Africa you go to, you can find and you can see that you have the same stuff going on. And I'm just saying, I saw it for myself when I was in Africa. When I was in Ghana, you go to Ghana, to Nigeria, to Togo, it's the same stuff going on. So it's the same cultural practices, even though they speak different languages. It's the same cultural practice. Just like in Europe. Nobody questions about Western culture and which Western culture, you referring to which Western philosophy. It's understood when you say Western culture. Everybody understand that. And there's never no issue with that. It's always an issue when we talk about Black people. There's always got to be this issue that we got to have. And we can't come to an understanding that our people are different than Western people. We think different. We act different. Come on, man.
That's nonsense. Yeah, that's nonsense because there's so much cultural diversity within the continent of Africa that even Western North Africans are. It's like it's different.
There are over 3,000 distinct ethnic groups.
We're not talking about Arabs. We're talking about Black people only. Don't include the Arabs. We talk about African culture, Black people. That's it. Not the fucking invaders, man. We ain't talking about them.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about Africa. You're talking about over 3,000 different distinct ethnic groups. It's incredibly diverse, and culture varies greatly between regions. Right? North Africa, West Africa traditions could be similar, but they are not the same. And no disrespect to the sister, but I don't understand what she means by what this underlying continuity of African culture. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I don't see the evidence. Just like them when they say Israelites are in that or in West Africa, they do the same thing, and y'all fight them over that. Y'all doing the same thing.
Well, we don't believe. I'm gonna speak for myself as an Israelite. I don't believe all dark-skinned people are the same. And then on another level, I don't believe Egyptians are the same, or brothers and sisters with Ethiopians and Ethiopians with South Africans. I don't believe the Creator created us that way. And I don't believe everybody has the same culture. Either you adapted to someone else's culture or you kept to yourselves and you had your own culture. That doesn't make any sense because your culture would start at the beginning of your people and change. It might evolve and change here and there, but there's not one culture that everybody was following and they evolved and they just broke off a little bit. That just doesn't add up. We're not the same. Just like Chinese and Japanese, they're not the same. They're not the same. So I don't think that just doesn't make sense to me. Y'all still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, we here.
Because it don't make sense to you, don't mean it's not true. I mean, that's
not true though.
That's true, but you don't have anything to substantiate. You don't have anything to substantiate.
Already substantiated, man. Just because you didn't understand what they was talking about doesn't mean it's not true. You know what I'm saying? Now, it's just because you don't believe it. You could believe what you want to believe. Just because you don't believe it doesn't mean that it's not true. And you have to prove it that it's not true.
Well, I was going to ask you that question.
My sources and I gave you the foundation, and just like you said, your religious belief that makes you think that way as well, and that's a part of why you're not understanding it.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing on that. I asked a question: what are the two dominant religions in Africa right now? It's Islam and then Christianity. Now let's look on the Christianity side. in the book they read, it substantiates what I believe. In the book of Genesis 10 verse 5, the nations are divided into their nations based on their language and their cultures and their lands. In the Islam, it states the same thing. So you have the continent of Africa following two different religions that believe that all nations are not the same, and nor do they have the same culture. So
Correct.
so
Correct. You're right. You're right on that point.
Mhm.
I can agree. I would agree with you on that point. But I guess our misstep was, I guess our misinterpretation or our miscommunication was that I thought we was just talking about African people without the influence of the Arabs or the Europeans. That's
what you're saying sounds kind of racist.
Came in at.
What I said, me, or the brother that was just speaking.
No, well, what Master is saying sounds kind of racist. Sound like 18th when you just lump African people all together, or they got the same culture. It's all the same. That sounds kind of racist. Sound like old racist theories, old racist ideas.
You talking about the brother
and you're negating the nuance of African cultures that don't fit together.
Yeah. He just lumped the Songhai in West Africa with the Swahili in East Africa, with the Bantu people in Central Africa, and the Hausa in South Africa, and the Zulu and the San people all together. It's like
so you would have to show that they don't have same cultural values.
No, you will have to, just because
we already showed it. We already showed it.
Listen, the book says what you said. It doesn't provide the evidence.
You don't understand it. Don't make it not true.
Listen, whatever you posted made the claim. It does not provide the evidence. And I'm gonna ask the question: do you know the type of evidence to look for to make that type of connection?
Prove what you're saying, man.
I'm asking you, do you know that? Okay. So can you show a mode of transmission? Can you do that between African cultures?
Don't ask me questions. Just prove what you said.
I'm asking.
This is not school, man. Don't ask me questions. We ain't in school.
No, you're saying it like you already made the point. Like your point is facts, and it's not. We're starting baseline. We're starting baseline. So I'm asking you, what is the mode of transmission? Like, right, linguistically, right? We can even just do it linguistically, right? Because it's over what, 1,200, 2,100 different languages in Africa. So how can we show that these people are culturally connected and they are doing the same practices, which they are not doing the same, and they don't identify their culture similar to other cultures? So how can you provide us the evidence that no, this comes from here and it connects to here? You can't just say that.
I said
you can't show a source that just says that.
I said it. I gave you the source. Now you have to prove that the source is wrong. We know that most African cultures, we say that they're same because they have the same values and principles all throughout the mountains, northwest, east, or south. And you can just look at the values and principles of a culture and look at the Yoruba. Let's look at the Yoruba.
I would challenge that with, I would ask about Islam and Islam being spread with the sword of Islam. Wait.
I already said, I'm talking about not the influence of the Arabs or Europeans.
But do you know, Master, that Islamic influence is on West African oral traditions? There are oral traditions right now where people saying that they come from Muhammad.
Oh my God,
they come from the East.
Right.
Those are inserted traditions.
Obviously, you can't understand what I'm saying. You keep bringing Islam up. Don't bring up Islam or
Christianity. But he asked you about basically Berber traditions before that. You know what I'm saying? Because before Islam spread, it was basically Berber in West Africa. So what he asked you the transmission, like what does it look like before Islam comes along?
What does what look like?
What you're talking about, this African spirituality before Islam comes along and imposes this
universal African.
This universal system
that he just created.
That's in North and West and East and South Africa and Central Africa at the same. Like, what is it? How does it look like? What does it look like?
They believe in one God. That they believe that the physical world is only existed because of the spiritual world. That they had they believed in their ancestors and they believed in the Orisha, the Netters. They poured libation.
So everybody
Everybody
culture
made
did.
offerings. They made sacrifice. This was a universal thing that was all over
Cultural
Africa. So
traditions.
Orishas is universal.
I don't understand. So hold up. I
General
don't understand
practice.
how you don't see all that all over Africa and every African nation.
It's all over everywhere. It's all
No,
over.
I'm talking about Africa. I ain't talking about everywhere. We talking about Africa, black people. I don't give a fuck about everybody else.
But once you
I'm
give
talking about
examples
black
that's not exclusive to African
Language.
cultures, it is
I'm
over.
talking
The
about black
conversation is over.
people. We're not talking about nobody else.
Yeah, but you're giving examples that's not
Right,
exclusive.
because if we can give universal, if we can give universal examples, then what you're saying isn't strictly to African. It's a universal principle.
That was never the argument.
They don't have a monopoly on the Orishas, is what we're trying to say. If you're saying that Orishas exist in Africa, we can tell you other.
The argument. The argument was that is one culture. You could say that is one culture.
And it's
that was
not.
the argument.
It's universal.
We say that there is one culture, and African people has a unique culture, and is one.
Okay,
no, there's more than one culture in Africa.
Define culture for us.
You define it for me. So maybe I'm getting culture wrong. So you define it for me.
Listen, culture. Listen, culture is the shared, learned, dynamic system of belief, behaviors, values, practices that define a group's way of life. That's culture, right? So it's what you eat. It could be your religion, right? It could be social habits. That's culture.
Okay.
Can I give an example real quick before Jose jumps in, just to give the distinction? And so when we talk about the cultures, we could talk about the Yoruba in West Africa and their Orisha system. The Igbo in West Africa, they have a different system, Chukwa and Alusi, right? The Dogon in Mali, they have a different system as well. The San and the Khoisan in South Africa, they have a different spiritual system where they have this type of a trance dance where they communicate directly with their ancestors, which is kind of different than the Orisha type of a system. And then we have the Akan spiritual system, the Naomi, or Naim, how you would pronounce that, Naomi, and the Abozom in Ghana. So all systems are different. So when the brothers saying they have one culture and it's all grouped together, like you're just wrong.
You didn't explain how their cultures are different. You just named the systems.
Right. So each one of those systems are different. Do I need to go in deep to explain the differences in the system? Me telling you the difference.
Different is not the same.
Hold up. You just said the names of the system.
It can be the same if we got differences.
Different names, different systems, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
No.
Incorrect.
They
can be doing the exact same things.
So if I go through these systems individually and they're and they differ in function, then that would be correct, right? They would be different, correct?
You're not gonna find anything.
I'm actually looking at them and reading them. So don't say what I'm not going to find when I'm actually looking at them and can tell you. Hold on, brother, and I can tell you the distinctions in each one of them. So I'm sure that you can do that.
So read what it says and tell us what's different.
So do you want to know the difference between the Orisha systems and the Naum systems and the different pantheons? Like, come on, brother. Like, I shouldn't have to go through each one of them. Just say that you're not familiar with it.
Nobody said that.
Because if you were familiar, but hold on, brother, hold on. Because if you were familiar, then you would already know the distinctions, correct?
He didn't say he didn't know the distinctions.
No, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to you, Jose. I'm talking to you. If you were familiar, then you would know. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Let me. I'm asking you a question.
I didn't ask you that.
If you were familiar, I'm asking you this. If you were familiar, you wouldn't be making an argument because you would be familiar with the distinctions, correct? So basically, you don't know what the hell you're talking about, huh? Go ahead, brother. So you're suggesting that the Igbo, the Dogon, and hold on, brother. You're implying that the Akan, the Dogon, and the Igbo all have the same system.
No, I'm saying it.
You said okay. Well, you be okay. Well,
and let me explain to you what
so
I mean.
that's easy to
Can I
just
explain to you what I mean first, and then you can respond. What I'm saying is ancestor worship and ancestor veneration is the only culture that Africans ever had or do have. That is it. That is it. There's no culture that you can point out in Africa that doesn't have that. You can't. You're not gonna be able to show me that.
Okay, Aboriginals venerate their ancestors, so and we lump them in there too, just because they're similar or cultures do the same thing. Don't mean that they come from.
Some of those people might say that they're African. I've never spoken to them, but they might say that. They might say that. I can't speak for them. They might say that they're of African descent.
But when y'all give examples that are so general to any culture around the world, it just doesn't add to the argument. It kind of takes away from the argument.
Okay, I could understand what you're saying, that is not something that's necessarily unique to Africa. I would not argue. I didn't say it was unique to Africa. I didn't say that. I said that is a culture that is definitely African. And it's if you go to every country in Africa, you definitely see that. You can argue if it came from there, if it's unique to there, that's a different argument. I'm not making that argument. I'm saying that culture is the only culture they have in Africa.
Right, but does that mean that?
But then he's wrong. Then he would be wrong at that as well too. I can name you two off top. Egypt would be one. Pharaonic Egypt would be one, and then we can look at the Himba culture as well. But let's go ahead, because we have to realize, Joey, that the average Egyptian, the average Egyptian, right? It was a state-centered type of a thing. It didn't have anything to do with ancestral type of a worship, right? The ancestor worship was only focused on the pharaoh, right, and the Neteru. So the average person, Egyptian, that died, it didn't have anything to do with ancestor worship, brother.
That's totally incorrect.
Let me tell you.
That is correct. That is correct.
Hold on, King J. You can't show me no permanent.
You know why? Wait, hold up. You know why that don't make sense?
That would never make sense.
You know why it does make? You know why it does make? You know why it does make sense? Because the pharaoh is the only one who was ever buried with the pyramid. What?
No, the people who started Kemet came from South and Central Africa. They came from the South. They didn't come from the North or anywhere.
What does that have? What does that have to do with anything? The direction that they came from, but they actually came from North and South. But go ahead.
Don't even, because
they came from North and South, brother. The Nile Delta is Egypt,
just like the other African people in the South. That means they had the same practices. That means they all were doing.
No, it doesn't,
they
brother.
all understood the
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
You got
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
How do you
just made that up?
Yeah, how do you jump that far without any evidence?
They've been doing it before. You think they only came up with spirituality when they founded Kemet?
What
is that? What you think?
You are saying the type of spirituality is universal across Africa. That's what you've been saying, and that is just wild.
Okay, Ben. Let's do this.
Again, I gave my sources. Personal divinity.
You didn't give me the sources. You got your own.
Breaks it down.
Okay, let's do it.
You want to learn about it? Look up the book.
Okay.
Read it.
Okay, brothers. Let's do this.
Critique his work. Break it down.
Okay.
I mean, damn.
I'm pretty sure a bunch of people already did so.
Okay, Ben.
Nope. I haven't found one yet. You'll be the first one. Go ahead.
Well, Ben, let's do this then.
It's called Personal Divinity and Nature by Camus.
Okay. Well, let's do this then. Let's start small, right? If you talk about Kush, right, and Kemet, they will show you artifacts and different material culture that shows you that they were not different. They were the same culture.
Talking about
one brother. So hold on. Ben, we're starting small here because people are going to try to say Kush and Kemet is not the same culture. I'm showing you that Kush and Kemet is definitely the same culture. We see it in the iconography.
Definitely not.
In that, we definitely see that these are the same people.
When you're talking about Kush, you're strictly talking about the South. What about the North? You're acting like the North is not a part of Egypt, and people get that misunderstood. They act like because hold on, brother. They came from hold on, brother. No, they did not. They came from Egypt. Listen, Egypt is a combination of the North and the South. It's an admixture. Egypt is not strictly just Kushites. It is
I
an
didn't say that
admin. It
either.
is an admin. So if you are saying that either,
No,
you're
no, no,
alluding. You're
that's not what
alluding.
I
You're alluding.
said.
Listen. You're making
Let
these
me hold on.
statements.
Let me
Hold on.
clarify
Shut
what I
up and
said
listen
before
and
you
let me
called me.
talk,
That's not
brother.
what I said. I
Brother, shut
never
up and
said
let
that.
me talk. You
I
can
never
clarify
said
when
that.
you can clarify when I'm done.
Shut up is
You're
what you just
alluding.
said
You're
to me.
alluding to it
Okay,
when
come
you
on. We're not
say,
about to
Shut up
start being
what you just said to
disrespectful.
me.
King J,
yeah,
you
Or did you
first
thank
say I
one
would
you.
telling
like to
people to
talk?
shut up on the panel. We're not about to
I know
start
you
that
didn't say
today.
that.
Let's
Okay,
stop
let's
that.
go. Okay, my bad, but yeah, he is interfering right in the middle of me talking. So all I'm saying is this, brother. When you allude and say that it comes from the South, you are negating the South. It's an admixture of both. So, Kemet or Egypt, but what you erroneously calling Egypt, is a combination of Tamehu in the north and Tassamir in the south. We look at the Libyans with that side lock, right? The Euphlock. That's not a southern culture. That's from Libya. That's from the Tahino. But we see the pharaohs wearing it, brother. So we know that it's an admixture. Guess what? Mayat is not from the south. Mayat is from the north. Go ahead, brother.
Now, number one, no one is saying that there was not two lands that were combined. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that when we understand the unification of what we know as dynastic Egypt, that comes from the south.
Brother,
They believe. Can I
unification
finish?
means both,
Can I
north and
finish?
south,
Can
unified. You're
I
not making sense.
finish?
Yes,
Can I
but make
finish?
sense, brother. I'm interjecting because
It
what you just
doesn't.
said
No, no,
didn't
no, no,
make no
no. You didn't
sense.
want me to interject when you spoke. So
Go
let me
ahead,
say
brother.
what
You're
you
right.
think
Go
is
ahead.
stupid, and then you can tell me that I'm stupid after I finish. When you look at the culture, they acknowledge that Narmer came from the south. And when he came from the south, he came with 4 what they would call gnomes already. 2 falcon, one is either Anpu or the set beast, they don't know which one, and the placenta. So that iconography in the Medu Neter audit tells us that he was not a foreigner. He came from somewhere else to unite both of them. The term Nasut Bidi, from my understanding, means one who belongs to the south but is related to the north. And if that is true, they're venerating the fact that the culture comes from the south but is related to the north. Because when you look at those 2 words, there is no word for Upper Lower or Egypt anywhere in there. So it can't mean the king of Upper and Lower Egypt. So now you can say that you think I'm stupid after I finish my statement.
I won't say that you were stupid, brother. That would be just, like the brother said. I'll just say that you were misinformed, right? So you thought that the Naset Biti meant just what?
I said from my understanding, I've heard people say Nasut Bidi means one who belongs to the north but is related. No, one who belongs to the south but is related to the north.
Yeah, you'll be incorrect. So Naset Biddy means the sedge in the bee. I'm surprised you didn't know this. We be in the room together all the time, but you be getting beat up. But it's called the sedge in the bee, right? So the sedge will be in reference to the sedge plant in the south, right? And the bee would be the reference to the Nile Delta. So it's a combination of both, right? So when
Accept the
you're talking,
challenge, King J.
huh?
Accept the chess challenge while you
Okay,
talking.
for sure, for sure. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna log in on my laptop and I'm gonna play you on my cell phone real quick. But just real quick, when you're talking about Narmer and unification, brother, if he's unifying something, then he's unifying both cultures. He's not just bringing his culture from the south and that's it.
I didn't say that, bro. That's not what I said.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes,
I
you
said
did.
no. I said he came from the south with
We know
4
where Narmer comes from.
already.
So what we know
I
where
didn't
Narmer comes
say.
from. Listen, Jose,
Hold on, King
where
J.
Narmer comes from
I
isn't
didn't say it
isn't
was a different. Hold on. Let me clarify since you're addressing it. I said he came with what they would call 4 gnomes, and I described the iconography as being Egyptian and them having a quote unquote Egyptian or Kemetic and having Medu Neter
but
on
but
the
but
normal pattern.
but
I
but
didn't say he
Jose.
brought a different
But
culture.
Jose, what you're suggesting by even saying that he brought 4 gnomes from the south is suggesting that there weren't already Sapots in the north. There was a pot in the north and the south. That's why it's called
That's not what I.
unification.
That's not what I said.
What
I
are you
said
saying then? Because you keep
I'm
saying stuff and
pointing
then
out.
saying that's
No,
not what you're saying.
I'm pointing out that when he came, we know he was not a foreigner because the iconography on his palette let us know
Oh, well, maybe
he
you're
was not a
confused.
foreigner.
We're not
I didn't
suggesting
say
that
he
Narmer
was.
is a foreign brother. We're not
I
suggesting
didn't
Narmer is a
say
foreign
it,
brother.
bro.
That's not the point of
Bro,
contention.
I didn't say
We're
blah
not
blah, bro.
hold on, brother. I'm just clarifying. We're not saying that Narmer is a foreigner.
All
The
right, please.
point is that the culture is not strictly from the South. The culture of the Egyptian culture is
I
a
didn't say
combination.
that.
Hold on, brother. Well, I'm just clarifying.
Well, I didn't say it.
Okay.
So,
Well,
so
hold on.
address what I
Because
didn't say.
hold on. Well, I'm just clarifying because the other brother did that. The culmination is of just from the South. No, it is a admixture of the North and the South. Norman doesn't just come and just does he with the sword and just implement his culture to the North? No, he doesn't.
You didn't have a
The word
different
they use is
culture.
unification, right?
You didn't
And then
have a
I
different culture.
gave examples of actual cultures from the North that we see in actually Egyptian culture that we identify as Egyptian. The Silock, Mayat. We could talk about the goddess Neith. All of these are northern deities and northern things that we identify as Egyptian. That has nothing to do with the South. So while
Can I
there was southern pharaohs, there were northern ones as well. The culture is
okay?
an admixture of both. We see it culminate right there in the middle. What's that? The
Can I
Badarian area.
respond? Can I
Go
respond?
ahead.
I never said it was a different culture. I said he unified both of them. They were not unified. I never said there was a different culture. I didn't say that.
Well, even
Which is,
then,
can I
I would
finish?
have contention with
Let me
that
finish.
because even then, you're saying unified as if they weren't homogenous, right? These were never autonomous city states. They were always homogenous with their own individual temples, their own enzymes, cult fetishes, and standards, right? They have their own gods and everything. They were not autonomous.
But
So
they were not. They were.
you're trying to
They
make
were.
it seem as if that that Narmer came and just unified the whole land under and everybody was happy with it. No, he cut their heads off.
Listen, I never said him.
He
I never
cut
said
their
nothing.
heads off and
Hold,
taxed them. He
let me
made them.
respond.
He
Let me respond.
subjugated these
I
people.
never. Hold on, King J. I never
He
said
cut
nothing
them
about.
Arabs' heads off. Yeah. So what?
Listen, no, hold on. I
That's
never
what he
said.
did.
Nah, but hold on. I never said anything about it being good, about it being bad. I never mentioned that. I said
Well,
history.
unification alludes
I
to
said
happiness.
history calls it a unification of both of the hemispheres, if you will. I didn't
Of
say
the
it was
Nile
pretty.
Valley.
Kemet was not the whole of the Nile Valley, bro. Sudan and Ethiopia are definitely part of it.
Me and you both know that the word Kemet wasn't even in use until 12th century Abyssinian
Whatever.
with the
Whatever.
049 with the 049 determinant. So we
Whatever. We're not going there. We're not going there.
we're
Let's
not let's
stick it
don't
to
act
what.
like they even used the word Kemet during Old Kingdom.
All right. Well, I'm using the word Kemet now. Get over it.
Okay. They
I'm
didn't.
explaining to you. Historians call it a unification. They don't
Okay.
call it a conqueror, a colonizer, a madman running around killing people.
But what do we
He
know it to
had a
be?
purpose. He had a purpose to
To
You can see
taxate
it how
them.
you want to see
His
it.
purpose was to taxate, to subjugate those people and take over their natural resources in the Nile Delta.
Where does it
And
say
that's
that? Where does it say
the
that?
Narmer palette.
You made that up.
Are you not reading
You
it,
made that
brother?
up.
Brother,
You made that up. The normal palette don't say nothing about that.
he's holding decapitated heads.
The normal palette doesn't say
What does it
anything about
mean,
natural
brother?
resources on it, bro. It doesn't say. There's no medunetra on it that says natural
They ain't
resources.
black.
So stop lying. Stop
Brother,
lying. It don't say that
Hey, let me
on
share
there.
my screen real quick. Are you on?
What's wrong with you? It don't say that no on
Brother,
there.
it doesn't have to say it for us to know what happened,
Be
brother.
quiet for a second, please, brother. You're misrepresenting the palette.
You
Doesn't
acted
say
as if these
anything about
people,
natural
you acted as if
resources.
these people were happy to get their heads
There's
cut
no
off.
medunetra on there that says I want to kill people with natural resources. It don't say that on there. So stop
Wait, hold
misleading.
up, y'all.
It doesn't say that.
Hold up. I'm about to go. Hold up. So I typed it in, I didn't feel like, looking for the book. So I wrote Diop wrote a book called Cultural Unity of Black Africa. How do we see a cultural unity when there are so many different African cultures? And AI responds, checking the Diop argument, the cultural unity of Black Africa is that underneath the surface level diversity of thousands of languages and customs, there is a shared cradle of a culture. the Southern Creighton culture, what he called it, that connects the continent. And that's what I was saying. They have a shared culture all throughout the continent, which Diop shows. And AI, the what? I don't want. I it's kind of long. It gave me a kind of long answer, but I'll go through it slow for you. I don't feel like reading the whole joint. I'm gonna go down to the conclusion. And it, where it says, bottom line, Diop isn't saying all Africans are the same. He's saying that they share logic of existence that is distinct from the European, Eurasian logic, which again was what I was saying.
Not what you were saying.
That is what I've said. That there's one culture all throughout Africa, and it's not the same as European culture. You know what I'm saying? Even so, I mean, that's what I said. But basically, it's they showing you that throughout the continent there is a social culture that you could say fundamentally that's the same, and that's why the people say that there's only one African culture. We say this is just one culture. They have the same stuff. That's why they say it. It's, you know, as they do it with most people. But anyway, man, I gotta go. It's late for me. I gotta get up in the morning. But y'all have fun. Y'all have fun with that.
You leave. Hey, hold on before you leave. I want to ask you a question real quick. Peace to the panel. Hey, I wanted to ask you, how do you know that they was those was Arabs that Narmer conquered? Like, do they have like what sense?
He didn't say that.
What information do you get that they was Arabs?
I got that from the brother. I got that from brother Cambone, Obadele Cambone. He wrote it. He just got a new book he wrote out, but he showed it. He did a lecture on it. He showed it in his videos where he broke down the style, and he showed you that they're grabbing them by the hair, and he was explaining them, and he was explaining that's how you look. You can see the different strands of hair. That's how, you know, that's not black people's hair. So he broke down the palette and like that, and so that's why I got that from.
But he didn't say Arab, did he?
So, but yeah. He said
Amu. You know, black people we got all type of coarse woolly hair. You know what I'm saying? Someone that
he was showing you it was the strand hair. It wasn't woolly hair. It was the strand hair. And then that's pseudo. No, you got to look up his work. He demonstrated because he didn't just show
it. You got a YouTube or he wrote it in a book. What is he showing this on? He did a lecture.
Yeah, he did both. He got a YouTube video on it.
Put the link. I want to check it out. Because I gotta see this. Because I never seen something that said that they was Arabs. So if they was Arabs, so is he uniting the Arabs with the Kemetic people? Because he united northern and southern Kemet.
Wait a minute. Did he say Arab?
He was killing them. We talking about uniting them.
But did he use that word Arab?
You know, we just call him Arab today.
Oh yeah, but that's not Arab.
He said Amu, the Amu.
That's Asiatic. That's not Arab.
Yeah, Amu is Asiatic.
That's Asiatic.
Western Asiatic at that. It's not.
They the same to me. They the same to me. I don't give a fuck.
No.
I gotta go.
No, because you got Afro-Asiatics. Where do you think Afro-Asiatics come from?
Not the same. The Amu was indigenous people.
I'm just saying, bro.
Hey, Capone, you ready to get beat up?
Same thing.
Bro, you gotta deal with our Shay first, man.
Capone, hey, me and I stay on the 15. We already set up for that.
I told you pick a hole. I said Capone, pick a hole where you want the body.
I'm ready to have this conversation tonight with you. We can just go over, give us a good 15 minutes, and we can just, just go over it, hash it out.
You want to have a weigh-in?
Yeah, let's do a little weigh-in just to see where we at with it, brother. Because the more I look at this information, brother, just unbiasedly, brother, I don't see why you still just as a historian or a scholar come to the conclusions you come into. And so I just really want to just see where you at with it.
Brother, you're not ready, brother.
I'm more than ready, brother.
To say Abraham came from the north when the Bible literally says the Chaldees, you're incorrect.
Okay, so let's talk about that.
Hold on, the Chaldees was in southern Mesopotamia. Chaldea is in southern Mesopotamia.
Okay, so let's deal with that.
Also,
let's go point for point before you go further, so we won't get just lost in it. Because I want to deal with that.
No, I'm just going to say my 2 points and then.
Well, okay, go ahead. Okay, for sure.
Yeah.
Because I got to take notes if you're doing it like that way. I might got to jump back on my phone. Is that me froze or you?
3 points right there.
Is you breaking up, brother? Or is that on my end? So
Yeah, that was me, bro. I probably need to come in on my other phone.
Okay, so I might jump. Okay,
that's me. That's me. I'm finna come in on my other phone.
Okay. But let me see.
I'm listening though.
I'm gonna wait till you come back. I'm trying to jump on A1 with this chest though.
That's the debate I want to see. KJ and GD.
A1, accept your
Give me like 15, 20 minutes. I'm folding these clothes.
Okay, for sure.
Oh, you gonna see it.
But yeah, Capone.
Right, so I gotta come out of here. Go ahead.
So we'll just deal with one point at a time. So the word Chaldean, brother, when you're referring to the Chaldeans in 900 BC, the word is Kaldu. Kaldu. We can just stay right there. K-A-D-U, Kaldu. Those are the Chaldeans that appear in southern Iraq 900 BC. The Bible does not mention the word Kaldu. The Bible says Kasdim. Kasdim and Kaldu both can be the Chaldean. The word Chaldean can be used as Kaldu or Kasdim. That's the confusion. So when we say in the Bible, when we see in the Bible Kasdim, they're referring to the children, the nephews and the family of Abraham, the descendants of Nahor, the sons of Chesed, which are Kasdim. That's plain to see. Now, when I bring up, I want you to hurry up and get back, because when I bring up Urfa, right, and when I tell you that it's anachronistic to use Chaldean of Ur in referring to the Iraq location, that's correct, because there is no location during that time period, but there is Urfa. Urfa is contemporary with Jebel Tepe, 9,000, 10,000 BC. So that is an actual trading post, location, historical place. So I'll wait for you to come back before so you can unpack it before we, go too far into it. But I just want you to deal with knowing that historically there is a place during that time period that Abraham could have actually been to that was actually called Urfa, right? Which is 16 miles away from Haran, which is another 16 miles away from Nahor. We could assume that this is the geographical location that went in, I believe it's in Genesis 22, when Abraham sends back to, get for Sarah, I believe. He sends him to Padam Aram. Not 600 miles away to Iraq. So I'll just wait till the brother to get back. A1, the brother's in the back, but Capone, remember he said he probably stepped away to do them clothes, so give him a second.
So what's the debate that you guys want to have?
There you go, right there.
The debate that we having is the location of the biblical location of Chaldean of Ur. Is it in Iraq or is it in Turkey?
Yeah, so what you said, so Abraham's relatives don't have nothing to do with this. Chesed, his nephews and stuff, that has little to do.
Why wouldn't it?
Because the Bible says because it doesn't. That's before they was born.
What's before what was born? So listen.
Nahor children is before Abraham. When he says Ur the Chaldean is really from Nahor, right?
Right.
I mean Terah. My bad, I said Nahor. It's Terah.
So there's a geographical location in Turkey called Taraki.
Okay, that's
it's a northern location.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these
You
are
have to,
all
you have
modern
you have
concepts. These
you
are
have
all
to
these
you
are
have
all
you have to
modern concepts.
listen,
The
Capone.
authors, the revisers or the redactors, whatever y'all want to call them, they put Chaldee for a reason. It's to identify which it was, because you got Iraq in the north and Iraq, and you have in the south. So it was in
Let's stay
is
right there,
the.
Capone. Capone, let's
Go
stay
ahead.
right there.
Go
I
ahead.
gotta. If I stop you when I think you're wrong, we won't even have a further conversation.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, because the time period wise, you say the reason why it's anachronistic is because there is no 9,000 of Chaldean in 9,000 BC.
Oh, really?
That's why it's anachronistic. I mean, but there is an Urfa in the north.
It's not anachronistic.
There's not what?
It's not
isn't.
anachronistic. It's not
not what?
anachronistic. It's not anachronistic.
If it doesn't exist, how is it not?
Josephus even says it in his writings. It's not anachronistic, right?
Brother, listen.
It's something
Brother,
that you
listen.
just don't understand. That the Chaldeans, the Greeks called them Chaldeans. It's in the Greek, so you're going from the
So
Greek
what is the
Septuagint.
word used
Hold
in the
on, let me
Bible?
finish, brother. You gotta let me finish.
Go ahead.
The Greek, the word that they use, that the Greeks use for someone that knew astronomy, we'll say astronomy or
This is where you
astrology
playing the
today.
games at, brother.
Oh, no, it's not. I'm
Because it's
telling you.
Kasdim. The word is Kasdim.
Oh, bro,
The word that the
listen,
Greeks,
bro, listen, brother. That's where the word came from. So what I'm telling you is,
let's
the
identify the
Greeks would
Kasdim.
call them Chaldeans. Listen, brother, I just let you go. The Greeks, allow me 2 minutes. The
Go ahead.
Greeks would have called them Chaldeans. The Bible says Kasdim. Kasdim was only used in the 2nd millennium BC.
No. Brother, we've already established that Kasdim means sons of Kased.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it doesn't.
It doesn't. No.
Brother, now you're making it up, brother. Now you make. I can
Talking
I
about
can
it
show you
means
this, brother.
sons of Kased. No,
Yes.
that's not. No, listen.
Brother, what is the plural? What is the brother? Stop, Capone. What is the plural form of the word Kased?
Kasadim.
Okay, so therefore they existed. And who would these people be? They would be the sons of Nahor, correct? That would be alive.
Brother,
at the time.
not who.
Brother, answer the question, brother.
Hold on.
Answer my question.
Listen, bro.
Answer
So
my-
listen, you can't go to the
answer my
listen, brother. Listen, you can't go to the text and then disregard the information from the previous text.
Brother,
You
I'm
can't
asking
do
you a
that. That's
question.
the faulty premise, bro. You can't go to where it says Nahor children name is Kasdim, but then you rejecting that Abraham and Nahor is before them and Terah, and they all came out of Chaldee. They all came out of a place named Kasdim. You can't go and then run and say, oh, their kids was named Chaldean, so that's why they called them the Chaldean. You can't do that. Now, when you go to the Strong's, it tells you it's for an astrologer or a proverbial or a proverbial of that people, meaning it's a proverb for people that deals with stars, that deals with the stars. This is also in Joshua, where it says that the forefathers, they worship the stars.
I can dig it, brother. So let me just act. Let's do it like this. So I because you have already a preconceived notion, so it's going to be hard to just for you to answer questions, right? So let's just do it like this. Let's erase everything from our head and let's just come to logical conclusions, right? So before 1924, before Leonard Crowley makes the discovery at Tel, whatever the freak we want, I forget the name of, however you pronounce it. Before he makes this discovery in 1924, and trying under the pretense of trying to prove that the biblical origins in Mesopotamia, right? This is what Crowley is out to try to prove: biblical historicity in Mesopotamia, right? He discovers some royal tomb and attributes it to Abraham. Only under the pretense because it said this tomb looked like it could be the tomb of a king. Before Crowley says this,
where was the Ur of Chaldeans?
The Chaldees, the land of Chaldea always been southern Mesopotamia, near Babylon.
Brother, it wasn't before 1924, before Leonard Crowley made the discovery.
That's not true.
That's a fact.
That's not true.
That is true.
That's not true. Cause
yes, it is true, brother. Leonard Crowley
hold on. Look. I'm finna tell you why it's not true. Cause Josephus' writings, and we found Josephus' writings before that, by the way. In Josephus' writings, it says, in the city of the Chaldeans called Ur, in southern Mesopotamia, verbatim. So it's no running around it. So it ain't no that they thought that the Ur was in the north. Josephus says it was in Mesopotamia.
Yeah, but Josephus is relying on a biblical text, but
it wasn't called the Bible back then. So
obviously,
Josephus is relying on the Tanakh, the Torah.
He's not even relying on that. He's just relying on traditions. So
he's relying on Jewish traditions. That's where you know it from. That's where you know that.
Exactly.
So Josephus is credible in this sense, right? He's more credible than some 1929 excavator. I'll tell you that.
What?
He's more credible than a later excavator who was trying to, whoever he was talking about, he's more credible than that person. Now, you want to have this conversation about Josephus? We can.
No.
I heard you. Matter of fact, it's funny that you take that stance, because I heard you try to use Josephus as a reference, as a source, talking to Cut Him Up one day.
A source for what?
Bro, you said something, I forgot what it was, but you mentioned him, and you was like, nah, because Josephus said this. And then the next day when I'm using Josephus, no, well, you getting that all wrong and all this. That's why I said, man, you can have a conversation.
That's why
I know that you subscribe to Josephus.
But you can't even remember how I was using Josephus, so I don't really know how to respond to that.
Well, you can recall the moment you was having the.
Josephus says things, that are just, demonstrably not true. He says things that when he's spot on, he's spot on. When he's not, he's not. I mean, you don't just use everything he says as just the end all be all. Oh, because he's a later author. No, you grab it for what you can get out of it. And if it's historically reliable, then it is. If it's not, it's not. But Josephus say some crazy stuff. So.
Like what? Like give an example of one of the
like you trained a 21,000 man army, this magical army that came out of nowhere that he personally trained for the Romans.
And he says this in his writings.
Yes, he does. He says it in his writings.
I know he was a general. He was the general. Know that for sure.
Finna get beat up, brother.
You finna get beat up. I want this quote. I want this exact quote about this army.
You want the exact quote about this army that he trained? I got you. I'll do it right now.
So being questioned, because when we first initially brought up this conversation, you was on his side of the of the argument, right?
Because from my understanding,
I want to know just from listening to the conversation information, have I been?
No, I wasn't on his side, King J. But I'm saying that what the text is saying is referring to Kasdim in the South. But the traditions behind the text might be referring to either one or both at the same time, and just later on gets kind of clumped into one narrative. So. And I told you earlier, King J, I kind of can see your point. I think it's a good point.
Yeah, but just because it's places that's named, that has similar names and stuff, that don't that
It's
don't
not just
mean that they name those places like that for a reason. Because Abraham, Terah, when he left, Terah is the one that left the Chaldees. He took his family. Abraham, Nahor died. So Abraham, Haran, they all went to in Lot and them. They all went to Haran, which that's why the place is called Haran because
But
they named it Haran.
where did they leave from?
They left from Chaldea.
Hold on, no, you making that up. Where was Terah at?
They left
Terah.
from Ur.
Wait,
They left
hold on. Quit using them words. Just answer my question. Where is Terah at? Where is Terah, the father?
He's in Ur.
He's in Ur.
Yeah,
Okay,
that was the only prominent city.
So you're
during-
hold on,
Go
stop.
ahead. Go ahead.
You just said that Terah is in Iraq, correct?
In Ur, yeah.
But we have historically Taraki is in Turkey, and it's next to Haran, right? So Terah is the father. So we have him in the north, not in the south, which
So
is
how
next to
long was that
Haran,
place named
which is
Taraki?
next. Huh?
How long was it named Taraki?
That's been the name.
How old does that name go back?
So for instance, so like the name Urfa, before it was Urfa, I believe it was named Odessa. I believe it was Odessa. Right,
Yeah, that's right.
but it
See,
dates, but it
you
dates. But hold
you
on,
making my
listen,
point.
no, you're not. I'm not making your point. I'm showing
You
you how
making
it's
my
not. Hold
point.
on, listen, brother. I'm showing you how it's not an acronym because these places actually list. Urfa dates back to 10,000 BC.
You know I got that in my
It's
slide, bro.
contemporary. How far is
The
Urfa from
Urfa is
Gobel?
really
So you should
named
know. So
Odessa,
I'm asking,
which
answer my question.
that defeats your
So you know
whole
I'm
northern thing,
familiar. So
though.
I'm familiar. It doesn't damage my argument at all. That
Yes,
being
it
Odessa.
does.
No, it
Yes, it
doesn't.
does. Hold on. We gonna get Ben Eden take on this. Ben Eden. Now I got this in my slide, ready. That Urfa it was later named Urfa. It was really named Odessa, right?
Mhm.
From the damn, I forgot which people. I forgot who named it Odessa, right?
But these Aramaics, Aramean.
That hurt. That what I'm saying that hurt his argument
No,
because
it
he's
don't.
saying that it's Urfa and he's relating Urfa to Ur. Go ahead. I want to hear your take on that, Ben Eden.
I don't know what was the question again.
I said that Urfa, right, that's a later name. It was named Odessa before that. And I'm telling him that hurt his argument about saying that the Urfa is talking about Ur.
How old is the term Urfa? I mean, I'm not.
It's modern. It's modern.
No, it still predates the 900 BC Chaldean Iraqi date. I still believe it's like in
I
the
say how
8,000, 5,000 BC. It was Urfa. You know what I'm saying? It was originally Odessa 8,000 BC. I think that's kind of like it wasn't. It's not contemporaneous at all. But it doesn't matter. But my point that I'm making is that Urfa is contemporaneous with Jebel Tepe. It's like 8 miles away. So these are my point is that these are are major King's Highway is around this area. These are major trading areas. Like so, we would think somebody like Abraham, would be in this area. Terah is supposed to have some little wealth. So all I'm suggesting is that if we have an empty slate and we adding up everything, okay. His father's name is Terah. We have a Taraki in the north. 10 miles away from his nephew Haran. His brother name is Nahor. We have a Sarid. All these locations are located in the southern area of southern Turkey, which is close to Canaan, which makes it which is a lot closer than the 600 miles that would be from Iraq into the land of Canaan, which there is no Euphrates rivers to cross over to even give them the name of the Hebrew to cross over the Euphrates. Right, so that would cancel that off completely. They wouldn't even be named Hebrews. Also, when I keep going back to Genesis 24, where Abraham sins and goes back to where he's from, and they go to Padan Aram. They go back to in Turkey. None of this has anything to do with Iraq. The only, and I asked the brother the question, he never answered it. Before Leonard Crowley's 1920 discovery, where was the Ur of Chaldea?
Well, you gonna get
And he
smoked.
didn't answer it because he would have to give an example because the consensus, even in the Talmud and most historic sources, would tell you, oral traditions would tell you that it was a northern location. They're
You gonna
known as
get
Aramaeans. They're known as Aramaeans. Who's Aram? Who's Aram? All these, so you know what I'm saying? Like all of this is northern Turkey. None of this has anything to do with Mesopotamia. All of this has to do with Leonard Crowley. You're getting that everything
so
that your brother has to do the hinges off of Leonard Crowley's 1920 Mesopotamia discovery, trying to put the Bible
so
in Mesopotamia.
hold
That's
on.
it.
So hold on. So you saying that so is Urfa in Mesopotamia or no?
So during that time period, it would have been called the northern Mesopotamia, yes. But today it's called Turkey.
So it's in Mesopotamia.
It's in Turkey.
Is it I'm saying the map of Mesopotamia during the time that it was called Mesopotamia, right?
It would have been located in northern
Mesopotamia
Mesopotamia.
at one point in time.
So to be specifically, it would have been probably located in Yam Hadad.
Is it in Sum? Is it in
Yam Hadad.
No, what I'm saying is
Because we had the
Urfa
kingdom of
outside of Mesopotamia.
Brother, I just gave you the exact name. Familiarize yourself with what I'm talking about. The Amorite kingdom of Mari, right, would have been before the Yamahad kingdom. So the Yamahad kingdom would be literally the Hittite kingdom. So just imagine the Hittite kingdom when I'm saying Yam Hadad, right? Basically. So think Hittites.
Yeah, but that ain't what I'm talking about, bro.
That's what I'm talking about. You asked me a question. You asked about the geographical location of where Mesopotamia. It wasn't called It was so it would be considered northern Mesopotamia, but to be exact, the exact kingdom is called Yam Hadad. During that time period, about 2000, 1800 BC, would have been referred to as Yam Hadad. Not northern Mesopotamia.
So it's not in so it's not in Mesopotamia.
Yam Hadad would be considered northern Mesopotamia.
So is it?
Which is today's modern day Turkey.
So is it Mesopotamia or no?
Which time period are you talking about? Are you talking about 2026? It's Turkey. That time period, 2000 BC, it was Yam Hadad.
So that's not
The kingdom. I thought I said it in a good way. That the kingdom of Yam Hadad would be located in northern Mesopotamia.
Yam Hadad.
Look it up, brother. There's an Amorite kingdom.
All that just means is
there's an Amorite kingdom.
The two rivers. All it means is the two rivers.
Right. So brother, follow the conversation. What is Abraham supposed to do? So listen, right. So what does Abraham supposed to do? He's supposed to cross over what?
Bro, why you study going into crossover? That has not. Listen,
brother. I'm just giving you the location, brother. All this. So listen. So listen. This is a northern location.
The crossover part happens when Terah and Abraham, Terah's father, takes his family out of Mesopotamia. That's how they crossed over.
So listen. So is that where you're getting confused at? When they're saying northern Mesopotamia, you're just automatically going south and not knowing that northern Mesopotamia is Turkey. You don't understand that? You don't listen. You don't understand that the Taurus Mountain is in Turkey,
brother. It says Chaldees. That's identify. Listen, hold on. Listen. This before any archaeology. No. This before anybody did any excavations.
Right.
It
Before
said
Crowley,
Chaldees.
exactly. So
Hold
this is
on, bro.
understand
Listen, you gotta
exactly. I'm
listen,
following you.
brother. You have to listen.
I'm following you,
Before
brother.
anybody did any excavations or anything,
Before
the
Crowley,
text said Chaldees or it related
exactly,
to Chaldees. That's
exactly.
an
So
identifier. That's a
so let's stay right
geographical.
there. It's a
That's a
geographical identifier.
That's
Yes. So where do we go to?
geographical identifier.
Yes. So
I
let's
only
go right
been
there. So
talking.
let's
Only
stay
been
right
talking
there.
for
So
5
let's go.
seconds,
So
bro.
let's stay right there. There is no southern location to identify during this time period. There's only a northern location. Let's just stay right there. There's only a northern location. So when I keep saying Kassad and the sons of Kassad means Kasdim during this time period,
What
that's who
time
they are.
period are you talking about?
Listen. This is who
I'm
they are
listening to you.
identifying.
I want everybody to hear this. What time period are you talking about?
Between 2000 and 1800 BC.
So you saying between 2000? Hold on, brother. Hold on.
I'm trying
Let
to
me
say
get this
it.
straight. So you're
I'm trying to say
saying
it.
in
Let me say
2000,
it.
in the second millennium BCE,
Yes.
there's no southern location in Ur of the Chaldees. There's no city there.
I'm
There's
saying.
only one in the north. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Urfa.
All right, let me cut you real quick, man.
Urfa. There is no such thing as a Chaldean, except so that's the. Listen, now I can say what I'm trying to say. Between the time period of 2000 and 1850 BC, the only the word is Kasdim. He's using, or I don't know if he's trying to trick y'all up, or he's just really confused about the word Chaldu. The Greeks are misusing the word Chaldean in reference to the 900 BC Chaldu, who are the Chaldeans that are in the southern area of Iraq. During the 2000 BC period, which would have been the time period of Abraham, the Chaldeans were referred to as the Kasdim, which would have been the sons of Kased. This is what I'm saying, and this is
Oh, so
what
you
makes
saying that the Greeks
makes
messed
sense.
it up?
And this is the Greeks messed it up. The translators messed it. Yes. Because they had
You can't
because
make
they
this
had
up.
because
So
hold on, brother.
Let's
Listen.
get this straight. So the Chaldeans that the Greeks was talking about, you saying these are Haran's children, correct? That's one thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Those are the. So hold on. If you asking for clarity, let me clarify. These would be called the Kasdim.
Stay right there for a second.
The Kasdim. The sons of Kased, or not the sons of Nahor, are called Kasdim.
Okay. One of his sons was called Kassad.
Yes. So listen, and these people as a whole are who we're going to be calling later Arameans, brother. Okay.
Oh,
they're
so
going to be called
Arameans.
Yes, they're going to be Arameans, brother. Brother, what is Padam Aram?
I thought they was. Wait, hold on, brother. You jumping
brother,
around.
Abraham in 22, and brother, you will die with Abraham in Genesis 24, verse 3 through 4. Brother, Padan Aram means what, brother? Abraham saying he's from he says he's from Padan Aram.
Hey, how long y'all finna be on?
Until he get ready to.
Hey, how long you finna be on? You cutting it short tonight?
No, I ain't cutting it short. Do your thing.
Hey, so I'm finna take an intermission. I'm gonna be back in like 15-20 minutes.
Bet I'll find something to play or something.
Capone, when you come back,
Y'all can play the top of game chess. I'm coming right back though.
I'm over here doing laundry, man. I was listening to y'all. I'm folding all these clothes.
Hey, let's jump on the chest.
I'll be right back. Give me like 15-20 minutes.
I'm over here.
Probably 10. Probably be shorter than that.
You have went to auto abort on the last request.
So he coming back to debate that.
He know he getting beat up on that. He don't have a talking point about that. It's really just a 1920 discovery that he's hinging his whole argument upon, that it's being replaced by the northern theory that I'm talking about. It's just too much archaeology that supports it. But yeah. But we're humble. I've been looking for him late night. I ain't really been seeing him late night lately.
Shit, we was on here last night.
Y'all on here last night? I'll be
Oh,
sleeping. I'll be missing y'all. Then I'll be trying to catch y'all. I'll probably be dozing off.
yeah, yeah, he took the show on the road tonight.
Mhm.
I was over there. My phone died. I had left. I was on the.
What you mean he on the road? What that mean?
He went to go support Super Wavy Channel tonight.
Oh,
We was
Wavy,
over
yeah. I
there.
mean,
We was over there early.
when he want to do stuff like that, he still should do it on this channel. Just stream it.
Yeah, we ain't
You
had
feel
time to
me?
figure it out. For real, this was already running.
Uh huh.
He was supposed to come back and do another show. He was supposed to interview somebody at 10 o'clock, but he ain't pulled back up. I wonder if he's still over there.
In that way, Wavy guests could have been, you know what I'm saying, just joined on this platform too. They didn't want big love. Mhm. I think Wavy is an atheist.
I'm not sure. Prince
Peace,
Cosmo, how
peace,
you
man.
feeling?
Oh man, I'm feeling good, man. The creator is kind. What I'm saying. Salute to the family. How y'all feeling?
Amazing. Peace, peace.
Good.
Peace, peace. What y'all rapping about?
We got a new Waspy.
I study everything. OWASP just one of the dopest books I got.
So you like the name Cosmo? You're a child of the Cosmo?
Excuse me.
I'm a child of the creator. But Cosmon is the era that we in currently today. It began 1881, sometime around there. I'm sorry, 1848.
So you deal with the age of procession?
What is that?
Procession. So actually, if you the date you just gave me, if you added to 2,400 years, I believe it's every 2,400 years is the age of procession. We probably about right now, kind of maybe.
Oh, dig, yeah.
You feel me? It's like
Yeah,
a zodiac,
it's definitely a system in order.
age of time. Like they said, we went into like the age of Pisces now. You feel me? Like
Right. The ages of Aquarius and yeah. The Cosmon era is a similar way of measuring time.
and
The
increments of how much? What is a unit of time in the Cosmos era?
well, each arc cycle is a roughly 3,000 year period, but there's different blocks of time that are different measurements of time. So a cycle or an arc cycle is generally 3,000 years. The Cosmon arc cycle began in 1848, and we're currently into the 170th year of that 3,000 year arc, which the word Cosmon means balance. It actually means right now, today, but it also carries with it the understanding of the coming of balance between spirituality or spiritual things and physical things amongst all of humanity collectively. So the planet, in a sense, right now, our Earth.
So it talks about the metaphysical and the physical.
What talks about it?
What you kind of described.
Oh yeah. Well, it's definitely everything is one. You know what I'm saying? Physical and spirituality is really one. Your spirit exists within your physical body, and when your physical body, your mortality sheds, your spirit will continue on. You know what I'm saying?
Is that subjective?
It's practical. There's a practical framework for it. An objective. See, I'm an objective spiritualist. So it's not based on what
I can never have win a conversation with a person like that, because everything they say would be based upon, like, even with the debate I got coming up about African spirituality, I feel as if the brothers, is so for instance, if he attributes everything to a deity, right? Technology or engineering or the pyramids, you may say the pyramids. Well, Africans had science because they built the pyramids. Well, no, that might not be science, if they're attributing the success of that to a particular deity or a god, right?
Well, objectively, the pyramids are a structure. We could see it. So,
So is that engineering or is that
right? Obviously, objectively, as we look at it, we see
Mm-hmm.
We see engineering, we see mathematics. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what I'm saying? That can't be
But
subjectively.
somebody like you would say that knowledge came from God.
No. Well, in a sense, well, all knowledge, wisdom, and light in the whole cosmos comes from the Creator, the source of all knowledge. He's the Creator is the only one that can call himself all knowledge, the one who comprehends all things, past, present, future. There's nothing that the Great Spirit don't know. See what I'm saying? Anything that we receive, anytime that you consider a thought and it makes sense to you and you figure it out and you gain that wisdom, that light was turned on by the Great Spirit, the source of all wisdom. You dig what I'm saying? You didn't just come up with that on your own. That it makes sense because the Creator turned the light on in your mind.
Well, wisdom and knowledge equals understanding.
Correct. So any and all knowledge, wisdom, understanding, discernment, discretion, all of that comes from the source of it. See what I'm saying?
But I don't attribute that source to a deity.
Me neither. The Creator is not a deity. The Creator, the Great Spirit, the source of all, is not a deity, a God, a Lord. Matter of fact, the reality, the practical way of understanding it is to know that all deities or gods were once mortals like us. A God, Lord God. Those are all titles given to angels who are high raised.
So you anthropomorphize spirits and give them human attributes.
No. So the thing about it is, all spirits of the dead
are still
alive. Wait, let me finish my statement. Let me let my plane real quick so I can make it clear to you what I'm saying. All angels are one-time mortals. Simple and plain, practically speaking. So when you die, you're no longer considered a mortal. You will be called an angel or spirit, right?
So that's unpractical because I've never.
So what is your grandmama? Where's your grandmama? Your great grandmama that passed on. Where is she? Where is her spirit residing? What is she doing? Right? What is she doing right now?
I have no idea.
That's what I'm saying.
Hopefully,
and that's a very honest answer.
Hopefully looking down on me, but I really don't know. And that's the thing. Nobody has ever came back and told anybody anything.
Well, the most practical way that I have found in my study of over 20 years is that our spirits and the spirits of our ancestors who passed are still conscious and living, doing things right now today in the atmosphere that wraps around the earth. So when somebody asks me where my grandma,
so you believe in sort of a purgatory sort of a state, right?
It's not a purgatory state. It's just the progression of man after mortality. It's a practical.
When are they going to transition?
They already have. See, the spiritual plane. See, this is what you got to see. The atmosphere that wraps around the earth, we call heaven. Let me ask you this question: do you feel like the heavens that wrap around the earth are just a barren waste place?
Brother, just before we say this, because you believe in the Earth's vortex, I don't.
No. I'm saying the atmosphere. I'm saying the atmosphere that you breathe. the heaven. When you go outside your front door and you look upward in the sky, do you believe that atmosphere, those heavens, are just a barren wasteland and there's nothing there?
No, I don't believe that.
Okay.
I believe there's something outside of
in the unseen world, the spiritual world. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to explain to you now is that I don't believe that is. I agree with you. I don't believe that is a barren waste either. Matter of fact, I wouldn't say believe, but I damn near could. I know that the spirits of the dead are living in the kingdoms that we can't see in the atmosphere, as above, so below. So just like we on the earth, we have governments, we have schools, we got hospitals, we got places of recreation, we got places to go to study and learn.
So if I wanted,
that's going on right around us in the atmosphere, unseen to mortals.
So if I wanted to describe that spirit as energy, would you be opposed to that?
Are you energy in motion?
Yes.
Okay, so no, I would not be opposed to that. All spirits are energy. All of us contain are a source of energy that is sparked from the source of all, the great spirit. We're connected directly to source. There is no middleman. There's no God or no savior or no Lord between you and the creator who made you.
You made yourself.
In your spirit, there's a
From
place.
what you said, you made yourself, because
No, I
if
didn't
you
say that. The creator created all that I see and that I am. All
well,
that
you are the
all
creator.
that my body contains came from the creator.
You are the creator. Well, the creator.
I'm a
Well, wait.
co-creator. I'm a co-creator. Yeah.
Let me say it like this: the creator would be when all of the energies are back to the original source at one.
The
That is the
source of all
creator.
life. The source of
Yeah,
all life.
which would be masculine and feminine
Correct. He's
energies, both
correct.
combined
I agree.
to be that.
Correct.
So
100%. The creator,
you,
and
you
to double
refer
down, just to double down on what you're saying, the great spirit is all. Simply put, in the most simplest way you can understand it, everything that is a part of the source of all.
Do you have female angels in your doctrine?
Of course. Matter of fact, the highest raised angel to ever come to our particular planet, Earth, was a woman.
Really?
And matter of fact, if you understand, once you understand what lords, gods, and saviors and all the ranks of angels are, you'll understand that the God of the earth, we don't even have a God of our earth today. We actually have a goddess. The God of our earth today is a female.
Let me ask you some better questions then, because I'm not familiar with your doctrine very well, but so because it sounds like a little like Gnosticism, because it sounds like the person who is reported to start your theology had a divine revelation. Is that correct?
What'd you do? You just Google some shit real quick.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm rolling up right now. Actually, I'm on top of my head, but
I'm about to roll up right now. As you said that. That's what's up.
Yeah, but
nah. So basically, all
That
spiritual,
explains it.
all spiritual texts on the whole planet. I don't care what spiritual text you're reading: Quran, Kabbalah, Bible, OSP, Ethiopian. Any spiritual text that you read on the planet has been purported to come from an unseen source or an angel in the spiritual
a
world or a
revelation.
God. You see what I'm saying? All the prophets receive revelations from the spiritual plane.
So,
am I lying or is that true?
So could you receive a revelation?
Well, yeah, we do it constantly. Every single person, every day.
Mhm.
But the Creator doesn't teach what the higher light of His truths. He don't teach it over here in America one way and then have it taught differently or the same but differently in another place. All the Creator's logic and understanding and doctrine are all cohesively one. When He say "Thou shalt not kill" in the Bible, He say "Thou shalt not kill" in Quran, "Thou shalt not kill" in Kabbalah. Everything says "Thou shalt not kill." Love your neighbor as yourself. That's the golden rule in every spiritual text.
So is the Owaski a continuation of any other older traditions from the Bible? Is he supposed to be like a prophet after Muhammad?
Nah, the Owaski ain't nothing like Bible, Quran, the Book of Mormon. It ain't like none of that shit. You have to, when you read it, I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. I'm gonna keep it 100% on some wisdom shit with you. If you want to be wise and smart, just download the PDF version of Owaski online and just start reading it. And you're gonna start to see for yourself what the fuck it's about. Everybody on here want to argue and fuss and fight about this, but I have multiple Owaskis and I've been reading that shit for 4 years straight. And I got big homies like Selah Shalom, Cosmon Cal, Malachi Maccabee. Them niggas been studying Owaski 10, 12, 15, 16 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can tell when they talk too.
And you know what I'm talking about?
Like
and it ain't
those are
nothing,
the biggest. Those are the biggest idiots
it's
online,
nothing. See,
bro.
you see how my homie just started talking slanders in an Owaski? It's nothing.
No, I'm not
evil.
talking slanders.
There's nothing. There's nothing.
The
There's
Owaski
nothing
is
evil.
trash, bro.
Wait,
It's
hold
the
on.
most
Have you? But
trash.
see, but what I'm trying to
It's
tell
the
you.
most trash
y'all
book
right.
you can read.
It is trash, y'all right. But
If
guess
you
what?
haven't read it, if you haven't read it,
wait, y'all right, real
you
quick.
ain't gonna know.
Hold on, because I was just finna say this in your defense.
brother, y'all right. He seems to be different than the other ones. Like he has more of a practical outlook on things. Like I probably like he might if it's some bullshit in there, watch me. He'd be like, "Yeah, bro, I don't agree with that, but I take the
Oh
practical."
hell yeah, bro! I'm with that with any
Yeah,
book.
King J.
I'm
See,
with that
I
with
see King
Bible.
J.
See that
One
that's the
thing
thing about
about you,
me, bro.
bro.
Like
I
when it.
appreciate
Oh,
your
I'm sorry.
movement towards unity all the time, bro. But some of this shit, man, you can't synthesize
But
with
I'm gonna keep
logic.
it 100%, man. In the creative gang, it's you gonna keep it real first. So if I read something in the Watchby that's evil, I'm gonna say that shit sounds off. If I read something in Bible that say something off, I'm gonna say that shit off. If I read something in Quran or Mormon, whatever the fuck the book is, you see what I'm saying? I'm a grown ass
Language,
man.
gentlemen, language.
Oh, excuse me. I'm a grown man, bro, and I don't have to lie
So
to myself.
here's the problem with the Owaspy and a lot of other things, right? So
What's the problem?
I hit more to the Torah. Here's the problem with the Owaspy, right? Is that you can clearly see where and how it was constructed, right?
Is that a bad
When
thing or a good thing?
no, it's a bad thing. It's a bad
We
thing.
can't
It's
we can clearly
horrible.
see how the Bible. Let me,
It's
I'm gonna let you
horrible.
talk.
No,
Go ahead.
because I'm
Whatever.
taking from the words of the creator of the Owaspy himself.
Sound like you
Okay.
about to start lying on some shit, but go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to lie on you and everybody else you claim that reads that trash. So the problem with this is, right, is that first it's based and steeped in white supremacy.
Lies.
Now,
You ain't
those
read the
of
book
you who
clearly, man.
adhere to it, watch your mouth, man. Those of
You
you
already
that
lying.
adhere to it,
I don't know who's
those of
talking
you
right
that,
now, but he's lying.
first of all, listen, that's the problem. Those of you that adhere
Please,
to
one
it,
mic, Judah. You did
All
this
right, let me
last
roll this
time you
blunt.
came
I'm
up
yeah,
gonna mute
here.
my mic.
those
I'm
of
gonna mute
you,
my mic and roll this blunt while you spew these lines. Go ahead, whoever talking.
yeah, just don't swallow it. So those of you that adhere to it often overlook the fact that it tells you that whites are superior to blacks. It's right in the text. So, and just so you'll know, probably in this community, outside of the clowns you just named, I'm probably the one that has studied the Owaspy more than anyone else. You can actually go on my channel and see the breakdown. So I'm not just up here slandering, right? I'm just telling you what I know about it. So when you deal with Nubral, like he takes parts of Buddhism, he takes parts of Catholicism, he takes parts of Christianity, he takes parts of Zoroastrianism, he takes parts of things that he learned from Madame Blavatsky. He takes things that that he learned from his travels abroad, and so he meshes them together. So it is clear, right? So when he writes things that he claims that he receives this ethereal knowledge of, that at one point Ra or Asar was the god of the world. Then he punches a time card, and then Yahweh takes over, who's ruling the world now. Then at one point it was some other god that was in control of the world. It's a hodgepodge of psychedelic tropes. It has no basis. It starts to, and so what he does is, it's real funny. Uh, he just takes what he already has acquired. Say like the term Jehovah, right? Simply because he changes a vowel in it does not mean he's getting some type of original knowledge. All he's doing is playing games with the text. Nobody even rocks with the here's the problem. The founders of these different types of religions, most of them have found to be either schizophrenic or have some type of mental issue, or involved in some type of pedophilia or child sacrifice. These things are prevalent all in the history of Owaspy. I'm doing a series now on the Nation of Islam. Like these things are prevalent. A lot of these were COINTELPRO programs, whether people understand it or not. They were created to infiltrate black communities. Like you could read the Owaspy today, and I promise you, if you didn't know that it was coming or it was labeled the Owaspy, you think you're reading the Epstein files. That's a fact.
I'm reading now. That sounds crazy. I just want to ask the brother something real quick in regards to his text and see what he agreed in kind of regards to what you just said, Yara. So it says in the Lord's fifth book, chapter 118, it says, "Shall ye not wed with the drooks, the dark people, lest your seed be polluted?" So that's one example I want to give to the brother. And then it says here in Owaspy's Lord's fifth book, chapter 117, it says, "The Lord singled out the purest and married them, giving 2 women to 1 man according to the law. And the heirs of the wisest and most virtuous were wiser than their parents." So I just wanted to ask the brother what he thought about those 2 verses in particular.
All right. Oh man, yeah. Here we go. All right, so let me say a couple things. I'm gonna answer your questions first and foremost. First of all, the term "druk" in Owaspy has nothing at all to do with skin color or race. Did y'all hear what I said?
I hear you, brother. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, so the word "druk" has nothing to do with skin color or race, and it has specifically to do with when it says dark, it's talking about your spirit being dark, your spiritual grade being low, demonic, meaning you're a warrior, a murderer. Those are dark people. A pedophile, that's a dark person. So when you say the word "druk," it's a dangerous spirit or a dangerous mortal. Well, actually, a druk would be a dangerous mortal, like Donald Trump, like Benjamin Netanyahu. Those are drugs, and they're not black, are they? No, these are white men. So a druk could be of any race. You got niggas that walk down the streets and shoot a nigga for another brother for having a different color on. That's a drug. Does that make practical sense to y'all?
No, because that's not what New World actually writes and says. He says the exact opposite.
With your spiritual grade. Okay, so if you, and it also has to do with being able, with being incapable of receiving spiritual light, right? So a person like Yara, who's talking to me now, he's incapable of understanding what the hell I just said. A drug don't have nothing to do with skin color, according to Owaspy. Matter of fact, the copper-colored people in Owaspy are the highest raised spiritual people in the book. The brown-skinned people in Owaspy are the actual highest spiritual people in the entire world. If you ever read Owaspy for yourself, you would clearly read that. But since y'all just want to talk mess out y'all milly mouths, disingenuous, and shows your lack of understanding, man. It shows y'all are actually acting like drugs.
Yeah, that's fantastic. But New World said that the drugs would be equivalent to the Hindu people or the Indians. So those are who he calling the drugs, and that's because he traveled over in those areas.
You drug.
He traveled over. Hold on, he traveled in those areas.
Donald Trump is a drug. Benjamin Netanyahu.
Listen,
Mike Cosma, let y'all rough.
Hold on, bro. Listen, bro.
All right, go ahead.
Listen,
I'm gonna mute
bro.
my mic.
What
Go
I'm
ahead.
telling you is that the author, the originator, the person who created the term drug and defined it, does not agree with you. He tells us that the copper colored people are the much more higher civilizations of people because he studied for years in India. And that's who he would call the copper.
About? What the
That's
hell
who
are
he
you talking
called the
about?
copper colored people.
On some real shit. What in the hell are you
Watch
talking
your
about?
language, sir.
I'm talking.
Language
This is
and decorum.
All
Prince
right, language,
Cosman. Hold on, hold
language,
on,
language,
y'all, bro.
language.
Let
I
me talk to
respect you. I
Prince
respect you,
Cosman, man. Let me
A1.
get
You
you in
already
the
know I
corner
respect you, cuz.
like the referee, man. What's
yeah.
going
That's
on,
what I'm
man?
saying.
Last
Like,
time we
You know
had,
I respect you. You know I respect you, A1. My
I
bad.
know, but I want you
I'm
to
gonna keep it.
respect
I'm gonna keep it.
yourself
I'm gonna keep it
too
light.
by watching how you respect
Yeah,
yourself
yeah.
too.
It's all love, my bro. I just get frustrated when people just come on here and just start lying, bro.
but
They
like I
haven't read
said,
Owaski. Hold on. You haven't read the book for yourself. You Googling stuff
Wait,
and
no,
you're
no.
I
It's
think
on
oh,
y'all
most.
wait,
right
no,
out.
no, no.
It's
What
actually
he
on y'all
done?
right to finish. I made him
All right,
stop so that way I can tell you to stop.
all right, go ahead.
Yes,
Okay.
cool. Yeah, I think that I think the brother just didn't listen to what I said initially when I came on here. Like I've done several series. I've even debated against your brothers. So I have several teachings and breakdowns on the Owaspians, the origin of it. You can go on my channel now,
Very good answer.
um, on the New Torah movement, and I break down and I talk about New World, and the Owaspy. I talk about the Faithist movement. I talk about the people that he, Lana Blavatsky, the people that he gleaned from. I talk
First of
about
all,
the
we do
two.
the same thing, cuz. If y'all
That's
follow our
cool.
channel,
That's
we
cool.
do
I
it.
listen, listen. I know who
But we
Shalaf
bring
Shalom is. I've been on his
the
channel.
actual truth, and we bring out the actual reality of who John Newbro was. What he's matter of fact, it's written in Owaspy. If you ever read Owaspy, John Newbro's statement on how it came to be is plain as day in the introduction. It's not rocket science. Ain't nothing trying to be hidden and no secret. No,
Um,
bro. It's plain.
okay.
If you learn how to read and just think for yourself, you will be able to clearly understand. If you really searching for the creator, if you're trying to search, you know what I'm saying, you can read any book. But the point is, how can you apply these spiritual practices to become a better human being to serve others? That's true
I'll
worship. That's what
I'll
true
tell you
worship.
why.
So
When
so
you
like my
said
brother, like my brother was saying earlier, see, y'all worship deities, y'all worship gods. A god ain't nothing but a title given to an angel in the unseen heavens, right above your head. So if you worshiping God, God was once immortal. All angels were once mortals like us. You ain't supposed to be worshiping no deity at all. The creator is not a god. You see what I'm
so,
saying? Oh,
so
Waspy teaches
I see
shows you all
nothing
of
of
that.
what you're saying. So when you say New
You
New
worship
World
Jesus,
talks
right? You
about
worship Yeshua,
when you
right?
talk about no, I do not worship Jesus. No, I don't. When
Or
you talk
Yeshua, I
about
mean,
New
you worship
World,
Yeshua. You a black
when you
Hebrew, right?
talk about hold on, when you said you made a statement, you said New World talks about himself. He breaks himself down in the book. That's wholly untrue. The Waspy that you guys are reading was changed after his death
No, it
because of
wasn't,
some
bro.
of
We
the
got the
fantastic.
original plates. You see,
It
unlike
would.
you, y'all don't
Can
have
I
the
finish my
original Ten
statement?
Commandments. I'm just saying,
Can
you talking
can
crazy.
I finish my statement?
Go ahead, I'm mute
I've
my
done
mic.
the work already, so I'm not just talking. I've done the work
You are
already. I've done
just
the
talking
research.
because we actually do the word. You
Prince
No,
never
I've done
did
the
the
work
word.
Cosman.
already.
Prince Cosman. You gotta let him finish, and then you respond, and he
Yeah,
let you
yeah, I've done the work.
finish.
Yeah, this is not
I
any.
know
I
it's
mean,
it's
this is
triggering sometimes when people are
yeah,
coming for what you study and believe in. Uh, but you got it, man.
yeah,
Take a deep breath. You got it. Hit that L and let Yara land the plane. Go ahead, Yara.
yeah. You gotta. I mean, anybody can study it. After John Newbro died, the people that picked up the movement after him, they rewrote the first part, the introduction of the Owaspy that Newbro because it was too fanatical and too fantastical. So when they began this journey to the faith, they're now called the faith
Hey, is that
movement.
my phone doing that? Y'all right, you cutting up.
Yeah, that's yeah, right.
It might be me. Can y'all hear me better?
We can hear you
Yeah,
better.
you were just going
Yeah.
in and out a little bit.
Okay.
You
Yeah. So when the faith in the faithist movement, after Newbro died, they had to rewrite it, right?
You still doing
They,
it?
is it still me?
Mm.
Yeah, they had to rewrite it because it was too unbelievable. They were losing people. I'm in contact constantly, at least twice a month, with someone who was a part of the Owaspy and Faithist movement. So he sends me his work all the time. Yeah, that's a nice book. He sends me his work all the time. It's what he does. he breaks this down. So he's been on my channel several times before. I've interviewed him. He's actually a part of the WASPI. So what is clear to him, and even other faiths, is that what you guys are doing are synthesizing it so that it appeals to blacks, and it was never written for black people. Newsboro says that. He says that black people or drugs where black people could not even have the capacity to understand it. So that's why he says that.
Are you done? Thank you for that. Thank you for speaking those words. I appreciate it. I appreciate you bringing light to this so we can clarify some things. I'm gonna go. I just showed you. I got the book of the WASPI right in front of me. I'm gonna go ahead and turn to the glossary dealing with this drug concept and just read in the glossary of WASPI. Since y'all don't read it, I'm gonna read it for you. All right. The term drug in WASPI. Hold on, let me get to it. It is a low-level mortal, one who desires no spiritual light, one who cannot understand spirituality, an evil man, comma, a warrior. Has nothing to do with skin color. It has everything to do with your lifestyle. Are you able to receive spiritual light or not? Yes or no? If not, you're a drug. Wait, hold on. Are you an evil man, a warrior, like Donald Trump or like Benjamin Netanyahu? Matter of fact, do you serve a God who claims to be a man of war? If so, when you analyze yourself, you can determine if you're a drug or not. If I tell you the Creator says, "Thou shalt not kill," but in your mind, you feel like you got a right to kill, then you're a drug. If the Creator say, "Love your neighbor as yourself," but you determine within your own heart that you can hate your brother, then you're a drug, no matter what color your skin is. You dig that? Do you comprehend that spiritual light? Yes or no? If not, you're a drug.
Okay, I think he's not. That is a modern interpretation. That is not the original interpretation that John Newsboro intended. It's not what he wrote. Because if you go into the actual WASPI and read it, it'll tell you that the drugs were dark complected people. Now, for those of you who continue to say, "Oh, a drug can be anybody," no, that's
You're
not
still
what he
choppy,
said.
Yara. You real choppy.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
He
It does.
choppy because I'm cutting him up like a tree.
I want to ask the brother something. What's the difference between this WASPI and narcissism? Or have you heard of narcissism?
Yeah.
I asked him about that earlier in regards to people receiving
Y'all been
revelation.
asking me a lot of questions, and I think I've been answering them pretty clearly and directly. I was going
It's
to ask a question.
a different doctrine. You're not saying anything different than anybody else, brother.
Let me ask you a question. Most of y'all in here, I
Spiritual
don't know how
enlightenment,
y'all think.
that come out of the Gnostics.
Can y'all hear me? I was going to ask a question. I don't know. I'm just going to ask a blanket question. If you worship God, somebody need to mute their mic. I can hear somebody echoing Sonnet or something. But I was saying, most of y'all tote the Bible, the Torah, and the God of the Torah he states that he's a man of war. And in 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 3, he commands King Saul to go into Amalek and kill everything living, including the suckling babies, the titty babies, the ones still on the mama nipple. Right? He says slaughter them. And then in a prophetic verse in the book of Psalms, chapter 39, I believe, it states that Israel is one day gonna make their enemies their slaves, and they're gonna take their babies and dash their heads against the stone. That's commanded by the God of the Bible. So my question to y'all who tote the Torah is, on that day when that quote unquote prophecy is fulfilled, are you prepared and willing, and will you dash your enemies' babies' heads against the stone? Yes or no? Be careful, because if you answer wrong, it's going to prove if you were drunk or not, whether you white, black, brown, purple, blue, or pink. Are you going to kill the babies when that day comes? Yes or no?
Yo, Capone, you came back. You ready for that conversation? Or you-
I told you, bro. Pick a hole. Yeah, I'm back. I'm ready. What's up?
Wait, is that in the Owaspi, Prince Cosmo?
No, that's in the King James Version Torah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say what? Because I'm playing chess, but I'm paying attention, but I'm not really paying attention.
You will never hear Jehovah, the Great Spirit, the one ever present, inspiring you to kill anybody in Owasso. You only see evil shit like that in the King James Version Torah.
Oh yeah, okay.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all niggas want to talk mess about Owaspi, but your Torah is commanding the murder of innocent babies. And historically, your people did it over and over and over, even to the point of eating their own children in the land of Babylonian captivity. They ate their own babies, and God told them that they was gonna do that.
Woohoo, man!
You see what I'm saying? So y'all got issues in your book before you start trying to come over here to the Owaspi talking mess that you ain't even read Owaspi. I've been reading Bible since I was born.
Mm-hmm.
My granddaddy was a pastor. My daddy was a pastor. My brother's a pastor. My brother-in-law is a pastor. All I do is read Bible and spiritual text my whole life. When I came into this Owaspi, nigga, I was like, yo, Owaspi means earth, sky, spirit.
What's the Ten Commandments?
Look, the Ten Commandments is have no other creator above the Great Spirit, number one. And to love your neighbor as yourself, to not kill, to keep the Shabbat. You dig what I'm saying? To honor your mother and your father, you know, to not covet, to not commit adultery against your wife. That's the 10 Commandments. I know in my heart. I grew up memorizing that shit every morning.
That wasn't 10. That wasn't 10.
Which one I missed? Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not murder.
You said about 5, 6.
No, nigga, we gonna start from the top. Have no other gods before the Great Spirit. The one I said is don't have no images of anything in the heavens above on the earth.
Idols. Okay.
Earth, and bow down yourself and worship them for that's idolatry, right? We got a problem with most of y'all niggas who worship a man sitting on a throne up in heaven that you call the Son of God. Y'all worship a man. That's an idol. That it has form and figure. See, Owaspi teaches you that the Great Spirit is everywhere in all places right now today, giving life to all. And you can't see the Creator with your eyes like you see a man sitting on a throne.
The scriptures don't say that you can see him. So
no. The Bible teaches you that your God is Jesus or Yeshua. You worship him, and he's gonna judge the world one day. He's gonna come back with 10,000s of thousands.
Okay, but according to that, where does it say that we saw him?
Wait, Abraham said he saw him. Jacob said he saw him. Matter of fact, Jacob wrestled him.
What does it say? What does it say? It says 3 men appeared unto Abraham.
That y'all consider to be Yahweh or the Trinity or the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost.
There was 3 angels.
Exactly. That's what I'm telling you. And a God ain't nothing more than an angel who was once a mortal man. That's what's in the Bible. God.
All right, bro. King J, you ready, bro? You ready to finish this, or you still, or you getting whooped over there?
I'm right here. I'm ready to. It's really been over. You ran off when we started talking about Eartha.
I ain't running. I had to go do something, bro. That's all. I'm back now. I've been back. I heard y'all cutting y'all up over here.
Y'all right, dollars a butter knife. He ain't cutting nothing.
So basically,
like James Brown said, like a
we
dull
left
knife,
off with the
it just
Greeks,
ain't
right?
cutting.
We left off with the Greeks
talking loud, but ain't saying nothing.
Messing up the definition of a Chaldean. That's
So
what we left off.
the argument is really just in between Caldu and Kasdim, but you I don't see how you getting mixed up because
Caldu is Kasdim.
That's the error you're making. They're two different people.
No, they not.
No, brother, listen. My argument will be that the Caldu are strictly a southern Iraqi Chaldeans that don't come until the 900.
Wait. King J, for the sake of argument, can you not use modern geographical terms
I'm not. I think
ancient geographical locations?
So, brother, that's why it's anachronistic because they don't exist. You're the one who's doing that.
You the one.
You're
You being
talking about
anachronistic. You talking about southern Iraq. We not, bro. We not talking about before they even had Iraq. We talking about Mesopotamia.
Brother, it wasn't. So you saying that the name was Mesopotamia in 2000 BC?
No, I'm saying to refer to this place in ancient time is either Sumer or Mesopotamia. That's the correct scholastic way to refer to this location that we're talking about.
No, it's actually a It's actually in a CAD. So there's actually those locations. So you can actually say it's in southern. Yeah, I mean, so that's fine. I don't Sumer, right? A CAD, those locations. So I mean, you can say that. That's not. Those are the right terms. I would say this: Iraq. You got Iraq, Nippur, Tusa. Those are the southern locations. So when they're talking about Kasdim, we are particularly talking about a time period 2000 BC. Kasdim exists 2000 BC. Caldu do not. That's the distinction. Kasdim.
I see your problem that you have.
Kasdim exists. And why do Kasdim exist? Kasdim exists in 2000 BC because Kasdim are the freaking nephews of Abraham.
So historically,
900 BC they don't exist.
So historically, do Kasdim exist?
So this is what happened. 900 BC, the word Caldu and the word Kasdim both mean Chaldean. When the Greeks translated the word Chaldo, it's CHLDOI, Chaldoi, right? Chaldean.
That's how you say it in Greek.
Right. Exactly. So there's the confusion lies between Kasdim and Caldu. We know Caldu don't come until 900 BC. So when they're saying of Kasdim, we have to understand they're talking about the nephews of Nahor, or I mean the nephews of Abraham, which are the sons of his brother Nahor.
Hey, I got a question because I'm listening to y'all conversation. You said that they were around 900 BC, right? I mean 9,000. What'd you say it was?
My argument is that Urfa exists. It's contemporary with Gobo Tepe about 9,000 BC.
9,000, 12,000 BC. Go back like Tepe. Go back like Tepe.
Go back to 9,000 BC though.
No, 12. Go back like Tepe. Go back 12,000 BC.
I'll be fair with that. So we can range from 12,000 to 9,000.
Yeah. Well, it ain't 12,000. It's
If you look it up right now, it's gonna say 12,000.
Right. So this strengthens my argument as a northern location, because the brother has no argument. The only thing your argument.
So you said okay, but the go back like
you slowly, kind of gradually, like the brother might be right.
No, because I can show you where Bro, you wrong, bro.
How,
'Cause
let me ask you. Let me ask you a
when
simple
you get
question.
Babylon, so how did Babylon get established? If it's a
Hold on,
this
before we even go that far, let
The
me just ask you.
problem lies. The
Just
okay,
be
problem lies.
logical.
okay.
The
Let me ask you a
problem lies.
logical question. Let me ask you a
Because you know
logical
you
question.
got the Tower of Babel before
Well, let
the
me help
first
y'all.
millennium
Let me
BC.
help you out because the problem lies
Which
with
is
the problem lies with the
Ziggurat.
timeline, my bro. You
Exactly.
hear what I'm saying?
We have
The
they
biblical
have
time. The biblical timeline is off.
tale for the Tower of Babel. The
Yeah,
mountain.
but let's just stay right here real quick, upon. So I want to ask you a question, a logical question, because I'm being logical.
Go ahead.
If Urfa is, how far is Urfa from Gobel Tepe?
I don't know. You said it's like 40 miles away or something like that.
Miles. It's 8
I'm
miles.
not familiar with Urfa, but you go
Eight-
ahead.
It's 8 miles. Trust me, it's 8 miles from Gobel Tepe.
Okay.
So,
I will be by the time this debate though.
and
But
then
go
we
ahead.
see Haran, 16 miles from there. We see Nahor, we see Sareg, we see Taraki. We see all these within a 30-mile radius of each other. This is in northern Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
These are these. So when they're saying cast them, these are the people who you're talking about. When you keep saying when you talk about these magi, these magicians, these are who they're talking about.
Right. So I get what you're saying about the civilization. That's part of it, right? But the thing is, what you're missing is how they established the Tower of Babel in Babylon.
But that's what
They
2600.
found a plane. They found a plane in that land, right? They
So you
journeyed
talking
from
about the
somewhere.
ziggurat? You talking about the ziggurat?
Well, not it's two. It's not just the ziggurat of It's another tale that they think is Babylon because Nineveh is right outside of it. They found all these places, bro.
So we talking about 2500 BC, 2600 BC for.
Well, the Tower of Babel was 1,000 years before Abraham even existed.
Are you talking about 3000 BC?
Wait, hold on. Let me see.
No, that's not
My
correct.
bad. No. I got that. That's wrong.
Yeah, about
That's
2500
contemporary with Abraham, so that's 2,000.
Right. But the
It's
problem,
second millennium BC. Yeah.
the problem that y'all have that my bro is having is the timeline of the biblical. The biblical timeline is not accurate.
No, you're not accurate. You're not accurate, bro.
Well, what I'm saying is,
the biblical timeline lines up with the history.
Okay, consider this though.
Not with you, come on, no.
Wait. What I'm saying, consider this.
Hold on. Explain yourself, King J.
Because if you're saying 900 BC, you're referring to the cow. You're trying to say
I'm
that.
not saying 900 BC. That even the whole 900 BC thing is that's an overread of the Assyrian royal titles. How do I know this? Because they found the books of the Chaldeans. The book of the Chaldeans, these tablets go talk about things way before 1 millennium BC.
Hold on, I got a primary. Hold on, real quick, because I got a primary source for you. I didn't want to just disclose it too early.
No. Save it for the debate, bro.
Oh, y'all got a debate coming up? I didn't know that. I didn't know y'all had a debate.
All right, we can go to something else. Because I want you to be at your best. Don't give me all your stuff right here.
Nah, because I mean,
me arguing to you, having this conversation, I'm way different in a debate, especially with the sources on the screen and everything.
Nah, you're just trying to see where I'm at with it, but that's fair because I'm not.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, bro.
I just wanted to say that when we got artifacts on the earth like civilizations like Göbekli Tepe. Göbekli Tepe is dated, like we just stated, 12,000 BC. The biblical timeline, according to all of creation, is only 3,000 years ago.
It's 6,000.
Okay, let's just even if we say 6,000 years ago, we still got a problem because Göbekli Tepe is dated 12,000. So if your biblical timeline starts creation at 6,000, bro, that's off. What are we
No,
talking about?
you're wrong. Just
Dinosaur and none of
admit
that.
that you're wrong and you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I know exactly how to count.
No,
12,000
you're wrong.
years.
The
We got
Bible never
the
says
earth
six.
can't
Hold
be.
on, hold on,
Listen,
hold on,
the
brother.
earth
Hold on, I'll
cannot
let
be
you go.
6,000 years old
I'll
if
let
we
you
got
go, bro.
artifacts and
Brother, I'll let you
civilizations that are
go. The
12,000 years
Bible
old.
never says
That
that
the
the earth
timeline
is,
is
it
off.
never says that it's 6,000. So why
It
is you
does
saying it?
state the whole time of history in the Bible is only equated to 6,000 years max.
That's because you overreading, bro. You don't understand what.
Overreading.
Yes, you keep saying that it's only 6,000. The scriptures doesn't say that. So
Moses
where's you getting
equates
that number from?
the Torah equates Noah. When you add up all the way back to Adam, the lifespans of the people, we get
When was
6,000.
when is Abraham's time? Let's see if we can go back 6,000 years. What you get, Abraham?
2000 BC, brother.
Exactly.
2000 BC, right?
According to the biblical
So
timeline.
Noah
Again.
is 1,000 years from Abraham.
You
10
said what?
generations. Noah is 1,000 years from Abraham.
Do you even know? Did you?
Yeah, that's about
you think Noah is a physical human being?
Oh my
So,
God.
but before Noah's time, before the flood, you got so let's say that's 3,000. Those are millenniums going back.
Bro, you're going to have to source all of that. What you talking?
Bro,
But
how we see it, you can see
what
it.
I'm trying to tell
Well,
you is
whatever.
that
I ain't finna- I
it
ain't
don't
finna
make.
go
First of all, Noah is not a
You don't know
man.
what it is.
Noah
You
is an
don't know
arc
what it
cycle.
is.
Noah's not a man. Noah
But
is a time.
listen,
You
this
see
is
that?
what I'm saying. This is
Just
what I'm
like the
saying, bro.
time
Bro,
period
listen,
we in
I
right
don't
now.
care about the doctrine stuff, bro. We dealing with textual evidence.
Your textual
I
evidence
don't care
proves
if
that
Noah
the
was the
whole creation is
archetype,
only
if
6,000
Noah
years
was
old,
this.
which don't make
Listen,
no
brother, you
sense
gotta let me talk.
logically.
You gotta
When
let
we
me
got
finish my.
artifacts on the earth and trees on the earth older than 6,000 years old, my brother.
Bro, nobody. That's a Christian doctrine. Nobody. The Bible don't say 6,000. So why is you keep saying
Are you
6,000?
a Hebrew Israelite type dude?
I don't think upon
Bro, it
subscribe.
don't matter what I am, brother. This
I'm
is
just
what I'm
asking you
telling.
because the Hebrew Torah, the biblical timeline, if you look it up right now, the Torah states that the earth was made roughly 6,000 years. The whole cosmos was created 6,000 years ago.
Oh my God, bro.
But that's not accurate according to science and objective reality. We can see civilizations.
Okay,
on
now I'm
Earth
finna
that's 12,000.
smoke. I don't even deal with 6,000. I'm finna smoke you on it.
You
If
don't have
any
to
of
deal
these
with it. That's
artifacts
what
that you're
your
talking
text.
about,
You don't
name
have to
one.
deal with it.
Name
That's
one.
what your
Give
text
me
states.
what artifacts are you talking about? Name one.
We just talked about Göbekli Tepe's time period is
Göbekli
12,000
Tepe,
years
right?
BC.
They found human remains at Göbekli Tepe, didn't they?
Of course.
Okay,
Which is
those
older.
human
Which is
remains.
older.
Hold on,
Which is
brothers,
older
chill.
than your
Those
whole
those
creation
human
story.
remains had carbon-14 in it, correct?
This is older than your creation story.
Did those human remains have carbon-14 in it? Yes or no?
It don't matter because it's older than your
Do you
creation
know
story.
what a half a lifespan of carbon-14 has? A half lifespan of 5,000.
That's irrelevant, and it's a red herring. It's a straw man argument.
So hold on.
It ain't
That's a
got nothing to do with what we're talking
half-life.
about.
So a full life is what?
Göbekli Tepe is 12,000
What's a
years
full
old.
life of carbon-14, bro? That's a half-life. So what's the full life?
Okay,
Full
so
life is
Göbekli Tepe.
10,500.
Woo-wee. My bro, man. Hey, I ain't
So
trying
they
to
carbon
disrespect you.
dating. What I'm trying to explain to you, brother. Understand what carbon-14 dating and all that is. And understand if something has carbon-14 in it, it cannot be past that half lifespan because I'll say this: if something is older than let's say the half-life of carbon-14, we shouldn't find any in it. You shouldn't find carbon-14 in these things. Carbon-14 is found in fossils, in bones, in diamonds, all type of stuff, bro.
All I'm saying is that the timeline in the Bible, it don't make sense logically.
Bro,
And that's the problem. That's why you
brother.
can't get it. That's why you having an issue with
I
your
don't
brother.
have an issue.
He probably gonna beat you in a debate because you don't understand the time. Your timeline is off. What you trying to base your history on? It's not the proper ruler.
Oh my God, bro.
You know what I'm saying? And the crazy part, the crazy part about it is simple. It's not complicated. If there's,
Brother,
you should be able to, you
have
should be
no
able to
idea. You don't
understand
know
that.
what you're talking about.
You should be
Right?
able to understand that if there's
You don't know
artifacts
what you're.
older
Listen to
than
me. Listen to me,
6,000
bro.
years,
You
listen,
don't know what
I
you're
had to
talking
come to
about.
the same
You're saying
realization
that something is
myself.
inaccurate and is not acquainted with the history, but you don't study history, nor do you study the
Yeah, I
Bible.
do.
So
I do.
nor do you
I
study
just told y'all that I've
language
been reading Bible my
nor
whole life.
sciences.
I
You
learned how to
don't.
read by reading the
You
Bible.
don't. You wouldn't
So
say
what
the
I'm trying
things
to tell
that you
you is,
saying out of your mouth. I got
I had to come to the
astrophysicists that
same
agree with
conclusion.
me, bro.
I had to be real with
What are you
myself.
talking about?
I had to be real with myself and come to the conclusion within myself because I was an avid Bible thumper
Because you
myself my
only reading
whole
the
life.
Bible from
But what I
an
realized,
English
listen,
standpoint. You only
listen,
reading you only have a English understanding of the Bible, correct?
nah, I read Hebrew, I write Hebrew, I can speak Hebrew. You dig what I'm saying? So my point is,
you a lie.
My point is, I had to come to the same
What
realization.
Hebrew? What Hebrew?
Hold on, real quick.
You said
Paleo
Hebrew.
Hebrew, modern Hebrew, all of this shit. I can read it all, write it all. But my
So what
point
does
is,
Kasdim mean?
wait, hold on, big bro. Let me say this.
What does Kasdim mean?
Wait, let me get this off real quick. All
You
I'm
should
trying
be
to say.
able to just say it.
Wait, all I'm trying to say is that when I had to come to the same.
What Abraham name mean?
My nigga, hold on.
What Noah name mean?
You gonna let me get this off real quick, please? Respectfully.
What Isaac name? No, I ain't gonna give you an easy one.
Respectfully.
What
just let me get what I'm saying off
Joel
real quick.
name mean? Just tell me Joel name and I'm done.
Joel is the name of my daughter, actually.
Yeah, what it mean?
It's actually a misnomer. The meaning in Hebrew is actually equated with El, right? Meaning Jah is El. Jah is the creator.
It don't mean Jah is El.
But Jah, that's what Jael mean. But
that is not.
Anyway, I'm not trying to hear argue with that. But that's what I've studied in my Hebrew understanding of Jael means that
Jael means Jah is El. That's not what it means.
But anyway, that's neither here nor there. I'm trying to get my point off. You're trying to get me off my point, but I'm trying to just say this one little thing is I had to come to the realization in my own self because I was an avid Bible thumper, Thor thumper myself, and I still read Bible every day. But I had to come to the realization that the timeline ain't making sense because I can see artifacts on Earth that's older than 6,000 years. So how could this timeline actually be accurate if the Earth itself is showing me?
Have you studied carbon dating? Have you
Yeah,
studied
I
carbon?
studied
Don't you know?
exactly.
Look, let me
I
just give
studied
you something.
carbon
Let me give you some advice.
Oh my God,
Don't you
but I
know
studied
that
carbon
Mount
dating.
St. Helens? Listen. Mount St. Helens erupted.
That's what we're talking about. We're
somewhere.
talking about carbon dating right now.
Hold on.
Obekle Tepe is carbon dated at 12,000 years BC.
Okay, that's fine, brother. Listen.
But the timeline
Mount
in the
St. Helens.
Bible only creates the entire existence of humanity and the entire cosmos 6,000 years ago.
Okay, Mount
So that
St.
don't make
Helens just
sense.
recently erupted.
Do you get
probably
what I'm
like
saying?
20.
That's what I'm trying to say. Do I
Hold
sound
on, brother.
crazy?
Bro, you gotta let me speak, bro. I'll let you
But
go.
I'm just saying, do I sound crazy for saying what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
all I'm saying is Obekle Tepe dates back with carbon dating scientifically.
You uninformed.
12,000 years BC. We all agreed on that.
But the scriptures don't say 6,000 years, and you equating
Oh my
it to
God, bro.
6,000
That's what
years.
everybody
But you
Google it.
You uninformed.
The Bible don't give you a proper timeline. That's all I'm
Okay,
saying.
now the Bible don't give you a proper. Which one is it?
The Bible, it's always been the same. The Bible don't give you a proper
So
time.
if it
That's what I'm
don't give
telling
you
you.
a proper timeline, how can you say the things that you're saying about the chronology?
Because the
If it don't
chronology
give
is
you a
carbon.
proper
The
chronology.
chronology is science based. It's not based on something that some God said. We
Bro,
can
listen,
measure
I'm
the
not
time,
talking.
like you
I'm
said,
not,
based on carbon dating and other measurements of measuring
brother.
how old
I'm
something
not
is.
talking
So
about that.
the belief, what you believe.
Listen, I'm not saying.
Wait, hold on. What you believe is that what most Hebrews believe is that the Earth is 6,000 years old. That's facts. I'm not making that up. But the
So
Earth
why in the
itself
Apocrypha it
proves
says
that it's
that the
older
Earth
than
got 12 parts, and each part is 1,000 years? Why does it say that?
the Earth got 12 parts, and each part is 1,000 years.
Yes.
Where's that at?
That's in the Apocrypha.
It don't. That don't even make sense just off top of me hearing it for the first time. That shit sound weird.
Because you don't understand it. You don't
Explain it
understand
then. Explain it.
It means that
the 6,000
each
years
part. The Earth is in 12 parts, and
during the time that the apocrypha this scripture is in was it was in 500 BC, in the 6th century, and it said that there remains what, a half a part and 2 more parts, so that's 2,500 years. That's all. That's it. So so you equate each part is 1,000 years, bro. It's easy because half of a part is 500. Half of 1,000 is 500. That half of a part, that's when Christ was born. Then 2,000 years after that.
I don't know what the Paul talking about, but
Do you know how to read a watch?
He's saying,
Man, all right, bro, man, I'm done, bro. Listen, if
Do you know how to tell time?
Listen, bro, I just told you what it says in the apocrypha, bro.
Yeah, I get what that said, but I'm asking you, do you know how to read a watch? Can you judge the time?
Oh my God.
Because if you know how to keep time, then you can figure out you know what I'm saying, the accurate balance. Because the creator, prophecy is not guesswork. All things work on absolutes. We got a sun. We got a moon, we got stars, and those we have winter, summer, spring, and fall. These things show us a measurement of time, right? That's how you properly calculate
a cycle. It shows a cycle of events.
So you got times and seasons, right? So your Bible says that God created the sun, the moon, and the stars for season, for times and seasons, signs, right?
Yeah,
but that God, he didn't tell you.
That's how you tell. Hold on. Let me address that. That's how you tell time.
By the sun, stars, and moon.
The sun and the moon. Yeah,
exactly.
So the
problem is we haven't been taught how to.
Celestial bodies move around the earth, and they appear at certain points in certain seasons or times in the night sky.
And that's set by the Creator.
That's how you tell time. Yes,
and that's set by the Creator.
But that's not how we doing it.
The Creator ain't never wrong. You see what I'm saying? The Creator ain't never wrong in the way he established the sun.
So if you understand that, right? See, this is the same thing that King J did. You can't take one part of the Bible and say, okay, this is true.
I'm not taking
if that part is good, you gotta accept the rest.
I'm not talking about Bible. I'm talking about.
So did he create Adam at the beginning of time? At the beginning of creation.
Do you
on
think
the 6th day?
No, nigga, no. Adam is not Adam. You think the Creator just made? Wait, hold on. You think the Creator just made one man and one woman on the planet?
What does Adam mean?
To you? I don't know what it means.
You read Hebrew. What does Adam mean?
It means mankind.
First of all, Adam was a later term that came from the term asu. Which
means mankind.
No. In Hebrew. Listen, brother. In Hebrew,
what does listen to me, my nigga? Look,
Adam mean?
Adam is the first pairs, millions of pairs of humans.
The first millions of pairs.
Yes, man and woman.
Millions of skeletons of the first human beings of the first home. Do we have millions of those?
All over the planet.
Do we have millions?
Do you know what a
remains of human beings?
A homonym is? You know what a Neanderthal?
Yeah. Do we have millions? Do we have millions of those?
Yes, bro. Homonym.
We got millions of hominids remains.
Wait, hold on. Let me calm down because I'm really getting too high up in my tone. What I'm trying to say is that the original man on Earth, the Neanderthals, if you will, they were created in millions of pairs all over the planet. In whatever
this man just said the Neanderthal is the original man. When no African got Neanderthal DNA.
Who disagrees?
Don't know.
Who disagrees
with that? Damn, man.
It's all good because nobody disagrees with that. The earliest fossils and forms of humans on this planet were called hominid Neanderthal men.
Brother, we disagree with that. I disagree with that, brother. That's not true.
That's scientifically proven. You can disagree with it all you want to. You can pull it up right now. I'm not making that up.
Question, brother. Simple question. Who walked out of Africa first?
Who walked out of Africa? I don't know, bro.
Homo erectus.
Homo erectus. That's what I'm talking about. All of them hominid, Homo erectus.
Hold on, because hold on. Homo erectus isn't Homo neanderthalis.
I know that they came after the angels inspired them to uprightness.
King
After
James.
the angels inspired them to uprightness, man advanced in spirit and in flesh. Before that, oh, I'm sorry, am I talking over somebody?
Oh, you good? I'm just saying, y'all about to talk past each other. So
Yeah, because when you said the angels, that was crazy.
Yeah, so the yeah, it's a whole spiritual world in motion around us right now. And
You went from having a real, actual, historical, conversation. Then you just jump to angels. That's why I'm
well,
saying
angels are part of creation. If you understand how creation works, the system and order of the spirit and the flesh of man.
We're talking about
What I'm talking about is, see, everybody want to talk about Bible and faith, and they believe in, and when you go to a funeral that your grandmama go to a better place. What I'm trying to say is that place is real. It's right around us in the atmosphere that we call heaven.
But when we talk about biology, right? Does the result have to always be God? And we actually talk about the process of the chemical reaction.
Well, the thing is, the chemical reactions in the biology of a human, eventually, once mortality is shed, you become what is called God. So biologically speaking, you're in the progress right now, currently, of becoming a God. Not to be worshipped or praised, but that's just the progression of humanity. Everybody eventually will rise to that level. That's not nothing. It's just like, you become the president of your company or the president of the United States. It's a title, it's a job. You see what I'm saying? But if you don't understand that spiritual, that you are a spirit in flesh, and you will progress into the heavens above, if you don't understand that, then you won't get it.
Hey, Cosmon, can you separate a spiritual conversation from like a historical and like a scientific conversation, or do you just blend those together?
You can separate it. It can be separated.
Yeah,
but to me, it's all one. To me, everything. To me, science. To me, science is the study of how can I put this? The mechanisms of the unseen. Because we have these questions in our minds as humans, as we exist. Every single person that I know on the planet has a question as to, or I should say, every good person that I know wonders what happens when you die.
But see, your definition of science I would totally disagree with, because I would say science is the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical things that we can see.
Right. I agree with that.
Can't agree with that and then say that this is somehow science also deals with the metaphysical.
So this is what I'm saying. Quantum physics deals with the metaphysical. When you're dealing with gamma rays and radio waves, you're dealing with things outside of the visible spectrum of sight. Things you can't see. That's science. You can't see it with your natural eye. You got to zoom in on it with a telescope or a microscope to study the mechanics of how it functions.
Son of a bitch.
Now, language.
Oh, I'm not.
Language.
I thought I was muted.
I'm messing with you, big dog.
He took my knife.
Salute to A1, bro. Hey, the real ones keep it real. Hey, check it out, bro. All I'm saying is,
my apologies.
You good, bro. All I'm saying is that when you study the creation of a planet, right? When you look at the creation of a new star, a sun, it begins to create it. Seems to come from nothing in a sense. You know what I'm saying? The ether is unseen. So the idea of the spiritual world being separate from science, there is a separation, I would say, between religion type shit and science. But when it comes to the idea of studying things that are unseen and the mechanisms of how things come to be from seemingly nothing, I would say that has to be connected to an all source. Even all wisdom to me comes from the source unseen. Anything that makes sense to anybody. If you're like, oh shit, that makes sense to me. The light bulb just came on. To me, the creator is the one that turned the light on, the one who knows all things, who feels all things. You know what I'm saying? Who inspires all life in motion forever, onwards and upwards, never stopping. The creator don't ever rest. Like in the Bible, it said he rested from his creation. The creator don't stop creating. It's still new galaxies being formed as we speak right now. You know, and that's objective reality. We can observe it. And so the science of it all is just, to me, is like, okay, how the Bible says that in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth. Okay, so the study of creation is science, right? So we're trying to study how it was created, because in the Bible, God didn't tell you how he did it, to where you can actually look at it and say, oh, okay, I can see how you did that.
A1, real quick. I just sent you a request on a little chess shit. That's me right there.
I niggas some chess players. I ain't played chess since I was in Pinta.
It's a 10-minute game, yeah.
When I was in the pen, my nigga was teaching me that shit. But yeah, what I was saying was that in Owaspy, it's dope because there's a whole book dedicated just to explaining how the creator created the sun, moon, stars, and earth, and how he creates everything from himself.
Does the book say that?
The creator actually shows you in nature, so you can look at it. You can actually.
No, I'm asking, I never read the book of Owaspy, so I was just wondering.
Most niggas ain't read it, and they just talk shit about it. But the word Owaspy means earth, sky, spirit, and it's dealing with everything concerning earth from the past 24,000 years, from the heavenly perspective, from what's going on in the unseen heavens above our heads, and what's going on in the earth. And it puts it on a timeline. That's the dope part about Owaspy, is that it has a timeline that you can actually, like we was talking about, Obekle Tepe is actually referenced in Owaspy. Now check this out. This is the crazy part.
Can I ask you a serious question, Cosmo?
Wait, yeah. But let me say this real quick. Owaspy was written in 1881. They didn't even find Obekle Tepe until the 1900s. They didn't even know it was there until the 1900s. So how the hell, my nigga, I'm being real honest with y'all, bro. Like, how could somebody, whether you claim to believe a book or not, how could it be written in this book and nobody knew about it in 1881? And then later on, they find it and Owaspy proves, yeah, it was right there, like it was written to be there. So that's the type of stuff that's in Owaspy that you can be like, okay, it states that 12,000 years ago there was a city called or observe, because Gobekli Tepe is actually an observatory. It's a temple where they used to observe the stars. Now check this out. In Owaspy, it tells you the angel, you dig what I'm saying, that actually came down to teach mortals how to read the stars, the constellations, all the planets. There was an angel that came to inspire men 12,000 years ago, and they built Gobekli Tepe in honor of that angel. When you look at the inscriptions on the walls, it talks about these beings that came from the heavens that taught men how to read the fucking stars. And it's in Owaspy, it tells you that. And then when you research Gobekli Tepe, it's right there. And it's all facts.
You made that part up though when you said it's an observatory. We don't
nigga know. Look it up. Wikipedia right now.
We hardly know anything about
Wikipedia right now. Wikipedia right now. Okay. If you think I'm lying, if you calling me a liar, telling me I'm lying right now in front of all these people, just pull up on the screen. It's an observatory of the stars.
Because there's no written sources.
And it's a temple.
Yeah, but where are you getting that from? You making it up?
No, bro. I just told you Wikipedia right now. Okay, pull it up.
Go ahead, pull it up right now.
Go, please. Somebody pull it up. Because niggas just be talking shit like I'm lying, bro. I'm not lying. I would never just come up here disingenuous. I'm not.
We don't know much about Gobekli Tepe.
Everything that we do know about, and it's
temple where you getting it from? Because
And you can look in Owaspy if you ever want to pull up Owaspy out of the curiosity of your heart and just see, okay, what does Owaspy say about Gobekli
well, that
Tepe?
was my question. Like, this sounds
So
like Scientology, Book of Mormon type thing.
Nah, it's not, bro.
yeah,
I
I was
promise
just
you,
gonna
it's
say
not
that.
none of that,
Oh,
bro.
it is.
I
It is.
read. I got Owaspy right in front of me right here,
I
bro.
was
It's
just
like the
thinking that.
golden tablets type shit. Yeah.
Nah, bro, it's none
All
of
right.
that shit. You
All
gotta
right.
just read it for yourself. 'Cause
You
I'm not gonna
mentioned,
try to
you
convince y'all
mentioned,
niggas no
you
more
mentioned,
about
you
Owaspy,
mentioned,
bro.
you mentioned
Unless you read it for yourself, and you really gotta get with the gang. You gotta really get with the creator gang for real, because we the only niggas that's really reading Owaspy and keeping it real with the people about what's really in here. We not out here like Yara just saying, oh, it's a white man's book and they hate black people. Nah, bro, this is a 1,500-page book. Y'all bringing out one verse, misquoting it. You know what I'm saying? Nah, bro, you got to get with the creator gang, with Cosmon, Cal, Selah Shalom, Malachi Maccabee. We really getting into this shit and bringing it out to where it makes sense. You can digest it, you can understand it, and it ain't no spookism, it ain't no flim flam. Nah, bro, I'm telling you, we real cats over here.
Cosmo, I gave you like 5 years before you realized it's some bull.
Damn,
Nah, bro, look, when I realized the Bible, I'll tell you when I realized, it took me like 25 years to realize the Bible was bull, because I was worshiping a man of war, a God that would allow a king like his Saul or King David to go slaughter babies. I
But you know,
never
you
questioned,
just jump
wait,
from
hold
one
on.
Bible to another.
I never questioned that this God is asking for blood sacrifices of animals. I'm talking about but then when you read the true prophets like Amos and Isaiah, if you really read what they're saying, they're telling you that the Great Spirit, that he never required sacrifices of lambs and goats and blood, none of that ever. He just
Right.
required you to be obedient and love your neighbor as yourself.
Right. If
And
they
love
was,
your,
that means if they was obedient, they wouldn't have to do
no.
the
See,
sacrifice.
that's the thing. The Creator would never inspire
So
you
they
to kill
wasn't. They
anything.
wasn't.
The
So they
Creator,
wasn't
listen.
obedient
Wait, hold
though.
on, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. I love you with all my heart. The Creator would never. He said, "Thou shalt not kill." He would never inspire you to kill a child or go to war with your brother
What
ever.
child was
Wait, what
killed?
I'm trying to tell you is that only false gods, low-grade angels, druzas, demons, pretending to be the Creator, calling themselves God, which God ain't. God is a title given to an angel.
Yara just put that the Druzes was the brown black
Wait, hold on. God, if your God say he a man of war, if your God tell you to commands you to kill somebody today, your child or any child, would you do it?
You
Bro,
playing, man. That's
what are you
you
talking
had made it
about,
two
bro?
moves.
I'm just asking you. If the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob appealed to you,
No, that's not the point. The
that is
point
very much
is
so the
to
point,
be
sir.
obedient.
Sir,
What
that
don't
is
you
very much
understand?
so the point, because you have to be able to discern if any voice or energy or spirit comes or angel comes to you commanding you to go to war or to kill somebody. You have to be able to know within your own cojones that the Creator said, "Thou shalt not, I will not kill nothing." If you can't grab your balls and say, "I follow the Creator's energy only," and he say, "Don't kill," then that means you just another dupe of a false god. Whether
All
you
right,
call him
bro.
Allah, whether you call him Yahweh, whether you call him the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, it don't matter. If your God is inspiring you to sacrifices of blood or to kill somebody in any book, Bible, Quran, I don't care what book it is. If the God is doing that or commanding that, he's a
All right.
false God.
Well, that's your
That's
romantic.
the
That's
facts.
your
That ain't nothing about belief.
romanticize.
That's
That's
facts.
you romanticizing
I'm
the
not
idea of
romanticizing
what God
shit.
is, bro. You don't know
You
what
would kill a baby.
you don't know what to create. We don't know what this entity would
Yes,
do.
I do. The
Hold
Creator's
on. So then, why
Wait, let me
people
tell you
die
something.
then? So why
Let
do
me tell you
people
something.
die?
I'm
Why
gonna tell
do
you right
people?
now,
Hold
bro.
on,
I'm
hold
gonna
on.
make it
Shut up,
plain
bro.
for you.
Shut up.
The
Listen.
Creator's
Why
inspiration
do
is
people
life.
die then? Why do people die then?
I'll explain it to you easily. In Owaspy, it say clearly, the Creator made death not as a punishment for sin. He made death so that your spirit can rise up out of your flesh, so you can inherit the higher heavens, the Etherian heavens of
Okay.
emancipated.
So if you so when you
So it
understand
ain't
that,
got
why
nothing to
you
do
have
with
a
being
problem
afraid
with
of. You
people
don't gotta
going
be
to war?
afraid to
Hold
die.
on, hold on. So if you understand that, why you have people going to war in whatever it says in the Bible?
Because
You
they're
contradicting
let me
yourself,
tell you
brother.
why.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Let me tell
How
you
you
why.
know? How you know they want directed to go to war to liberate people's souls?
Because the
Just like
Creator
you
is not
said.
the Creator is not a warrior, and he never has been.
Bro, you taking things out of context.
No, I'm not. Your
Yes,
God
you
got
is.
you. Your God
You
got
taking
you
that.
confused.
You taking that out of
Your book
context.
got you
You taking
confused.
all that stuff out of context.
Let me
brother.
read something to you out this OSB real quick, just for curiosity.
No,
man.
bro, you been talking all day. Don't nobody want to hear that.
All right, look, I'm gonna tell you this then. Let me tell you this then. And this is, you can think about this later on. The character of the creator, the character of the creator, the direct inspiration of the creator is life to all, liberty, harmony, unity, and happiness to everybody that he gave the breath of life to. He will never inspire you to hate your brother, to kill your brother, you know what I'm saying, to enslave your brother, ever. If you ever feel inspired to do any of those things, you know in your heart that that's coming from a demon or a devil or a low-grade spirit, or it could be coming from your own selfish evil ass. That's not coming from the creator for you to go down the block and slaughter somebody because you feel like they deserve it based on your own feelings.
Bro, stop it with the jailhouse doctrine, bro.
It ain't jailhouse
You
doctrine, my
read
nigga.
the scripture,
It's
bro.
real
What are
life.
we talking about? Going to shoot somebody up and
Thou shalt not wait.
that's
Thou shalt
jailhouse
not kill.
doctrine, bro.
Thou
That's
shalt not kill. Thou
the
shalt not
scripture
kill.
don't
That's
say what you
that's
just
the Ten
said.
Commandments, ain't it?
That's jailhouse doctrine, bro.
No. The doctrine is thou shalt not kill. Whether it's jailhouse doctrine or not, thou shalt not kill is the doctrine I'm teaching right now.
Is thou shalt not murder.
No, killing is
You
murder.
understand the Hebrew is thou shalt
No.
not
We're not
murder.
playing. See, that's your false God with the cognitive dissonance trying to make
Oh man,
it
see, man,
okay to murder somebody. It's not okay to kill nothing ever. That's what I'm saying to you.
So when it says it
The
tells
creator
you
will
that,
never
bro,
tell you to kill
it's
nobody.
a time. So when you go to war, it's a time
Hasatan
you're
would.
gonna have to kill someone.
The creator doesn't
You
inspire
gonna have
war.
to be a
Only your
man.
false God, your false biblical God is
Oh my
gonna tell you to
God,
kill
bro.
somebody. Only your false biblical God, your deity,
All
is gonna
right,
tell you
well,
he's a
you
man of
subdue
war.
them then. Just subdue them. See, this is what I'm saying. See, you don't understand the Bible, bro.
Exodus chapter 15, verse 3
You
states
don't
that
understand the
Lord
Bible, bro. Stick with
is a
the
man of
Waspy
war.
stuff. The Bible not for you.
No, it's not for nobody. Because if you follow a man of war, you already in declension. You're going down.
Exodus 15:3, bro. Listen, you don't understand what that means. What
I do
does God
understand what it
what does
means.
that mean? When he say when that
That
scripture
Donald Trump.
read
It means that
that.
Donald Trump.
Read
It means that
Exodus.
Donald Trump and
No,
Benjamin Netanyahu are
no.
righteous.
Donald
according
Trump
to their
wasn't even around when this was written, bro.
No.
Don't
But what I'm
put no
saying is
damn Donald Trump in
Donald
this,
Trump is a man of war.
brother.
So
Don't listen,
he's in
brother.
alignment with your God. Donald Trump
Bro,
and Benjamin Netanyahu are men of war. So they're in alignment with the spirit of
dude, that's
God.
2026. What is you talking about?
It don't matter. It don't matter. Thou shalt not kill was eternal.
Oh my God, bro.
But they still killing, just like your
Okay, so
God was
hold
killing people.
on, bro. Hold
Killing
on.
babies, actually.
So what about all the ones that died in Egypt?
What do you mean?
You said thou shalt not kill. What about all the people that died in Egypt?
You think Pharaoh got away with that? You think Pharaoh got away with throwing the babies into the Nile and
Not Pharaoh. Not this ain't nothing Pharaoh did. When the angel went over Egypt and it killed all the babies, what about then?
Yeah, that was a low grade demonic angel. That wasn't the creator.
Man, I'm done with you, bro.
I know you done because you ain't never gonna justify murder.
So hold on. So that's a low grade angel. That's a low grade angel. Listen, brother, I'm not trying to holler. I'm trying to listen.
Go ahead, bro.
So that's a low grade angel. So who gave them the Torah? Who told them thou shalt not kill?
The creator said thou shalt not kill. You can't.
So
the creator
said thou shalt not kill, right? Do you know what he meant by that? He was talking about they shouldn't kill each other.
No, you can't kill nobody. Yet they killed each other. Didn't Judah go kill Benjamin?
Yeah, they sinned doing that.
Exactly. That's my point. So, but God told him to do it though. So God is putting sin upon himself because it's a false God. Only false gods inspire murder and war.
No, that's not true, bro.
And sacrifices of
That's not,
animals for
brother.
sin.
You
That's
need
a
to go
false
sit
God,
down
homie.
with a teacher, bro. You need
Nigga, I
to,
am a teacher.
you gotta get
no
rid
man
of.
to teach me.
Listen,
I've been
all right,
reading
this
Bible.
what we gonna do. This what we gonna do, bro.
Bible teacher.
We
I
gonna
can
have
teach
a.
it
We
right.
gonna do it. Listen, after I destroy King
Bro,
J,
you ain't got nothing coming over this way, homie. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
I'm
I can
gonna
easily
throw
prove.
you against the ropes.
Listen, let
Put
me
you
ask you this
against the
question.
wall.
Let me ask you this question, because you already shooting yourself in the foot like 17 times.
No, because you don't know what you're
Because
talking
every
about.
time you say
I want
thou
to have
shalt not
a
kill,
biblical
and then
discussion.
try to
Listen,
justify killing
brother,
as murder
listen,
or whatever,
bro.
you already lost.
We gonna have a biblical discussion, right? And we gonna see, cause you mixing and matching, and
I
you
ain't mixing
cherry
matching
picking,
shit.
and you got a jailhouse doctrine going on.
Bro, you can talk all that shit you want to. The reality is your God inspires the murder of babies, suckling children.
Man, bro.
Your God told Abraham to kill his son. What's that about?
Did he kill his son?
Abraham had sense enough to know it was an evil spirit talking to him.
Did he kill his son?
Abraham has sense enough to know that the Creator said don't kill nothing. So
Did
no,
Abraham kill his son?
I said no, weirdo.
So Abraham didn't kill his son.
Based on the fact that he knows.
Why Abraham didn't kill his son?
Hold on, let me show you why he didn't. I'm gonna read it for you. They said we don't have to talk crazy. We could just read it.
This is crazy work, bro. You made Ben Eaton leave, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna make all y'all niggas leave in a second.
Yeah, I know.
You're gonna find out your God is false
all over the
before
place,
ever
bro. We
person
trying to
experience.
get to some real shit, and you over here talking about
Oh,
some
we on some real shit right now.
that came from the Mormons.
We over here on some real heavy shit right now. Is your God a demon? Is your God a demon? So you want to take that
up in here? My bad, A1.
You want to take that debate? I'll debate you on is your biblical God a demon?
You good? I'm trying to get my get back.
All right, we gonna we gonna set that up. We gonna set that up. We gonna set that up.
You hear-
Is
you
the
hear
God
me?
of the Holy Bible a demon?
Oh, that's easy peasy to prove.
Yeah, we gonna set that up.
Any God that asks for blood
So who
sacrifices
spoke to Abraham?
is demon.
Who spoke to Abraham?
Oh, I'm about to go there right now. Hold on real quick. Let me get there. That's what I was trying to look for. Hold on real quick.
This man out here reading Satan's Bible. Hold
on, give me 2 seconds. I'll mute my mic real quick. Give me 2 seconds. You can talk all the shit you want.
Wait, hold on. Who is the Most High, the possessor of the heavens and earth? That's a demon. The demon is a possessor of the heavens and earth. Boy, why is our people like this, bro?
All right, here we go. It says, now after Abraham and his people returned from Jireh, his camp, and it was night, God said to Abraham, be thou steadfast and show thy people that they may understand my words. And whilst and whilst they were yet praying before the altar, the true God withdrew from Abraham and suffered an evil angel who had followed them from Sodom and Gomorrah to draw near about the altar. And one of the angels clothed himself in a great light, and with the crown and with sparkling gems he appeared, so all the multitude of the people could look upon him. Abraham said, who art thou? And the Spirit said, I am thy God, ruler of heaven and earth, possessor of heaven and earth, like he just said.
Hey, let me ask you something.
Wait, hold on.
Those golden tablets.
Hold on.
Do you know who macaroni is?
Hold on, let me finish.
Macaroni, what's his name?
Let me finish, my nigga, please.
Who is Macaroni?
And Abraham said, who art thou? And the Spirit said, I am thy God, ruler of heaven and earth. And Abraham said, I am thy servant. What wouldest thou? And the Spirit said, thou shalt take thy only son, Isaac, and thy hosts, who were with you at Sodom and Gomorrah, and come with me, whither I will lead you. For I have a great work for you. And Abraham said, whatever thou puttest me to do, that will I do. So in the morning, Abraham and his son Isaac and the host who had been with Abraham to Sodom and Gomorrah assembled together. And Abraham spake, saying, whither to, O God? And the Spirit answered, saying, take sticks and a firebrand, and come down to the summit of yonder hill, for thou shalt restore the rights of burnt offerings. So Abraham told what God had said, and they started with, and Isaac carried the bundle of willows, such as basket makers use, saying, this will light the large pieces. But what wilt thou burn for an offering, O father? And Abraham said, God will provide. And when they ascended to the place, Abraham gathered the logs and heaped them up, and Isaac placed the willows. Then the Spirit spake, saying, what shall a man love above all things in the world? And Abraham said, God. And the Spirit said, for which reason thou shalt offer thine only son, Isaac, as a burnt offering, and it shall be a testimony before thy people, and thou that thou wilt obey God, even to the sacrifice of thy.
Who wrote this shit?
And Ken, read that last part again. Read that last part again, since he interrupted me real quick. And the Spirit spoke, saying, what shall a man love above all things in the world? And Abraham said, God. And the Spirit said, for which reason you shall offer thine only son, Isaac, as a burnt offering, and it shall be a testimony before thy people, that you will obey God, even to the sacrifice of your own flesh and kin. And Abraham said, hold on, Plato, show me that you are God, that I may not err, for I have been commanded not to kill, especially not my own son. The hell? And the Spirit departed away from Abraham.
Bro, what this have to do with
hold on. This is a very important part.
The name Adam
means. It's a very important part. Hold on. Then when Abraham said, I have been commanded not to kill, the Spirit departed away from Abraham, perceiving that he knew the higher law. And Isaac was grieved at his heart. He desired to see what a sacrifice was. He didn't even know. And the people seeing a ram, when they saw a ram near at hand, they went and caught it, and they slaughtered it and sprinkled blood on the sacrifice, and they lighted the fire and roasted the flesh, and they took it and gave it to the poor. And
okay, hey, look, hey, this is our debate. No, hold on. This is our debate. Oahspe is a false doctrine.
Hold on, real quick.
That's gonna be our debate.
So anyway, so what I'm trying to show you is
you should see what I did to the. You should go on YouTube and see what I did to the gospel of Barnabas.
Let me say this now. I read all of that. Now I'm not taking nothing out the Bible. We're gonna leave everything in the King James Torah. That's right there. We know the story that we have in the King James Bible that according to the King James version. Wait, hold on. According to the King James version, that was the creator. Y'all say that was the creator that told Abraham to kill Isaac. That was Yahweh.
Yeah, we don't have our debate on sometime.
Wait, hold on. Let me answer this question real quick.
Sometimes should
you
be
gonna run from it, or you gonna answer it? You gonna run, or you gonna answer it? In your Bible, when it talks about Abraham sacrificing Isaac,
I'm good for the next 2 months.
You said the creator. Y'all say that was the creator that told him to do that, right? In Oahspe, it shows you that the true guardian angel, the true God that was inspiring Abraham, the true God. Wait, hold on. The true God allowed for an evil spirit to come around Abraham for a second, so we could show him a lesson. That even hold on. That the lesson is this: that even evil angels can show themselves and pretend to be God, and to even ask you to sacrifice your own child. Now, Abraham won the test because he knew the higher law of the creator, which is I'm not supposed to kill nothing. So
bro, when I'm done with this Oahspe stuff, bro, you're not going to want to be in the creator.
In the Oahspe, wait, hold on. In the earth sky spirit, it tells you that Abraham checked the God because he knew the higher law of the creator not to kill nothing. So who was this angel or spirit telling me he's God, but trying to tell me to kill my son? That didn't make sense to Abraham. In Oahspe, it shows you Abraham was truly righteous and he truly knew the creator's law, which is not to kill. Therefore, he did not kill his son.
Man, bro. Y'all, Oahspe ain't nothing but a shoot off of Mormonism and Gnosticism.
You a lie, and the truth ain't in you.
If it ain't Mormonism, if it ain't the Mormons, well, I already read that it has something to do with the Mormons. But
you a lie,
if it ain't the Mormons, it's definitely Gnosticism. Because you're talking about the one that spoke to Abraham is a demon that comes from the Gnostics.
No, it don't.
Yes, it does.
Even if it do, it's true. See,
Oh,
that's
so
what I'm
that's
saying.
true.
The only
But the
a
Gnostics,
false god. Listen,
but
only a
hold on,
false
bro. You
god
just
would tell
went,
you to
bro.
kill your
Come on,
kid.
man. Don't do that, brother.
Only a
Don't do
false
that,
god would tell you to
bro.
kill your
Don't do that, man.
I don't care if it came out of Gnostic book, if it came out of Hindu book, whatever book it came out of. Any god that tells you to kill your kid is a false god before the ever-present one great spirit.
Oh, man.
Whose inspiration is life to all, liberty, love, harmony, unity. You see what I'm saying? To everybody, without the harm or sacrifice.
But hold on, wait, hold on. This coming from the same person that said when you die, is death in the world because that's your soul being liberated. So
Correct.
So according
That's a
to
benefit.
you,
That's a good
killing
thing.
your son would be liberating his soul. And
Nigga,
you
that's
could
the
be
stupidest shit I ever heard in my
dwelling
life, bro. That's the
in the
craziest
higher
demonic.
plane.
That's how I
That-
know you being inspired by a demon.
So that's what I'm saying. This is why
Nah, that
your
don't even
stuff
make
don't make
sense.
sense. It
That
doesn't
don't make
make
no sense
sense.
what you just
It
said.
doesn't make sense.
You
You
tried
don't
to make
live
some
in a
weirdo shit
utopia.
about your neck.
Listen, brother. We don't live in a utopia.
That
We
shit was
live
crazy
in
what you
we
just
live
tried to
in
do, bro.
reality. We live in reality, and there's rules, there's laws.
Yeah, like
right?
you can't kill nobody.
There's cosmic rules and cosmic laws and ordinances and
Like
statutes.
thou shalt not kill.
So if you do something, it's something else is going to happen because you did it.
Facts.
Okay, you don't live in no damn utopia. Adam lived in a utopia.
No, the creator
Adam
is
did
presence.
something, and
The
it
creator's
causes
presence.
everything
Listen,
else. So
listen, bro. The
I
kingdom of
want to
heaven
get
is
back
at
to
hand.
my first question that I
The
asked
kingdom
you
of heaven
before
is
my
at hand
phone
right now,
died.
bro. You can walk in the
What do
kingdom now.
Adam
With 2
mean?
seconds on the clock, I won.
Nice, good
Way
job.
to checkmate.
I'm lost my queen. Oh my.
Checkmate, boy. Just like I just checkmated homie over here talking that crazy talk.
Run the tiebreaker back.
So what
Yep.
does Adam mean? Can you give me a definition? Can you give me your understanding of what Adam means? Because you said it was
All
a
right.
million people.
It was countless numbers, but hold on real quick.
See, you gotta go look it up. Adam mean the first blood, bro. Meaning the very first blood. That's what Adam means.
I'm gonna give you another definition. Give me a second.
They say you playing somebody else already.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna turn this. Hold on real quick.
But man, I ain't finna
37.
keep arguing with you, dude. Look, get your stuff ready. I told you by the
37.
end of April, bro. Sometime at the end of April.
I'm ready. I'm gonna debate
21st.
you straight up, nigga. The biblical God is a demon, straight up. Prove me
Yeah,
wrong.
you get, and that's from Narcissism,
you
and that shit
prove me
that
wrong,
was
my
a
nigga.
that was a
I'm gonna prove it.
heresy.
I'm gonna prove it
I
based on
did
the
a whole
character.
debate
Listen,
on
I'm gonna give you.
Gnosticism, bro.
I'm
So
gonna
I
give
know
it to
when
you
a
right now,
Gnostic,
homie. Listen.
I know when someone is using a Gnostic God
I don't give a damn
doctrine.
about. I'll use Gnosticism too. It don't matter. I'll use it all to prove. It's all gonna
Yeah, you
prove the
can.
fact
And
that your
what
God is a
happened
demon.
then? They was the Gnostics were
I don't give a
heretics.
damn about none of that.
It
Call
was a
me a heretic.
heresy.
You can call me
It
a heretic
wasn't
if you
real. It
want to.
wasn't true.
I classify myself a heretic according to your book. You see what I'm saying? Your God is a false demon trying to pump fake to be the creator. He telling you to kill babies, go to war. He a man of war. He boasting. He
Did he
angry.
tell?
He's jealous.
Did he
You
tell?
see what I'm
Did he
saying? Is your God jealous?
go
Well, let me
go
get.
to it? Go
You know,
to the scripture.
I'm gonna prove he's a demon based on the character.
Nigga, wouldn't you be jealous if the things that you created want to go worship some other shit?
No.
My bad. See, bro, you getting me heated.
Yeah, nah. The creator
When
ain't jealous.
why you acting like jealous is
How would he be jealous?
see, this is the thing. See, modern day, hold on, see this
He has
European
nobody to be
stuff,
jealous
they
of,
made
bro.
you
Only
think
false
jealous.
gods are jealous.
America make you think jealous is something inferior.
The
Nigga, you
creator
don't
ain't
know
jealous,
nothing of yours. Nigga, if your kids start going to another man saying that's they dead, nigga, you gonna be jealous. What are
I
you
wouldn't.
talking
No,
about?
but first of all, I'm not the creator. But but in
It
reality,
doesn't. You
the
came
creator,
from. Did you
the
come
creator
from the
has
creator? Hey,
nothing.
did you?
Listen,
Hold on.
the
Did you
creator has
come?
nothing
Did
to be
you?
jealous of,
Did
bro.
you
He's
come
all
from
of
the
it.
creator? Did
He's
you come
all of
from the
it.
creator? Did you come from the creator?
We all did, bro.
Okay, if you came from the creator, then you have an aspect of the creator, correct?
The
Where the
creator
fuck?
doesn't.
Where you think all
Jealousy
this stuff
doesn't.
comes
Jealousy
from?
doesn't. Listen, hold on, real quick. Let me explain it.
Where you think all this stuff comes from?
It's a low vibration. Jealousy is a low level vibration.
So
The
whether
creator
if
is
it's
the
a low
most.
or high vibration, jealousy is part of the creator.
Jealousy. The creator is above jealousy.
Well, jealousy wouldn't exist if it wasn't. Listen, brother. Jealousy wouldn't.
Contention.
Jealousy would not exist.
Slavery,
if it
hatred,
didn't
and
come
murder.
from the. I'm done, bro. I'm
The
done.
Creator don't hate you. He don't hate you.
Done. I can't even.
You think the Creator hates you?
hollering and yelling and shit.
I'm just
trying to
saying.
get
Do you
to the
think
point.
that the
You
Creator
all
hates you?
over the damn place. Now you talking about jealousy.
I'm saying, do you think the Creator hates you? I'm talking about character traits here. I'm talking about attributes. The attributes of your God is that He's an angry, a jealous, vengeful God. What I'm saying is that
Well,
the
I
Creator
don't
has
care
nobody.
what your doctrine tells you, bro. That I don't care.
The Bible wrote that. It's in the Bible. It's written.
Don't
Your
care,
Bible
bro.
states the character of your
care
demon
what
ass
you,
God, bro.
I don't care. You can say
That's what
that
I'm
all
saying.
you want.
You can
Don't
debate
listen
me
to
on
it.
it, and I'll prove it to you, scripture
Yeah,
and
so
verse.
when we have our debate,
Scripture and verse.
you going down. You gonna
All
be
right.
down there where King J at.
Yeah, I want to see you justify the murder of innocent children by your God.
Trying to bring some morality
Your
to me.
God should be in the
Who
Epstein
gave you
file.
morality?
Your God should be in the Epstein
Who
file.
gave your moral compass?
The biblical deity should be in the
Who
Epstein
gave
file.
your moral compass?
The Creator, the Great Spirit, the all in all, the one that always was, is, and ever shall be, who has no reason to
Okay,
war or
do
be
you know what
jealous
that
of
do?
his
Do
own
you know what
creation
that
for no
means?
reason.
See, this is what I'm saying, bro. Y'all be saying things and
It's fire.
y'all
I
don't
know.
even
It's
know
heat.
what it means.
It's
You
light.
don't even know
It's
what
fire.
you don't even know what you're saying.
I'm speaking love. I'm speaking don't kill nobody. Don't kill the babies. Don't go to war. Don't worship a God.
Okay,
Because
if
God
the
is nothing
baby
but an
gonna
angel.
grow up, so don't kill the baby. If the baby gonna grow up and kill the whole, if the
Yeah, see,
baby
you a
gonna grow up
weirdo
and
for
be
that. You a
Donald
weirdo
Trump,
for that.
you
You a weirdo
want
for
his
that.
ass to
You a
live. No,
weirdo for that.
hold
You a
on.
weirdo for that because you
If
now
the
you trying to
baby
say that
gonna
the
grow
Creator
up
can't
and be
create
George
you
Bush,
can't create
you
a
want him to
righteous
live.
man. You
If the
just
baby gonna
assume he gonna
grow up,
grow up and be
listen,
evil.
if the
How
baby
do you
gonna
know that?
grow up
You
and
a
be
weirdo
your
for that.
fucking
You a
slave
weirdo for that.
masters, you want that baby to live. That
You
baby
a
gonna be
weirdo, bro.
responsible for cutting off 1 million man's penises, from raping a million women.
Thou shalt not
You
kill.
want that seed to live.
Thou shalt not kill.
What are you talking about, bro? See, you don't even
Thou
understand.
shalt not kill.
This is how I know the Most
You
High was
weirdo.
on a higher level than
You on a
anybody. You
low
don't
level.
understand. You
You on a
looking at a
murderous level.
surface level.
You're on a
Oh,
murderous
the baby, but this baby gonna
level.
grow up and destroy the
You agree
whole
with
fucking
Donald
earth.
Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. You agree with the war in Iran. You agree with the dropping bombs on
I
innocent
don't agree
children.
with none of
You
that
agree
come
with
out
that
of your
shit.
mouth, bro.
No.
Cause you all
Your
over the
God.
damn
Well, I wouldn't
place.
say you, but your God establishes war.
I don't care.
Biblically speaking, he himself is a man, M-A-N, man of
That was
war.
Christ. That's because that was Christ, bro. That's Christ speaking. Christ is a
I
man.
don't care who it is. If it's your false antichrist, he's a man of war. So he's down with the war in Iran right now. He's inspiring it as we speak. He's the one telling Donald Trump and Netanyahu in their hearts and in their minds that it's cool to go ahead and drop these bombs. Because who knows? They might grow up one day and start chopping off people's penises.
Well, what's gonna happen when they come over here and start enslaving your dumb ass?
They're not gonna do that.
How you know?
First and foremost, I don't agree.
For one, they already over here.
Yeah, but
That's one
listen.
thing.
My point
That's
is,
one
I don't
thing.
have no. What I'm saying is, I don't have no
That's
fear
one
in me.
thing.
Even
That's
if they
one
come over
thing.
here and threaten my life, I'm not worried about death because I
And you
understand the
think
transition of
they gonna
spirit.
you think they not gonna just stab you or just shoot you. They gonna torture you. You don't know what these wild people is capable of because you live here in America.
Nigga, I know what Wild is. It's
You
right
don't know
down the street
what
from my
war
house.
is.
Wild is right down the street from my block, nigga. I've been to prison. Nigga, I'm right down the street from war every day. Right here in America. Matter of fact, the leader of the
You
United
live here in America. Someone you don't understand war. That's why you talk like
I don't understand. Check
the
this out.
killing of the baby. Nigga, it's war. What did you mean?
All right, let me show you something real quick. In the book of Owaski, the book of Judgment, chapter 33, verse 2, God said,
Don't you know?
This is the judgment against war. This is the judgment against war.
I know you probably
Watch
gonna
this.
cut this episode, bro. I know I got out my eyes yelling and everything, man.
Watch this real quick. Let me read this real quick. And this is and this is the bondage. This is the Creator speaking. And this is the bondage.
I don't delete nothing, man. I keep everything.
The only thing I want to The only thing is, unless he's talking about a debate.
All right, let me talk about war real quick.
I'm not talking to him no more. Go get OTK and somebody else, bro.
All right, bro, I'll keep busting you in the lip. Don't worry about it. But check this out.
You
I'm gonna read
you
this shit
sound
real
like
quick.
Sonetta or somebody. Oh, what about the babies, the women, the baby, the children?
Oh, yeah, you don't have no compassion for that. You a drug.
Hold on.
You don't have
Let me
no
make it
compassion for babies.
Let me
That don't
make
even
my
hurt. That don't
brother.
even hurt
You
your
gotta
heart to
do.
realize that your God inspired the
Listen,
sacrifice of
bro.
innocent
You gotta
children.
let me
That
make
don't
my
even spark
point,
nothing in
man.
your heart. You in
Bro,
darkness.
listen.
That should
Bridle your
spark something in
tongue.
a grown
Bridle
ass
your
man.
tongue.
A real black man of
Bridle your
should be
tongue.
worried if your God is okay with killing
Mute your
babies.
mic, bro.
If you ain't
Damn.
worried about that, you
Mute
trying to
your
mock me.
mic.
You trying to mock me.
Mute your mic.
You trying
When
to
I'm
mock me
speaking, bro.
because I'm
Bro,
defending children? And
mute
I'm
your
trying to
mic.
tell you, don't kill. And I'm trying
Mute your
I'm
mic.
trying to show you that Abraham wasn't inspired by that he knew not to kill his son. He was able to recognize that was a false God talking to him.
Oh my God, bro.
You mad at that?
So listen, bro. You trying to go into this old feminine nature and all this other
Nah,
stuff.
bro. Let me show you
I
something
don't
about
care
feminine.
about none of that. Listen, bro. I don't care about
Judgment is
none of that.
rendered against.
You don't know
Judgment
what
is
these
rendered
people
against.
was. Listen, you don't
Judgment
know
is rendered
what
against
these
all
people
war, my nigga.
was. You
Your
don't know
God is a
what
false demon,
you
bro. I'm
don't
gonna
even
show
know
you.
if they was even people. You
Here we
don't even
go.
know. These was
All right, cool. And this is the bondage I put upon all, such as obey not my judgments and conform thereto. They shall not rise above the first resurrection in heaven while war remaineth upon the earth. Even though their bondage may be 100 years or 1,000 years, yet this my judgment against them shall not be put aside. Neither shall any king, nor queen, nor any other ruler in all the world impress as a soldier any man who is unwilling to engage in war. And whoever obeyeth not this my judgment shall not rise above the first resurrection in heaven while war remains on the earth. Neither will I more consider the prayers of any king or queen or any other ruler or nation or people in all the world who engage in war, offensively or defensively, or who aid and abet war in any way whatsoever. But I will abandon all such people, and my lords shall abandon them, and my holy angels shall abandon them, and they shall be abandoned unto their own harvest of evil spirits into all manner of drusas, which are dark demonic entities. And they shall be afflicted with assassinations, like Charlie Kirk. Wait, hold on, like Charlie Kirk. Wait, hold on real quick. Hold on,
bro. We don't want to listen to you read.
Hold on, bro. Back up.
We don't want to listen to you. We don't want to listen to you read, man.
Back up, bro. We all got space to speak. Don't interrupt me.
You've been speaking all this damn time. You've been speaking all this time.
Shut your ignorant self up and back up real quick. While I finish what I'm saying.
I'm done, man.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
You read to A1 then, man. I'm out of here.
Man, all I'm saying is there's judgment rendered against war. The Creator ain't never been with war ever. There's a judgment against war. This is what I'm reading. It states that the Creator said, look, if your nation or your kings, whoever it is that's engaging in war, he's not sanctioning that. And they're not going to rise up in spirit. They're going to be bound to the lowest heavens of the earth for hundreds, thousands of years, however long it takes until war is no longer on the earth. That's the judgment upon Benjamin Netanyahu today, right now. Donald Trump today, right now. These are the lowest grade spiritual people on the planet because they're engaging in war. Now check this out. We all agree with that. None of us is cool with this war. Ain't nobody like, yeah, let's drop the bombs on Iran. We didn't choose that. These warmonger, evil, drunk ass niggas chose that on their own and got a whole nation of people in an uproar. You see what I'm saying? And the Creator ain't inspiring that. That's being inspired by the gods, spiritually speaking, of war, like your biblical demon, your warmonger God telling people to kill their kids. You see what I'm saying? But judgment is rendered against your God. The Creator ain't letting that slide. You see that? It ain't just hunky-dory. No, I'm here standing for peace. I'm not no sucker ass nigga. I stand 10 toes on thou shalt not kill. And I know that if I end up having to die, or if I end up taking a life, I understand the spiritual ramifications for that, and I'm prepared to clean up my mess, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? But I'm never sanctioning the killing of no babies. I don't care what God in what book, Torah, Quran, whatever it is. If your spiritual God is telling you to kill, bro, you should be able to check your mind. Like, hold on, like Abraham did. What I just read y'all. Abraham checked the angel. The angel said, "I'm God." He was like, "All right, cool. What you want?" He's like, "Come over here and tell me. I'm gonna tell y'all to do to get the sticks." He was like, "All right, cool." They did all that shit, and then when it came down to the point, he was like, "Sacrifice your son." Abraham was like, "Wait, what? Man, show me you God for real, because I know the Creator told me not to kill nothing, especially not my son." And what happened when Abraham checked the spirit withdrew from him because he perceived that he knew the higher law. That's how you deal with spiritual thoughts that come across your mind. Should I go to war? Should I drop this bomb? You should automatically hear the Creator in your heart say, "Thou shalt not kill," bro. No. But do Benjamin Netanyahu hear that? Does Donald Trump hear that inspiration that we all hear in our hearts? No, because they're drugs being inspired by false gods. This nigga Donald Trump had a whole bunch of pastors and shit praying for this nigga. Why are you praying for this nigga? The Creator ain't hearing none of that. He's not hearing any of that. Neither are his high-raised angels, who are our fourth parent. Yeah, we endured some shit over here. Slave master had us in chains, whipped us, beat us up. You know what I'm saying? Got a whole systematic order to keep us oppressed in this country, which is our country. We didn't come over here from Africa. This is our land. You see what I'm saying? But you think that they got away with that? The slave master didn't get away with killing our ancestors. Owaski explains all of that shit. It explains what happened to the slave master. It explains what happened to Pharaoh when they died. And anybody who engages in war and murder and shit like that. But most of y'all ain't gonna read it because you so caught up on this demon god of war. Y'all so scared that he gonna send you to the lake of fire. You so scared that, oh, if I read another book, I'm gonna be a blasphemer and a heretic and ostracized from the Hebrew Israelites. Nigga, fuck all of that. I want to know what's going on. I don't care. I'll read everything. And if it makes sense to my heart, and I know my Creator who speaks to my heart, to my soul, if he say, "Oh yeah, that's me," then I'm giving you that factually. You can prove that. That's truth. That's me. Anything that's truth is the Creator. Anything that's solid is the Creator's his inspiration. You know not to kill nobody. You just know that. If you don't, that means you're in darkness. That means you're a drug. It don't mean, oh, you have black skin. No, it means that spiritually you're dark. Does that, you know what I'm saying? So Owaski is the book that kind of showed me how to make sense of all of this spiritual shit. And I'm tired of niggas like Yara, people who ain't really genuinely trying to read. Like, I'm telling you, the Creator Gang, if y'all ever come to our YouTube channel, Cosmon Cal TV, Selah Shalom TV, Honor and Humility STL with Malachi Maccabee, bro, we get into Owaski and we read it. You don't have to believe it. We're not preaching to y'all. We just trying to say, oh, this is a book that's out here. Here's the information. Y'all take it how you want it. But at least we giving it to you genuine, and we're not just saying, oh, this shit is stupid. Nah, bro. This shit is high. This is some high level information. You know what I'm saying? Science is in here, history, spiritual shit. It's just too much, bro. Prophecy, how the earth was created, the vortex, like, it's so much shit. But like I said, I don't want to keep y'all, man. I don't want to sound like I'm being preachy and shit. But I swear to God, some niggas bring it out of me, man. Some niggas bring it out of me, bro. But salute to the chat, man.
Capone, man. You might as well keep going now. Go ahead, you got the flow, man. I'm folding clothes.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Well, I'll keep running my mouth a little bit longer. Shit, I ain't doing shit else. Let me go over here. All right, for sure, man. I'm just gonna go over here real quick to the Book of Divinity in the Owaski Bible. I don't like calling it a Bible because it ain't nothing like the King James Version Bible. Nothing at all. Totally opposite, actually. But this book talks about what a God is, the difference between God or gods, lords, goddesses, right,
and the Creator. So I'm gonna read it real quick, and then we talk about it real quick. But this is the Book of Divinity, OSP, Sky, Earth, Spirit, or Earth, Sky, Spirit, Chapter 1. God, Son of Jehovah, or Jehovah, the Creator, right? Off top, you say God, the Son of the Creator, said. So we already know off top in the very first verse, God is the Son of the Great Spirit, the source. God ain't the Creator. Off top, you could just see that in the text, but we're gonna read it all the way down. Let me just keep going. All right, God said, God, Son of Jehovah, said, by virtue of my own authority, and in the name of Jehovah, the Creator of all, peace and comprehensive judgment be unto all angels and mortals, that ye may be taught from the little that has been demonstrated in the world of governments and principalities being manifested on the earth, that similar organic bodies exist in the heavens that belong to the earth, which heavenly places and governments were the cause and the forerunners of good governments being manifested amongst mortals, right? I'll go back and explain what it's saying a little bit later if y'all ain't catching it. But Jehovah said, the Creator said, he that is chief of a government on earth shall be called the king. But he who was chief of my heavenly government shall be called God. And it was so. I, who am God in my own behalf, for the enlightenment of the world, declare I the glory and the wisdom of the Creator above all things on earth or in the heavens above, wherein Jehovah provided that no man could be a king forever, but he must give way to a successor. Even so in the heavens provided he also unto his gods and his lords for successors at certain periods of time, that the way might be open for everlasting resurrection unto all men, whereby all who choose may in time become also lords and gods for the countless worlds that are now and that shall yet be created. Jehovah said, I blow my breath outward. Oh wait, hold on. Let me go to the next part. Let me get to this next part real quick. So God, we already stated God is the Son of Jehovah, right? So, and it stated that as a kingdom on earth has a king, so in like manner, the heavens above our heads, the kingdom, the leader of those kingdoms is called God, right? So now let me get to the Book of Discipline real quick. Bear with me just a second, and I'm gonna be out your way, I promise. That was the Book of Divinity, chapter 1. Now I'm gonna go to the Book of Discipline, chapter 1, and we're gonna continue this topic of who is God and who is Jehovah. All right, Book of Discipline now, chapter 1. God reveals who he is. God reveals directly, straight up off the title, God reveals who he is. And it states, verse 1, this is the word from the organic heavens, meaning right outside above your head. Hear the words of thy God, O man. I am your brother. You heard what God said. Hear the words of your God, O man. I am your brother, risen from mortality to a holy place in heaven. Profit thou in my wisdom, and be admonished by my love. For as I am your elder brother, so shall it be with you. Also to rise up in time, and look back to mortals, and call them to the exalted heavens of the Almighty. To Jehovah the Creator, all adoration and glory forever. Amen. By and through the Creator is all life and motion and power, things seen and unseen, little brother. Little brother, listen. Nor is there any angel in heaven so high or sufficiently wise to comprehend the Creator in his entirety, nor to see him as you see your fellow man. For he is within all and beyond and over all, being ever present in all places, doing by virtue of his presence, quickening all the living into life, the most adorable of all things. Even as the sun is to the light of the day, so is Jehovah to the understanding of all the living. Whereupon to contemplate is the road to everlasting life, rising in wisdom, love, and power forever. Hear thy God, O man. This is a highlightable verse. Verse 14. The book of Discipline, chapter 1, verse 14 states, hear thy God, O man, and distinguish then that the two, God and Jehovah, or the Creator, are not the same one, nor more is thy God than what you shall be in a time to come. First mortality, meaning you're going to be immortal, then death, meaning you're going to die, which is the first resurrection, where all the spirits of the dead are, the angels dwelling with mortals amongst the earth, right? So let me pause for a second because I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. In this part of the OWASP, Earth, Sky, Spirit, the book of Discipline, chapter 1, it literally states, you can pull it up right now if you want to on PDF version online. It shows you that God reveals that he is our brother, meaning an ancestor, one of our foreparents, right? That he lived like us as a mortal. He died. He rose up into the organic heavens above our heads that we call heaven, to a holy place. And he was given that title of God. In verse 17, it says, as a kingdom on earth has a king, and the king is nevertheless immortal, so in like manner is the heavenly place of your God, a kingdom of angels. And the chief over them is God, who is an angel also. So God is a title given to a high-raised angel, who is just a ruler over the angels and the mortals of that earth, or that kingdom in the heaven. So in the Bible, it says that it has us thinking that God, or Lord God, or the Lord is the creator. That's a problem, because the creator is not a God at all. The God and goddesses are the sons and daughters of the creator, who he gave the title of to rule over. He gave them the title God to rule over a locality of people in the heavens or on the earth. That's it. The creator is everywhere. The difference is God ain't everywhere. God sits on a throne in a kingdom. He's in a localized community. The creator is everywhere at all times throughout the entire cosmos, and his magnitude is so immense. You can't even fathom him in his entirety. You see that? So we've been taught that to worship God, but no, you don't worship God. You're going to become God one day. Just like God, our big brother said, you're going to get on this level one day. Y'all niggas is in kindergarten right now. Y'all in preschool. Y'all just mortals. You just mortals learning on the earth right now. When y'all come out your bodies and rise up in spirit to the organic heavens, one day you can be given the title of God. That's what our brothers are saying in the spiritual, you know what I'm saying? That's the inspiration. So the difference is the creator is everywhere, all places, knows all. His inspiration is not to kill nobody. But the problem is, see, you got true gods who rock with the great spirit, and they inspire us and other angels to good works unto others, to service unto others, right? Righteous acts of service, good works. That's how you raise up a spirit. But the false gods, on the other hand, who exist in the lower heavens of the earth, touching the ground, which is commonly called Hada or Hades or hell, right? Hell is just the lowest part of the breathable atmosphere that we breathing in right now. Just take a deep breath. We already in hell now. This is the lowest part of the heavens. The heavens start from the ground and they go all the way up to forever and ever and ever. You see what I'm saying? So, when you understand that the lower heavens are populated with the false deities, like the biblical God, he's not the most high. You see what I'm saying? Matter of fact, the word Lord in the ranks of angels is the lowest title in the ranks of angels. So he's not the most high, he's the most low. When you look at that term in the Bible where it says capital Lord, and you look behind it and it says Yahweh or whatever, Yod Hey Vav Hey, that Lord, it just shows you that whoever that Yod He Vav He, that Yahweh is, he's a Lord. That's his rank in the angel, in the ranks of angels. So Yahweh is only a Lord. He's not even a Lord God or a God. He's the most low. He's not the most high. Y'all still hear me? I don't know if y'all can still hear me. Hold on. My bad. My bad. I don't know. I was just going in too hard. Baby. Can you hear me?
You're
Am I echoing?
was it?
I said, am I echoing?
Yeah, you cutting up.
Hold on. What about now?
Oh, it look like it's two of you back here. You can add the other one.
Oh, drop one.
I'm gonna drop the other one in.
Oh, I didn't even know I was the only one in here. All them niggas ran up out of here. Ah, that's funny, man.
Yeah, I just came back from the basement. Took another load out the dryer.
Man, that's so funny, man. I just been up here rapping. Is anybody even in the chat?
Yeah, it's like 7 people watching right now.
Oh, okay. Them niggas probably. I'm just going in on what the difference between God and the Creator, the Great Spirit. God is a title given to a high-raised angel who was once immortal, just like us. You know what I'm saying? So the Creator of all is the Creator is ever present, and He's all in all. In Owaspy, in the beginning of Owaspy, in the first book called the Book of Jehovah or Jehovah, it states in chapter 1 that all was, all meaning everything was, all is, and all ever shall be. Then it states that the all spake, and motion was, and is, and ever shall be. And being positive, meaning in energetically being positive, was called he and him, but not in reference to like testicles or anything like that. The Creator don't have testicles. He's all of it, right? And being positive, we say he and him. He said, I am, and he comprehended all things. There's nothing the Creator doesn't know and can't comprehend. Owaspy makes it clear. He comprehended all things, the seen and the unseen. Nor is there aught in all the universe but what is a part of him. He said, I am the soul of all, and the all that is seen is part of my person and my body. By virtue of my presence, all things are. By virtue of my presence is life. By virtue of my presence are the living brought forth into life. I am the quickener, the mover, the creator, the destroyer. I am first and last. Of two apparent entities am I. Nevertheless, I am but one. These entities are the unseen, which is potent, and the seen, which is of itself impotent and called corpor or physicality, right? With these two entities in likeness thereby of myself, I made all the living. As the life is of the potent part, so is the corporeal part of the impotent part. And chief over all that live on the earth, I made man, male and female, I made them, that man might distinguish me. I commanded him to give me a name by virtue of my presence. That's the part that I love about this first chapter. The Creator's presence is the reason for everything. The fact that the Creator is present in all places is the reason why everything is moving, why everything has life, why we're talking to each other right now. So we've been thinking that God is somehow far away from us, or he's coming back to us, like he left and he's coming back, or like
we have this picture of God somehow cracking the sky and coming back on a white horse. You know what I'm saying? And yet in Owaspy, it makes it clear, first of all, the creator always was, he always is, and he ever shall be forever. He's ever present in all places. You know, he ain't no more closer to Yeshua or Moses or Abraham than he is to us right now. He ain't no more closer to the highest raised angel in the highest heavens than he is to A1, to Prince Judah Von Cosmon, to anybody listening. The creator was right there with all of us. There's nothing separating our souls from him. We're connected. You see what I'm saying? So, and then to know that he has a progression for us beyond mortality to godhood or goddesshood is fucking dope to me. It's just dope. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, I don't know. It just gives me inspiration to keep doing good for other people, man. Even though it's darkness all around, you know, it's confusion all around. It's a whole bunch of false gods lying and politicians lying and confusion and people emotional about how they feel and what they believe and all this stuff. But the truth of the matter is, like the Creator Gang always say, the creator is undefeated, bro. The creator is undefeated. And he's the most simply understood of all things. Why? Because he speaks directly to your soul from all sides. I don't care if you see a coloring book, if you see your daughter smile, if you see a bird flying, if you just see the sunrise. The creator is, all of it is his voice. You know what I'm saying? He's speaking it all and moving it all, and he's feeling everything, and he knows and comprehends everything. So if you read in your spiritual text, like in the Bible, right, it says that this is how another reason why I knew that Yeshua wasn't the creator of all, because he literally said himself in the Bible that he don't even know the day or the time or the hour in which the culmination of all things will be. So, well, if you've been from the beginning and you was there in the when the creation started, and you know you the creator, you should know everything. The fact that you don't know lets me know that you're not the creator. You my brother though, because you told me straight up. I respect you, Yeshua, because you told me directly, nigga, I don't know. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? So now I know you and you told me to pray to the Father. So I know you're not the creator. I know that the Romans in the Nicene Council of Constantine and them early church fathers created a narrative inspired by a false god, by the way. You know what I'm saying? In order to dupe the people into man worship and idol worship and God worship and fear-based doctrine of going to hell if you don't worship said God. You know what I'm saying? It was very easy at a certain point for me to discern that that book was not written from my you know what I'm saying, my spiritual progression. Because of the attributes of the God, he had me in fear. He had me thinking it was cool for me to hate white people and to hope for the day where I get to dash their babies' heads against a stone, according to the prophecy in the book of Psalms, chapter 139. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have the intestinal fortitude to check yourself when you're reading that, like, hold on, did God just say he wants me to kill somebody's baby by slamming their skulls against rocks? If that don't make you scratch your head and feel some kind of way, bro, listen, I don't know what to say, bro. But I'll tell you one thing, in the Owaspy, you ain't never gonna see nothing like that. Nothing. If you really read Owaspy, bro, you will never ever see any God, any true gods or the creator telling somebody to kill somebody. Matter of fact, I should just read some more of this shit since I'm on here jabbering. I just love sharing. I love sharing this shit, bro. Cause niggas be talking. People be out here talking that talk. Oh, the word be the devil book tell you black people is cursed. Say we the what?
Woo. All right, let me see. Let's see. What can I pull out? Let's see. Let's go to
They be
what?
at y'all neck, man. Waspy people.
Yeah, bro. Look, I'm gonna go to see what Yeshua say in Owaspy.
Let's go.
Let's see what Yeshua teaches. Uh-oh. Book of Ezra, chapter 44. Where is it? Hey, this is a fun night. I ain't got nobody talking shit right now. I could just actually chill out and read some. All right, let's see.
Catch up on your studies and read all out to everybody else. Fuck it.
Man, might as well, because I'll be doing this anyway. All right, here we go. Book of Ezra, Earth, Sky, Spirit, OISP, chapter XLIV. The doctrines of Yeshua, aka Yeshua, and his death. This is what he taught and how he died, according to the OISP, according to the history. All right, so check it out. I say, God said, these are my doctrines as I taught through Yeshua. This is what Yeshua taught. Thou shalt keep the commandments of Moshe. Thou shalt not engage in war, nor abet war. Thou shalt eat no flesh of any animal, or fish, or bird, or fowl, or creeping thing which Jehovah created alive. Thou shalt dwell in families. Thou shalt dwell in families after the manner of the ancient Israelites who held all things in common. It's all we all sharing. We a family. This is what Yeshua taught. Yeshua taught, thou shalt have no king or queen, nor bow down and worship to any, save thy creator. Yeshua taught, thou shalt not call on the name of angels to worship them, nor counsel with them on the affairs of earth. Yeshua taught, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself, and do unto thy fellow man as thou wouldest have him do unto thee. Yeshua taught, thou shalt return good for evil, and pity to them that sin. It hath been said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But I say, return good for evil. And if a man smite thee on one cheek, turn the other unto him also. Yeshua taught, the man shall have but one wife, and the woman but one husband. As the children honor the father, Yeshua say, so will the families be blessed with peace and plenty. That's beautiful right there. Let me read that again. It said, Yeshua taught that as the children honor the father, so will the family be blessed with peace and plenty. Yeshua taught, remember that all things are of the Creator, and you are his servants to help each other. As much as you do these services unto one another, so do you serve the Creator. Behold only the virtues and wisdom in your neighbor. His faults you shall not discover. Uh-oh. What? Yeshua said, look, behold only the virtues and the wisdom in your neighbors. Their faults you shall not discover, for their matters are with their Creator. That's cold right there. Boy, everybody want to talk about everybody's shortcomings and downfalls, and how they ain't this and they ain't that, and whoop-de-whoop. Man, Yeshua taught, only look at the wisdom in your neighbor. Only the things that he's good at. Only what you can praise him for. Don't be discovering his shortcomings and his faults and what he's, lacking in. That's crazy. I love that part. Yeshua taught, call not on the name of any gods or lords in worship, but worship Jehovah the Creator only. That's Creator Gang all day. That's what we stand 10 toes on. What Yeshua taught. Call not on the name of any God or Lord in worship, but worship Creator only. Gang. You dig what I'm talking about? Yeshua taught, and when you pray, let your prayers be after this manner. Great Spirit Jehovah, O Creator, who rulest in heaven and earth, hallowed be thy name and reverenced amongst men. Sufficient unto me is my bread. And as much as I forgive those that trespass against me, so make thou me steadfast to shun temptation. For all honor and glory are thine, worlds without end. Amen. Yeshua taught to visit the sick and the distressed, the helpless and the blind, to relieve them, to provide for the widows and the orphans, to keep thyself unspotted before men. These are the way of redemption. He didn't say nothing about blood, nothing about sacrificing lambs and goats, nothing about his own blood will cover your sins and you'll be redeemed. No, 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 no. Yeshua taught that to visit the sick and the distressed, the helpless and the blind, to relieve them, to provide for the widows and the orphans, and to keep yourself unspotted before men. These are the way of redemption. Nothing about blood. Only false gods require blood sacrifices for redemption. Yeshua taught, thou shalt take no part in the governments of men, but observe the will of the Creator, being obedient to governments for his sake. So he don't want you up there, politician and politics, all that. No, no, no. Just be obedient and do good. You know what I'm saying? Verse 23, Yeshua taught that all men are the children of one Father, who is Jehovah. And whoever chooses him and keepeth his commandments is his chosen. It don't matter what race you is, if you're an Edomite, if you're a Moabite, if you're a Chaldean, none of that matters. Yeshua taught all men are the children of one Father, who is the Creator. And whoever chooses the Creator and keeps his commandments is his chosen. Not just Israel. To preserve the seed of his chosen, thou shalt not wed, but with the chosen. Excuse me. Yeshua taught, contend not with any man for your opinion's sake, nor for any earthly thing, but let your speech be for another's joy, and open not your mouth if your words will give pain. Yeshua taught, therefore be considerate of your speech, and you teach others by gentleness, teach others by love, and be respectful toward all men. Yeshua taught that we should preserve the sacred days of the rabbis and the ceremonies of the Amethakava, which is the word for the brotherhood of light, right? All right, so now let's check out what happened furthermore. In verse 29, it says that for 3 years, Yeshua traveled amongst the Israelites, preaching and restoring the ancient doctrines, what we just read. And there were gathered in groups of 10s and 20s and 50s, more than 2,000 Israelites of the ancient order of Moshe, who became steadfast followers of Joshua. But because of persecution by the apostate Jews, the fake Jews, they kept themselves aloof from the world, having signs and passwords whereby they knew each other. They was throwing up signs like, oh, that's the homie, that's cuz. He just threw up the woo up, the whoop-de-whoop, you know what I'm saying? All right. But then this the persecution from the apostate Jews, first through the false god Baal, and then after him Thoth, who was Allah basically. They inspired the kings and the rulers against the faithists, and they proved them by commanding them to eat flesh, even swine's flesh, which if they refused, it was testimony sufficient before the laws to convict them of being enemies against the gods. So Yeshua taught, we don't eat no flesh, no animals, no fish, no bird, and we don't eat no flesh that the Creator gave a breath of life to, right? And so the apostate Jews during the time of Yeshua were being inspired by the false gods Baal and Thoth, who inspired the kings and the rulers against the followers of Yeshua, who were the faithists. And they proved them, if y'all faithists, if you're not a faithist, eat this meat. Eat this swine's flesh. And if they refused, it was sufficient enough to convict them against being enemies against the gods. Your diet is connected to your God too. Diet is spiritual. You know what I'm saying? All right, verse 34. Yeshua, this is what they did. They scourged them and they put them to death whenever they found the followers of Yeshua, the faithists. Now it came to pass, this is what Owaspi say. Now it came to pass that Yeshua went to Jerusalem to preach. And in not many days thereafter, he was accused of preaching Jehovah, the great spirit, the creator. And he was arrested. And while he was being carried to prison, Yeshua said, y'all hypocrites, y'all blasphemers, you practice none of the commandments, but all the evils of Satan. Behold, the temple shall be rent in twain, and ye shall become vagabonds in the earth. And at that time, the multitude cast stones upon him, and they killed him. And Jehovah, the creator, sent a chariot of fire and bore his soul to paradise. Book of Ezra, chapter XLIV, Earth, Sky, Spirit, OISP. That's the doctrines of Yeshua and his death, according to the record in OISP. So it just lays out what Yeshua was talking about doing his ministry and how he died. Most people believe he was crucified on the cross. In OISP, it shows he was stoned to death because he was preaching the creator. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's just one interesting little story. If y'all didn't know, in OISP, yeah, it talk about Yeshua's whole life, how he was born, the star of Bethlehem. That's dope. That's a dope part of OISP. It shows you that how the angels, the star, the Bethlehem star in OISP is actually a star ship. It was an Etherian ship or a heavenly ship that came to bear witness of Yeshua's birth. So it was actually spirits in that ship. It was angels. You know what I'm saying? And what they saw, they thought it was a star. It was actually a ship. That's pretty dope. But yeah, so OISP, man, just to give y'all some background information, those of you who've been hearing people talking mess, whatever y'all been hearing, I'm just gonna let you know. First of all, don't believe nothing. Just get the book yourself. If you're really a studier, if you're really curious, if you really want to learn about what it is, just get you one. You can order it on Amazon, $30. And I ain't trying to push the book as if it's, you know what I'm saying, but I'm just saying it's dope. It's dope information. It ain't like a religion, you know what I mean, or a cult or nothing like that. But it talk about the Israelites, the whole history of Israel, talks about Sumer, like we was talking about earlier, talk about Obekle Tepe. It's so much historical facts in OISP that weren't even found until the 1900s, y'all. OISP was created in 1881. And it talks about Gobekli Tepe, where it was at, what the function of it is, who made it, you know what I'm saying, and the exact time period that we calculate today as 12,000 years ago. OISP talks about it before it was even unearthed. So you can't tell me. So if it's true, right, that our spirits progress after life and we ascend into the heavens and become angels, and there's billions and countless of angels in the atmosphere around us today, right now. Some of them angels been dead 1,000 years, 15,000 years, 20, 40, 30, 100,000 years of experience, life in the unseen world, right? Some of those same angels, or that used to be more, some of those same mortals that were there alive during Gobekli Tepe's development, the ones who actually built it, they've long been dead. But guess what? Their spirits are still in the atmosphere. So let's just say some of those spirits came to inspire John Balo Nubro when he was producing this text that we hold in our hands today. They would be the only ones with the information about where it was at, how it was built, what it do, because they're the ones that created it. So what I'm stating is that it's not impossible, and we all believe who are spiritual, who hold Bibles and Qurans and African spirituality texts. We all believe that angels or spirits of the dead can communicate with us today. That's not a far-fetched concept to most of us. We believe, yeah, man, our grandparents are watching over us. They're inspiring us from a holy place in the heavens. We all believe that right now. That one day when we die, we'll ascend and see them again and be reunited with our loved ones in the heavenly kingdoms of the earth. We all believe that shit, or trust that that's the case. So all I'm saying is that if an angel does come to you and give you a revelation, and it show, can you show it to be true? What Owaspi is showing to be true is that whatever angels came to John Balu Numero in 1881 wasn't lying to him about certain shit, especially like Gobekli Tepe. It's in Owaspi. They didn't find out it was actually a real thing until they unearthed it in the 1900s. To me, I'm like, okay, obviously one of them angels that was one of them people that was there came back and let him know what was up. And that's not far-fetched to me, because we always say we get inspired by angels, and we believe the prophets of old were inspired by angels, and not just angels, but the creator directly. So niggas always want to be spooky about this shit, but it's nothing spooky about it, bro. We live forever. Your spirit was created by the great spirit who is eternal. So you're eternal. My daughters are eternal. We gon', you know what I'm saying? It ain't no stop to this shit. One day, A1 gonna be 3,000 years old. One day he'll be 300,000 years old. Still learning, still growing, still attaining to higher wisdom and knowledge and power and love with the great spirit, onwards and upwards forever. It don't stop, ever. And what we need to realize is that the only reason it don't stop is because the creator's presence is here now with us today. And every time you feel inspired to do good for somebody else, that's not just coming from you just naturally. Your spirit is being inspired by something higher than you, whether it's a true God, a guardian angel, or the great spirit directly. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go read this shit real quick. There's a whole book of inspiration. Again, Owaspi is so fucking fire. Excuse my language. But there's a book called The Book of Inspiration that explains how the creator inspires all of creation. It's called The Book of Inspiration. All right, so check this out. I'm gonna go to chapter 8, because in chapter 8 it explains to you the creator's direct inspirations upon your heart and soul. So you know exactly when the creator's talking to you. It's not a question. When you feel these inspirations, just know it's coming from the Father. All right, check this out. Book of Inspiration, Owaspi, Earth, Sky, Spirit. Creator say, although all inspiration goeth from me to all the living directly, yet I also created man susceptible to indirect inspirations from all my creations. Whatsoever receiveth from me direct is in harmony with me, saith the Creator. For instance, the lilies and the roses I created perfect in their order. The female bird I inspired to build her nest in season, perfectly in her order. Even so is it with all my created beings, except for man. All the rest err not in the order I made them, and they all fulfill the glory for which I made them. But because I made man capacitated to receive inspiration from all things, man manifests both evil and good according to his birth and surroundings. So is man good or bad? Nevertheless, I created man with the capacity to comprehend this also, because I designed him from the first to work his way up to the Godhead, understanding all below him. I sent my angels to man, teaching him how to distinguish the difference in the inspirations upon him, that he might govern himself accordingly. My angels said to man, become one with your creator. These are his direct inspirations. Okay, what's his direct inspiration, God? What's his direct inspiration, big brother, big sister? The angel said to love the creator above all else and your neighbor as yourself. That inspiration right there. When you love the creator above everything and you love your neighbor as yourself, that inspiration is coming directly from the creator.
no middleman, no Jesus, no Lord God, none of that. When you love the Creator above all, and you love your neighbor as yourself, that's direct from the Great Spirit. Check this one out. To be delightful only and to not give pain. When you are inspired to be delightful and to not give pain, that's coming from the Creator. Watch this. What is it? What is the direct inspiration of the Creator? To not kill. To kill not. This is what the angels are telling us, telling man. How do you know the direct inspiration? When my inspiration coming directly from the Great Spirit, whenever you're inspired not to kill, that inspiration is coming from the Father. Verse 12. To do not violence against his creatures. Okay, so whenever I see a dog in the road and I decide not to hit the gas and get 10 points, or if I see a squirrel run across the road and I decide not to kill it, that inspiration is coming directly from the Creator. The inspiration not to kill something. Woo, that's fire right there, bro. That's fire. All right. The next inspiration that comes directly from the Great Spirit is to be considerate of the liberty of all living, of all the living. Be considerate of a man's liberty, to be free with the Creator to do whatever he want to do in the sense that he chooses, right? We don't believe it. The Creator ain't inspiring no slavery. The Creator's inspiration is to consider liberty, not to consider slavery. All right. So let's keep going. I'm almost done to keep reading now. I don't want to get too convoluted. The Creator's direct inspiration is to not interdict the happiness and the hope of others, only where you can return the transcendent glory in hope in place thereof. So to not take away somebody's happiness, only unless you can give them something greater. So what I always tell people when I start talking about false gods and the biblical God and shit, listen, first of all, I want y'all to know, I'm not here just to tear your God down, right? And take your religion from you. What I'm really trying to help my brothers in this Hebrew community, in this conscious community, what the Creator Gang is here to help niggas understand is we trying to help you know that the Creator is present with you right now. It's a higher light. It's a transcendent glory. Yeah, we've been worshiping false gods. Yeah, we was all duped. Yeah, I worshiped the man of war too. Yeah, I was down with all the killing and all that in the beginning when I was in the Bible too. But when the Creator showed me a higher light, I leveled up, and I'm like, yeah, nah, I'm not down with that. That don't even sound righteous. Sacrificing goats and lambs, spilling blood, going to war, killing. No, none of that stuff sounds righteous to me now. So I'm not trying to just come and take away your happiness for being Hebrews and being, the chosen ones, the ones that's supposed to help inspire the people to back to righteousness, back to the Torah, back to the laws or whatever. I'm with all of that. But all I'm saying is there's a higher light when it comes to understanding how to discern between the false God and the Creator, right? So the inspiration from the Great Spirit is to not interdict the happiness of others unless you can return a transcendent glory, something higher in place of it. Yeah, we taking away the false gods and giving y'all the Creator back, something higher, right? All right, the last verse 15, well, the last part of that section, it states that these are the direct inspirations of the Creator. So one more time from the top, the direct inspirations from the Creator is to love the Creator above all else, your neighbor as yourself, to give delights only and not pain, to kill not, to do not violence against his creatures, to be considerate of the liberty and freedom of all the living, and to interdict not the happiness and hope of others, only where you can return a transcendent glory and hope in place thereof, right?
These are the direct inspirations from your creator. But these are the evil inspirations, oh man. This is what the angel said. These come from your birth and your surroundings, which is formerly called Satan. The inspiration to kill comes from Satan. The inspiration to slander comes from Satan. The inspiration to punish comes from Satan. The inspiration to destroy the creator's created beings comes from Satan. The inspiration to strive for yourself above somebody else comes from Satan. To gratify your flesh at the expense of purity or wisdom comes from Satan. To be false before the creator comes from Satan. To be false to yourself. You can't keep it real with yourself. That's coming from Satan. To even speak falsely at all. Niggas up here just lying and just saying whatever about a book they ain't read. That inspiration, speaking falsely, comes from Satan. To covet somebody else's stuff. Oh, I want his car. I want his wife. I want his house. I want his job. That's coming from Satan, that covetous energy. And then it even goes into sexual behavior, talking about to cohabit in the gestative period, which means to lay with your woman while she's bleeding or while she's pregnant. That energy is not coming from the creator. And then the last one, it states, so you know without guessing that to engage in strife or to aid and abet conflicts are all the fruit of carnivorous eating, which is transmitted in birth. So the book of inspiration lays out over numerous chapters. I just went to chapter 8 because it talks about how you can discern the direct inspirations of the creator to your soul and your mind. The creator ain't never gonna tell you to kill nothing. He's never gonna tell you to go to war ever. You know what I'm saying? That inspiration comes from a false god. And I'm gonna read it right here. In the book of Esra, I'm gonna spill the beans right now on who the Antichrist really is. The nigga that y'all worship as Christ in your biblical text is actually the Antichrist for real. Watch this. I'm just cooking now. OISP, Earth, Sky, Spirit, God's Book of Esra, chapter XLVII. The title of the chapter is Luamon falsely announces himself as the Christe or the Christ. I hope y'all paying attention to this. This is interesting right here. The Lord said, behold, it came to pass as had been foretold by God, the true God, Jehovah's Son, that the triunes or the Trinity gods will all become false gods because they have denied the Almighty. True God said, there is but one who is all knowledge. Whatsoever angel or God announces himself to be the all knowledge is false in the presence of the Creator, Jehovah. Nevertheless, Luamon had it proclaimed in heaven and earth that he was the Christe, which is the Ahamic expression for all knowledge. So the term Christ or Christe is a Ahamic expression, which means all knowledge or all knowing. Christ means all knowing. Allah means all knowing. Buddha means all knowing. Brahma means all knowing. It all has to do with the highest knowledge, right? So what happens here is that this angel, whose name is Luamon, although he knew that he ain't the Christ, he had it proclaimed in heaven and earth that he was the all-knowing, all-highest creator. Verse 4 states that the Lord said, now therefore, Luamon was from this time forth a false god in heaven and earth. Why? Because he just an angel. He's a God that proclaimed himself to be the all-knowing. The true God said there is only one who knows all things, and that's the Creator. If any angel in heaven or any God proclaims himself to be the all-knowing, is false.
And Luamung, this angel, didn't care. He said, nigga, it's me. I'm the Most High. Now check it out. Verse 5 says, and Luamung commanded Thoth, his angel warrior, in command of his earthly dominions, to rise up tribes of warriors amongst mortals. And by the inspiration of said Thoth, these warriors were induced to call themselves Christians or Christians. Woo-wee. So wait, hold on. This false angel named Luamung then proclaimed himself to be Christ, the all-knowing. And he commanded his hitman, his warrior angel, whose name is Thoth, to raise up warriors amongst mortals. And by the inspiration of Thoth, these warriors on earth were induced to call themselves Christians. God said that the true God said that man may know that this is true. Behold, the followers of Jehovah the Creator are not warriors, nor have they ever been. Jehovah said, this mark I put upon man from the time of Cain to the present day right now, that whoever rises his hand against his brother rises his hand against me also. And this mark shall distinguish my servants to the end of the world. Behold, I alone am all knowledge. Now it came to pass that from this time forth, that great success attended the wars of Luamung for the glory of his for his heavenly kingdoms. Wait, let me stop. Let me pause real quick. So what I just read in the book of Esra in Oahspe, Earth, Sky, Spirit, chapter XLVII, it states that there was an angel named Luamung who falsely announced himself as the Christ. The true gods is actually explaining this in the spiritual plane. They're explaining the history of who the Antichrist is. Okay? The Lord said, behold, it came to pass, as it had been foretold by true God, Jehovah's Son, that the triunes, aka the Trinity, will all become false gods. Why? Because they have denied the Almighty. The true God said, there is but one who is the all-knowledge, and whatsoever angel or God announces himself to be the all-knowledge is false in the presence of Jehovah. Nevertheless, Luamung had it proclaimed in heaven and earth that he was the Christ, which is the Christe, which is the Ahamic word or expression for all knowledge. The true Lord said, now, therefore, Luamung was from this time forth a false god in heaven and earth. Check. So Luamung is a false god, claiming to be Christ. And Luamung commanded his angel, he commanded Thoth, his angel warrior, to command his earthly dominions to raise up tribes of warriors amongst mortals. And by the inspiration of Thoth, these warriors were induced to call themselves Christians. Now check this out. Count in your mind, man. You can't even count in your mind how many millions of people have been murdered on earth via the wars and crusades under the Christian religion. Since the crusades, the inquisitions, all of these were Christian wars where innocent people were killed because they didn't believe in their God, who is what we're realizing, what we're finding out and being revealed right now is Luamung. The Christ that they fought for is this angel who falsely proclaimed himself as the creator, being the all-knowing. The people who he inspired on earth were called Christians, and they were warriors. Jehovah's and God said that man may know this is true, so that you know I'm not capping. The true followers of Jehovah are not warriors, nor have they ever been. So if your God is a man of war, you should know the creator don't got nobody to war with. Jehovah said, this mark I put upon man from the time of Cain to the present day, that whoever rises his hand against his brother rises his hand against me also.
And this mark shall distinguish my servants to the end of the world. Behold, I alone am all knowledge. So the mark of the servants of Jehovah is we don't kill people in wars. We're not warriors. Yeah, y'all, can you hear me? I'm back. My bad. I was just saying, y'all still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So I was just proving that the inspiration that was given from this false god Luamon, who is the Antichrist, was war amongst his Christian worshipers. So the creator said in Owaspy that I put a mark upon Cain from the time of Cain to this day, that whoever wars against his brother is warring against me also. If you raise your hand against your brother, you raise your hand against me. So the mark of the beast is bloodshed. The mark of the beast is war. But the biblical God states plainly that he's a man of war. Watch this. What happened after Luamon proclaimed himself as the all knowledge of the Christ? Check this out. Now it came to pass that from this time forth great success attended the wars of Luamon for the glory of his heavenly kingdoms. And for the space of 300 years, Luamon gradually gained on Baal and his alliances, both on earth and in heaven. So it's war going on right now in the lower heavens of the earth and on the earth, because as above, so below. Y'all know Donald Trump and them just dropped bombs, right? They're being inspired by a war that's going on in the heavens, in the lower heavens, I'm saying. So anyway, let me get to what I'm saying. So let me get to, let's see, let me go ahead a little bit. I want to get to the part where he starts talking about let me see. There's a part in here that is exactly word for word in the King James Version Bible. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Watch this. I don't want to read all of it because it's got 30 verses, but I'm gonna jump over. So we talking about the false Christ, the Antichrist. If y'all never, y'all think, I don't know who y'all think the Antichrist is, but in Owaspy it tells you plainly, and it gives you the time on a timeline when he began his false heavenly kingdoms in the heavens and the inspirations upon the mortals on the earth. This is the same dude. If you a Hebrew Israelite or whatever, you know the history of the Nicene councils, the Council of Nicaea, and Constantine. Constantine claimed himself that he saw an angel. He saw an apparition in heaven, and he told him such and such and such. The angel that he saw was this nigga Luamon, this false Christ. And I'm gonna prove it as I keep reading. But it's on the time, Owaspy, all of this stuff is not just, it's on an actual historical timeline. So you can see when in the heavens, when these wars began, is at the same time that they began on the earth. So you can track it. And you can also check the gods that are being worshipped at that time by those same warriors. Those, you can see when they're being inspired. Anyways, let me get to this point, this dagger verse right here. This is the same false god, Luamon, who's the Antichrist of the Bible. He states this. This is what he states. Verse 30 says, henceforth
I go not down to send peace on earth. I go not to send peace, but a sword. I go to set man at variance against his brother and father, and mother against her sister and mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. I will make the foes of a man, I will make the foes of a man they of his own household. He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. And he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And he that will not take up his sword and proclaim me is not worthy of me. My sign shall be a sword, a skull and crossbones, and a bull. My edict shall be bulls, and by these shall my enemies be destroyed. Before me shall every knee bow down, and every tongue confess me Lord of all. Behold, I will give them a book and a guide, whereby they shall know me. In blood I will seal them to the end of the world. The Lord said, while Lu among the false god was yet bewailing, behold, Thoth, his chief warrior god, came upon him, saying, Alas, O my master, thy followers have no king or queen on the earth to protect them. Thy mortal Christian warriors who drew the sword to establish thee have been slaughtered in Cardalia, Cyprus, Athena, Thessalonica, Dalmatia, Laconia, Nepal, Seleucia, Macedonia, Galatia, Scythia. He just telling them, look, your forces is being destroyed right now. You getting your ass whooped. So what I'm explaining to y'all is that the verse I just read was word for word what it said of Jesus, the Christ, in your King James New Testament scripture. Y'all all know that verse. I think it's Matthew 25, where Jesus is stating, I don't come to send peace on earth, but a sword. I come to separate man against his blah, blah, blah. Nigga, that's right here in OSP, and it's being stated not by Jesus Christ, but the Antichrist, who is a false god named Luamon. That's, you can only find that in OSP, homie. The Antichrist is revealed in OSP. And by the way, he already went to hell. But any God that's talking war, dude, the Creator is not a warrior. He never has been, nor are his people. We ain't the ones talking about, yeah, let's go over here and drop the bomb. We not the ones talking about, yeah, let's dash the baby's heads on the stone. We not the ones talking about, yeah, let's have, we're not doing it. The Creator's inspiration directly to my soul right now, today, in real time, is don't kill nothing. Don't hurt nothing I gave the breath of life to. We over here teaching peace. Love your neighbor, serve others. That's how you raise and redeem your spirit. It's not through war and contention and strife and anger and hatred. No. That's not how you raise your spiritual grades. You can only raise your spiritual grade up and redeem your spirit to higher levels by serving others and doing good to yourself and doing a little bit of that good to somebody else. To purify your body is easy. I haven't ate no animal flesh in 5 years. No burgers, no steaks, no shrimp, no lobster. I ain't touched none of that. And no flesh of any animal for 5 years straight. I only been eating fruits and vegetables, juicing, drinking teas, water. I still eat processed food, chips and stuff like that. But I'm not eating nothing that got blood in it. And the reason why I'm saying that is because when you learn to just judge the benefits of eating fruits and vegetables, scientifically speaking, the benefits of the body of fasting and drinking teas and, what I'm saying, compared to eating fast food and steaks and flesh, barbecue chicken, The health benefits in nature objectively is that if I stay off the meat, I'm gonna live longer. I'm gonna be clearer headed. I'm gonna be less angry and violent. I'm gonna be more balanced. And I proved it to myself by doing it. So, but what I'm saying is, to purify the body is easy work. To stop eating meat for me, that shit was easy. And my dad is a 5-star chef. My mom was a 5-star chef. They own restaurants. My dad got brisket, pork ribs every day smoking at the crib. But I'm like, I grew up on it. But I realized the creator is like, nah, nigga, you ain't supposed to be eating like that. It's objective, scientifically proven by if you how much your body thrives when you don't eat that shit. But you've been told that your whole life that Jesus fed the 5,000 with 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread. That's the only text you've ever read. So that's all you know. Jesus fed 8 fish. Jesus ate fish. You know what I'm saying? That's all you know. But check it out. I just read to you in Owaspy that Yeshua never ate flesh of any animal. Matter of fact, he taught not to. So now what you gonna do with that? Are you gonna just be like, okay, I'm just gonna be cognitive dissonant and not give a hell, you know what I'm saying, about the reality and the facts? I'm just gonna believe what I believe because I just want a desire to eat this way, which is fine. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But just understand that there is a higher way, and the creator is moving all of humanity. There's gonna be a point in, I promise y'all, I can prophesy it right now. There's gonna be a point in time in the human existence where we stop eating all animals. There's gonna be no more killing of animals after a while. If y'all check this out, this is so atrocious. If you Google in your phone right now, animal kill clock, just Google animal kill clock, and the first link that pops up, click it. I dare you. I double dog dare you to type in your phone right now, animal kill clock, and then click the first link that pops up. And when you do that, it's gonna blow your fucking mind how many animals they're clocking in real time. You're gonna see the number. It's just going up. It's still going up right now. Click the link and you're gonna see the number going up from like 8 billion, 16 billion, whatever, how many billion, and it tells you exactly how many of each animal. The pigs, the chickens, the ducks, the geese, everything that's being slaughtered right now, real time, is being clocked. That's diabolically atrocious to me. These niggas is slaughtering these animals by the billions. And it still ain't even enough, because when you start thinking about McDonald's, they feeding how many people a day? How many burgers they sell a day? Where y'all getting all this meat from? It's impossible that it's just cow meat. It's impossible. Ain't enough cows. Y'all killing them too fast. And we got the numbers that y'all killing in real time. Now, my question is that the creator's inspiration? Is that the Great Spirit inspiring us to slaughter all these animals and clock it? Man, look, I'm telling you, that's not, none of that shit is righteous. But like I said, it's a progression of humanity. All of humanity we're all progressing in real time to become awakened to this higher light of the presence of the Great Spirit and his inspiration. We're all being moved to a higher level, if you like it or not. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so I just wanted to, talk about that a little bit. Oh, that's what I was saying. It's easy. That's what I was saying. It's easy to purify your flesh. Like, stop eating meat, eat fruits and vegetables, fast, drink tea, whoop-de-whoop, right? Detox. That's easy work. But it's a little bit tougher, though. Take it from somebody who knows. It's a little bit tougher to purify your thoughts and your actions. It's easy to stop eating meat and blood and all that. But it's much more difficult, and it's much more of a discipline to purify your thoughts and your spirit. That's the practice that we got to get to. Whether you eat meat or not, are you a good person? Whether you praise Jesus or Allah, I don't give a damn. Are you a good person? Can I trust you around my daughters? Or are you going to somehow be inspired if your God tell you that I'm an infidel
to kill my children. Do I got to worry about that? Real talk, because that's all. That's really all it's about. Is are you helping other people or are you hurting other people? Is your God inspiring you to help others or to ostracize others and hate other people like Esau? You know what I'm saying? It's really easy, my nigga. Owaski makes it so easy, and it explains the origins of these gods who inspired mortals to war. The creator said straight up in the book of Esther, he said, "Nigga, my people are never been inspired to war ever. I'm not a warrior, and my people are not warriors." Think about this: if you had all power and you had all wisdom and knowledge and all the capacity to love and all the capacity to give all of who you are and what's right, you got all of that. Why would you be jealous of your creation? If I created anything, if I made it, why would I be jealous of it? You know what I'm saying? That don't even make sense. The creator, I'm sure he comprehends jealousy. I'm sure he knows what jealousy is. I'm sure he feels jealousy as far as the way we feel it, because he understands all things. But he himself cannot be bound to a jealous state to the point where he judges you based on jealousy. That's not the creator. So when you start to question the character of your God, my nigga, and then you realize that you are the savior. You your own savior. You don't need a man to save you. You don't need the blood of an animal or the blood of Jesus or Yeshua to save you. That's not how you gain redemption. You are your own savior. The day you say, you know what, I'm gonna start loving my neighbor as myself, you started your redemption process right there. When you say, you know, I'm gonna forgive them for their shortcomings, I'm gonna pity them instead of hating them, you already started your redemption journey. You without no blood needed. It was just a choice you made to choose the creator. And then you became his chosen. That's what Owaski showed. I read that earlier. So I'm just saying, man, it's a whole bunch of practical wisdom that ain't super over your head. It's not super I mean, it can get like that sometimes in Owaski because it's deep. But overall, man, it ain't telling you to go to war with nobody. It ain't confusing you about the timeline and saying that the earth is only 6,000 years old. When we got Göbekli Tepe that dates back 12,000 years at least. You know what I'm saying? Which is older than the whole cosmos. Come on, bro. Get out of here with that nonsense timeline. Makes no sense at all. And it's confusing everybody. Everybody's confused because the Bible's timeline fucked us all up. In reality, that's what happened. You know what I'm saying? If we would have had the right starting point with the time, we would understand a whole lot more. Just simply speaking. So, you know, I just want to bring out that a little bit. Let's see if there's anything else interesting in here I can pull out. It's 3:15 in the morning, boy. I'm still feeling good. I should be sleepy by now. Oh yeah, let me get to this part real quick. Then I'll probably dip up out of here. I meant to read this earlier to the homie, but he was trying to overtalk me. We were talking about war. He kept saying stuff like, "Well, why? What did he say?" He said, "You just don't understand." Because I was saying, bro, if your God is a man of war, that's a red flag. If he say he's a man, first of all, if you're all gods and goddesses are one-time mortals. So every single god you ever heard of in your life was once a mortal just like you. I don't care who you talking about. God is a title. Lord is a title. Lord God is a title. In your Bible, when you see them words, Lord, Lord God, and God, it's denoting an angel, not the creator. Checkmate. I know some of y'all play chess. That's a checkmate. All gods, lords, Lord gods, guardian angels, ashars, whatever you call them, was once mortals just like us. So if your book is about a God, it's already tripping you up. The philosophy ain't about God. It's about the Creator and how to attain to hear His voice and see His heavens in real time, in mortality while still yet in mortality, to be able to practically understand the spiritual unseen world around us. And it's very simple to understand: as above, so below. The heavens of the unseen world function much like the earth below. The fact that we have a government is because there's governments in heaven first. And and that inspiration came down to mortals. So now we have governments. That's how the shit works. If we got schools on earth, it's because there's schools in the atmosphere of the heavens unseen around us. Yeah. As above, so below. It's not rocket science. You know what I'm saying? All that rah-rah talk niggas be talking on here, you confusing people, man, but it's not hard. But let me get to this, what I was gonna read, and I'm out of here. Dealing with war. The brother was saying war is not bad. You said something? I'm sorry, you say something?
No, I was listening to you.
Oh, okay.
Came back.
Yeah,
I'm gonna lay it down in a second.
I'm about to. Yeah, I'm about to say. That's what I'm about to say. I'm about to read this. I'm about to slide. I'm out of weed, so
Hey,
it's over with.
it's on you.
All right. God judges against war. God judges against war. The true God, right? This is what the Creator states in the book of Owaspi, the book of Judgment, chapter 32. Book of Judgment, chapter 32, verse 22. Owaspi, earth, sky, spirit. And this is the bondage. Uh-oh, that's not good. Creator said, this the bondage that I put upon all such as obey not my judgments and conform thereto. They shall not rise above the first resurrection in heaven, whilst war remaineth upon the earth, even though their bondage be for 100 years or 1,000 years. Yet this my judgment against them shall not be put aside. Neither shall any king nor queen nor any other ruler in all the world impress as a soldier any man who was unwilling to engage in war. So we got in our country, we got what they call a draft, which the government says if you over 18, you got to enlist into the war. According to Owaspi, nigga, that's evil. The Creator said, neither shall any king nor queen nor any other ruler in all the world impress or force as a soldier any man who is unwilling to engage in war. Like me, I'm not going to war for none of y'all niggas, not ever. And you don't have a right, according to my Creator, to enforce upon me or impress me upon me to go to war if I don't want to. You dig what I'm saying? That's an Owaspi. So salute to Muhammad Ali, who was inspired by the Creator when he said, nigga, I'm not going to war to your Vietnam. They ain't doing nothing to me. Y'all the ones over here fucking with me. Muhammad Ali said, I'm not going to war because I don't want to. You can't make me. That inspiration came from the Creator directly to his soul. What did it say? I'm gonna read it again. I'll keep going. Creator said, neither shall any king or queen nor any other ruler in the whole world impress as a soldier any man who was unwilling to engage in war. And whosoever obeyeth not this, my judgment, shall not rise above the first resurrection in heaven while war remains on the earth. Period. Let me just help y'all understand what the first resurrection is. Everybody enters the first resurrection, but it's the lowest part of your ascension into the higher heavens. The first resurrection literally is from the breathable atmosphere from the ground, probably about 20 miles up into the sky. In that whole region from 0 to 20 miles up, wrapping around the entire earth, is the extent most likely of the lower heavens of the breathable atmosphere. where the spirits of the dead live and exist. So if you are a king or a ruler of a nation and you've ever inspired or impressed your soldiers to go to war for any reason, you're not going to get past that level of the lower heavens until war is no longer on the planet. That's crazy, my nigga. You see what I'm saying? Imagine all the niggas who went to war, who inspired their nations to war. George Bush, even Barack, all of them niggas, they're not gonna ascend from the first resurrection until there's no more war on the planet. Come on, man. You could be there for 100. You could be there for 1,000 years, 100 years. It's just bound to the lower heavens. Meanwhile, those righteous souls who, like me, who don't war, we're gonna be way above station, way higher than the first resurrection. We're gonna be second resurrection, third resurrection. That's the highest levels of that breathable atmosphere, which we call heaven. Those higher levels of the heavens, there's no war there. There's no hatred there. There's no confusion about who the creator is. There's nobody worshiping gods or lords or saviors in the higher heavens. They've all surpassed that wisdom and understanding through good works of service done unto others in worship of the great spirit, which gave them a spiritual grade that was high. You see what I'm saying? Through selfless service, your spiritual grade increases, but through selfishness, your spiritual grade decreases. For instance, let's just say you serve others 90% of the time. All your energy and your time is spent serving other people, 90% of what you do, and 10% you take and serve yourself a little taste. Well, guess what? According to OASP, your spiritual grade is at 90%, which means when you cross over, your spirit will enter the heavens where the 90th percent of the spirits of the highest raised spirits of the earth reside. You see that? That's why it behooves you to be a good person who serves others. It raises your spiritual grade so that when you pass over, you're not stationed bound in the lower heavens where there's still disorganization, there's still war, there's still confusion. That only exists on the ground. Wars only exist in the lower heavens and on the ground. There is no war in the second resurrection or the third resurrection. See that? And OASP tells you that any king, where was I at? And this is the bondage that I put upon all such as obey not my judgment, saith Creator, and conform thereto. They shall not rise above the first resurrection in heaven, while war remains on the earth. So until they begin to inspire people, hey, y'all stop killing each other, stop the bombs, hey, weapons down. Until everybody on the planet learns peace, they're gonna be bound here in the lowest part of the heavens. Because your spirit is eternal. So it don't matter if it's 100 years, it don't matter if it's 1,000 years. You spilled the mess of war. You inspired the wars on the earth. That's your mess to clean up until it's gone. That's how cold the creator is in OASP. If you inspire war on the earth, it's your job to clean it up until it's gone. It could take you 1,000 years. Imagine how many people been here that was warring way back in Egypt, 12,000 years ago. They're still here. The first resurrection, they haven't graduated yet. Yeah, the high raised angels in the second resurrection don't do that. Matter of fact, they're never mind. I'm not gonna get too deep into it, but yeah. So let me keep going. I read that part that neither shall any king nor queen or any other ruler in all the world impress a soldier, right, to war. Boom. Neither will I more now here's a cold part too. Neither will I more consider the prayers of any king or queen or any ruler or any nation or people in all the world who engage in war, offensive or defensive, or who aid and abet war in any way whatsoever. I will abandon all such people, my lords and my My righteous lords will abandon them, and my holy angel shall abandon them, and they shall be abandoned unto their own harvest of evil spirits, and to all manner of drusas, which are drugs, but are just spirits that are drugs. Drusas and drugs the same, evil spirits, evil men. It don't got nothing to do with race, nothing to do with black skin or black people or any a drug or a drusa could be any race. I don't know why y'all keep saying that. John Newell is racist to blacks. No, stop saying that. All right. Now this is the part that's cold. Now, when you're a nation that engages in war, right? What happens is the higher raised angels that are basically protecting y'all, they just say, okay, they want to be killers and murderers. Let's just go away from them. Because I'm not finna be around here. You know what I'm saying? They acting crazy. We out. That's basically what happens to the high raised angels. They just bounce. But what ends up happening as a result in those nations and kingdoms that engage in war is that they become afflicted with assassinations and despoilers and intriguers, rioters, right? Anarchy and riots and destruction. And ain't that what we see here in America today? We just saw Charlie Kirk get blown off. You know what I'm saying? It's all kind of anarchy, riots. We didn't had George Floyd, all kind of anarchy and craziness going on with police riots and stuff, martial law, you know. So we are already seeing, and I'm praying that, you know, more people be inspired to live peacefully and shun war and really work for peace and righteousness, because I don't want the high raised angels who are our ancestors to remove themselves from us because we don't know how to stop killing each other. You know what I'm saying? That's diabolical to me. I love being inspired to higher light, to learning new things and elevating in the creator's wisdom. I don't want the higher raised angels to dip. I pray that this doesn't happen, but I see the effects of it because we are a nation, not we, but the U.S. government is a government of war. And they are being afflicted with assassinations and despoilers and anarchy and with riots and destruction. For they shall be made to understand. That's what Jehovah said. Jehovah said, for they shall be made to understand that whoever Jehovah created alive is sacred upon the earth. What did Oaspi say? Creator in Oaspi said, whoever I created alive is sacred upon the earth. Whoever. And whoever heedeth not these my judgments sinneth against the Almighty. Behold, it is not sufficient apology for them to say, oh, an evil king will come upon my country and possess it. I say unto thee, O man, all countries are Jehovah's. Be thou his servant unto peace and righteousness, having faith in him. Behold, thy God hath come to put away old things and give unto you the kingdoms of Jehovah, as they are his exalted heavens. Heed thou the judgments of thy God, the true God. Thou cannot stay the hand of the Almighty. So in that verse, I just started from verse 22 and read down to verse 32. But Jehovah is clearly stating that everybody that I created alive is sacred. Every human being that you see on the planet is sacred. And nobody has the right to say, like Homie was saying, he was trying to say this earlier. But what if these babies that not Jehovah, but that Yahweh or whatever God, the biblical God told them to kill, what if they was going to grow up to be, you know, people who enslave us and chop up our penises? Which is crazy. But in Oaspi, it answered the question directly. It states that, behold, it's not sufficient apology for anybody to say that, oh, I did this war or I killed these people, because what if an evil king or evil person comes upon my country to possess it? That's why I'm engaging in war, because these people might become evil to my people. They might grow up one day and enslave us and chop off our male parts. That's what the brother was saying to me earlier tonight. That's why he sanctioned the war and the killing of the offspring of the suckling children of the Amalekites. Jehovah said, no, trick no good, player. That's not an excuse, dog. Oh, they might come up and attack us. We have to kill them now. No, that's not an excuse. That's the same excuse that Pharaoh used against the Hebrews. He was scared that they were going to join with his enemies and come attack him. That's why he demanded that all the baby boys be thrown in the Nile River and eaten up by the alligators, because he was scared that the Hebrew people might take over his land, which it ain't his land. All the countries are Jehovah's. Every single nation on the planet is the Creator's land. It's all his. You don't got a right to war over none of it. But you see how crazy, how dark we become because we've been clinging to the Bible for so long, in this religion of war and blood and sacrifices, and you going to hell if you don't believe me and read this book and the Bible's infallible, all this bullshit. Bro, no, I'm not doing that no more. I got 2 eyes and a brain that thinks perfectly fine, and I can comprehend what I read. And I can comprehend that whatever God is telling me to go to war is not the Creator. And when I read in Owaski, the Creator tells me what happens to people who go to war, and they're not going to ascend to the higher heavens until there is no more war on the planet. Yeah, no, I'm not going to be stuck here, bound for hundreds of thousands of years, all because I wanted to go become a